of wanting to contact the governor of Lagos State over a friend of mine who wanted to adopt when the process was just it just seemed unnecessarily long. It looked like nothing was happening or everything was being done to delay it, And because then I knew the governor at the time of Lagos State, I thought, okay, maybe I will try to do that, with him. At least I'm not going to beg him for money, so hopefully.
You see pretty much what I said. You need somebody influential in
should
government
I need to
fast track for you. Why?
To help, to intervene in a child adoption.
Do you
That is where the
understand?
problem is. Even the issue of the commissioner will need to interview you. How many people will the commissioner interview?
Can I shock you? There's a stage where you have to involve the commissioner of police of the state. The last stage.
And you know how busy the commissioner of police
the
of the
last
state
stage.
is?
You see that the commissioner will come or he will deploy
Designate someone.
someone to come and that's the last stage before.
It is
to review
really
the process.
After that, you now have to go to the family court or the magistrate court to regularize it.
You see, there is this long wait, and then there's the legal part.
Yes.
And then, but 3 years, you're still on the queue. You're tired, and then you want to use another option, which is to go down south. And that's where you now have to buy. It's like higher purchase, and then you have to save up and all of that. And at the end of the day, you're palpitating that, look, I don't even know whether...
That is even crude. It's not something that ordinarily we should contemplate at all.
But these places exist.
How do you buy human beings? These are children.
These places exist, and just as you said, and that's why you find grown-up boys and girls in orphanages, because the process is so long,
They're not
so they
loving
grow
it.
up there.
Yeah. The earlier these kids can grow up in families, the better for them. You see, there is already the psychological problem of nobody wants me.
Right.
So the earlier you plant that kind of a kid in a family, the better for him or her.
So that
it doesn't become an adult and it's like, I was abandoned as a baby. And now I've grown up till this stage. Still nobody wants me.
Yes. And
It's
It's a problem.
Such a child may want to take it on society because it's abuse,
Some form of psychological abuse.
Yes.
Right. Chuka is up next after the break.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually worked.
I don't think
that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Christmas can truly be Christmas when we celebrate it by giving to those who need it the most. And this brings me to my advocacy today, the act of giving. A story was told of a young homeless boy loitering around a donut shop in one of those European cities in those years after World War II. Just as European nations were beginning to pick up the pieces of their lives, he was desperately hungry, but he had no money. And the smell of hot donut, irresistible. He buried his face in the curve of his joined palms and said a little prayer. A soldier walked in to get himself some donuts without even paying the slightest attention to the hungry boy. He got 2 packs anyway, and as he walked out of the shop, he handed one of the boxes to the young boy and turned to walk away. The boy grabbed him by the wrist and asked intently, "Are you Jesus?" The soldier shook his head, smiled, and said, "I guess you pray to Jesus. I am not Jesus, but there's a little Jesus in all of us, if we allow him to manifest." The summary of all faith is in the passage in Matthew 25, 34 to 46. Referring to the people who inherit eternal life, Jesus said, "Take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." We can stretch this further into the Jewish belief about giving, in which the highest form of giving is that which you give someone such that he does not need to depend on you for handouts forthwith. Put in another way, a gift that makes them start to fish on their own, as opposed to eating the fish you give them and looking up to you for the next. Have you given at that level before? Therefore, in this season, let us all give out of love and not as a show-off. Lift others up and resist the desire to be the only rich man in your circles. Remember, a community of 1 rich man and 6 poor people is a community of the poor. In a society like ours, where the rich give more to the rich, can you dare to be different and give your more to those who have nothing to give you back beyond their prayers and goodwill? If you survive 2020, that in itself is a gift. Many were not so lucky. So desire in your heart that in this season, you will give someone something, be it money, food, clothing, or even your time, your call, your smile and warmth, or your attention. For giving makes the world a better place to live. These monies you stash away in foreign land where it is helping Oyibo, while your people suffer. Bring some home. Fix 1 or 2 schools. Refurbish and equip some primary healthcare centers in your local government. Or endow a scholarship for the best student in a subject you love. Those empty properties scattered around Nigeria and abroad, where nobody lives in them, sell 1 or 2 and put in a foundation to fund some research in science and technology. To whom much is given, much is expected. Make impactful giving your new habit. You can start small. You can start this season. In fact, you can start today.
2 things jump at me from this advocacy. One is that if you survived 2020, that in itself is a gift. So very true. It's been a It's been a really challenging year.
Correct.
It's been an unusual year, and we have reacted and responded in unusual ways as well. At some point during the year, we didn't know who was next to die. I mean, just this morning, I remembered one of the broadcasters on one of the stations in Lagos, Dan Foster, and I just said to myself, my God, he's gone. So a lot of us can just begin to recount the many people who've gone away with 2020. So at this point, whether it's restricted Christmas celebration or a lockdown Christmas, we should just be happy. Then again, you said, there's a little Jesus in all of us.
Correct. If we allow him to manifest.
Little Jesus. It was a very beautiful story. I remember reading it and saying, you set a prayer, nobody hears your prayers, but you see a manifestation of your prayer. So the first manifestation for me is that I'm alive at the end of 2020. And so when I'm eating my chicken and my rice, it's not palliative rice, so I'm going to be sharing. I'm going to be sharing with someone, and I'm going to have a huge, big smile on my face that I survived it.
Correct.
Yes, and I want to say that looking at the scripture you quoted, that scripture was actually quoted twice in the Bible. There was a part where Jesus used it to set the standard for the last day, where he said, I was hungry, you did not feed me.
Yes.
Because this part you quoted was where he said, I was hungry, you fed me. I was thirsty, you gave me water.
There's the other side.
Yeah, the first time it was raised, because in theology, there's what they call the law of first mention. So when you are interpreting...
The law of first mention.
First mention. When you are interpreting scripture, you need to find the place where that particular issue was first mentioned, and then see how that links to the other part. So while you have stated one part of it, I want to talk about the second part. And that is where Jesus laid the standard for Judgment Day. That on the day of judgment, it's not going to be about righteousness. It's not going to be about how intelligent you were, or how much you preached, or how
you raised the dead,
or how you went to church every day.
Chika, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, don't forget that before the 10 Commandments were given, the most important thing was love your neighbor as yourself.
Yes.
Right. And all other things will follow.
It is the greatest commandment.
And the funny thing is, you read the commandment, and there's nothing more to say, depending on your level of intelligence. If God had stopped at love your neighbor as yourself, we should actually be able to make out the commandments by ourselves. I mean, why would you steal if you love your neighbor as yourself, or kill, or covet your neighbor's wife, and so on, and husband. And so I quite like this whole thing of, it's just about love and, the giving, the looking after others, look after yourself as well, looking after others, kindness. Those are the things that actually touch me more than most other, is those simple acts that deal with the major issue. That's the way we should, approach this thing. We shouldn't make it very complicated. We talk of the Constitution, we talk about the laws of the land, it starts getting very complicated. If we can just teach the average man to love his neighbor as himself, quite honestly, even lawyers will find their work easier.
We'll get to a point where we love ourselves.
Finally, it is time to draw the curtains on this week's episode of The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Enjoy yourself. Merry Christmas, Chuka.
To you all.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
Well, what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you don't talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth. brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the moment of truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted word of God, which is able to save your soul. I want you to please lend me your ears. God brought you here for a major surgery. A major surgery. With the scalpel of the word in the hands of the Lord himself. Every other life or year you have lived, I beg your pardon, we pale in significance compared to the year you are entering into. I'm not sure you heard me. I want you to put together the sum total of everything God has done for you hitherto. Those things that give you joy. Everything put together will pale in significance compared to what God is about to do for you. Almost every year since this ministry began, we have given our seed faith during the watch night service. This has become more or less an annual routine or ritual for so many people, without a clear understanding of why we do what we do. But as we step into 2021, our year, I'm dressed for the year. Just in case you don't know, everything about me this year is deliberate. I'm a prince of God. I'm not going to live below standard. Do you understand me? Hey, just check me out. I'm not talking about clothes. I told you I was in a vision and God gave me a garment that I had never seen and I could not afford. And some people came to attack me, but they couldn't. Do you understand this? I want you to dress up in your spirit for the year 2021, because everything God has done hitherto will pale in significance compared to what is about to do for you. In the mighty name of Jesus. Because it's our year of complete, of full, complete, and total restoration, we cannot afford to operate below the superior wisdom of Christ. Our understanding must be open to pick the vibrations of the Spirit, and we must respond to God appropriately, moment by moment. In 2021, without fail, you are going to be the right person, in the right place, at the right time, doing the right things, and getting the right results. Now, that's not nursery rhyme. The Holy Spirit is putting that in my mouth for you, that in 2021, you are going to be the right person, in the right place, at the right time, for the right reasons, and you will get the right results. When it begins to happen, you remember tonight. Consequently, I consider it very appropriate to teach on this subject. You can shape your life and your year with your seed. You can shape your life and your year with your seed. The counterpart of this message is titled The Power of a Yearly Sacrifice. I am super confident that the principles we glean from both messages and others that will come in the course of the New Year gathering will prepare us for every form of recession, personal, national, regional, continental, or global, in the mighty name of Jesus. Now, you have been hearing them by the hearing of the ears. They are going to happen, but they are not going to affect you. You will laugh at famine. In the time of famine, you will be satisfied. That is the word of God, and we stand upon it, receive it, and say, that's my portion. I will laugh at famine, and in the time of famine, I will rejoice. It is my heartfelt prayer that the choice blessings of 2021, our year of full, complete, and total restoration, will not elude any of us in the mighty name of Jesus. Are you ready? Please turn your Bible with me to Genesis chapter 8, and I'll read from verse 20 to 22. Don't be too familiar either with the preacher or the word, and don't have an attitude of what else can come out of this text of scripture. I've been in the presence of God for days now, and I know the difference between what I knew and what he has taught me. Genesis 8, 20 to 22, he reads, and I quote, Then Noah built an altar to the Lord and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird and offered burnt offerings on the altar. What kind of offering did he give? Okay, but what kind of animal did he use? Clean. God cannot be bribed. You can't kill, maim, steal, and say you're bringing an offering. No, the sacrifice of a sinner is an abomination unto the Lord. What you give to him must be clean and must be seed that you obtain through righteous means. And the Lord smelled a soothing aroma. Then the Lord said in his heart, I will never again cause the ground for man's sake, although the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Nor will I again destroy every living thing as have done. Ready? Read with me. While the earth remains, seed, time, and harvest, cold and heat, water and summer, and day and night shall not cease. How many of you have read this scripture? Or you've had it read to you, and you've had messages preached on it before? You're about to hear a new thing. Now it will spring forth. And I want your spirit open so that you can latch onto them in the name of Jesus Christ. There are 4 or 5 words I need to explain in order to deepen your understanding of them. 4 or 5 words in this passage. They are the words, the earth. Say the earth. Where is that? Where you're seated tonight is part of the earth. Say with me, the earth. Then seed. Somebody say seed. And what other word? Time. Oh, I want you to respond properly. You are getting yourself ready for an avalanche, the kind of blessing that no room can contain. Say with me, the earth, seed, time, and harvest. On this planet Earth, the bridge between seed and harvest is time. Is that correct? Can you follow that? While the earth remains, seed, time, and harvest shall never cease. On planet Earth, the bridge between seed and harvest is what? Time. Apostle Paul wrote to his beloved son Timothy that grace, the purpose, God's purpose and grace were given to us before time began. 2 Timothy chapter 1. Say to your neighbor, once upon a time, I can't hear you. Once upon a time, there was no time. Paul wrote, therefore do not be ashamed of the testimony of our Lord, nor of me his prisoner, but share with me in the sufferings for the gospel, according to the power of God, who has saved us. Hello. He has done what? Who has saved us and called us with a holy calling, not according to our works, because you can never measure the standard. You can't meet the standard. Not according to our works, but according to his own purpose and grace, which was given to us in Christ Jesus when? Before time began. Hello? When was God's purpose and grace given to us? I can't hear you. So these things were given to us before time began. Say to your friend or to your neighbor, everything God has given me before time began cannot be frustrated in time by any force below God. Beloved, time as we know it now did not begin on the planet Earth until the fourth day of creation. I want you to please listen attentively, because what you are looking for is not lost. You have over-labored. But in 2021, you are going to reap where you do not bestow labor. Workaholics, you are going to enter into his rest. What others are looking for will be looking for you. Right where you are in your home, they will look for you. Do you realize that Joseph did not contest an election? That Joseph did not even know he would be called upon the day he was called upon. He was in prison. How do you catapult a man from prison into becoming prime minister? If you think that's impossible, ask OBJ. He was not there when PDP was being formed. He did not contribute a quota to it. He was in prison. But they brought him out to become their candidate, and for the next 8 years, he was president. Can I hear amen? God is going to take you from obscurity, is bringing you into prominence. I'm telling you the shape of 2021. Those who do not know you are about to know you. In the name of Jesus. Now, listen to this. Time, as we know it today, began when? On the fourth day of creation. But before the fourth day of creation, God separated the waters above from the waters beneath on the second day. And on the third day, he created what you now call the earth. Please pay attention. If time was created on the fourth day, and the earth was created on the third day, then the earth came into existence before time. I'm not sure you're getting this. And if you don't get it, we can move. Okay, let's look in the Bible. Genesis chapter 1, verse 14 to 19. Genesis 1, 14 to 19. Then God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light on the earth. And it was so. Then God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light on the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. So the evening and the morning were what? Okay, give me verse 14 again to let you see that that was the fourth day. Verse 14. Then God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for what? For signs, and for what? For seasons, and for what? For days, and for what? And for years. Those great lights were put there so that you can calculate your days, your months, your years. So there was no time until the fourth day. All right, let's go on. To simplify this message, I have, by God's grace, put together 8 very important points to make it simple so I can run with it. Because if you get it, then all this excessive labor will come to an end. You will stop walking like an elephant and eating like an ant. God created everything that man needed before he brought him out. He planted a garden, he puts him in the garden that he planted, and he had already put all the food he will ever eat, including a river in the garden. He was not walking so that he could eat. We got it all upside down. We got it all wrong. I know the Bible says if you shall not walk, you shall not eat. I know that's in scripture, but just be patient with me. That was not the condition of Adam in the garden. Before we go on, I want you to ask the Holy Spirit to help you break your fallow ground and to circumcise your heart so that tonight you will not sow in the midst of thorns. This is a very crucial prayer, very important. That's why we don't say, okay, give your seed faith. No. Let's teach, let's understand what we are doing and why we are doing it. Give me Jeremiah chapter 4, verses 3 and 4. Jeremiah 4, 3 and 4. For thus says the Lord to the men of Judah and Jerusalem, do what? Break up your fallow ground and do not sow among thorns. Circumcise yourself to the Lord and take away the foreskins of your heart. You men of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem, let my fury come forth like fire and burn so that no one can quench it because of the evil of your doings. Stand to your feet and say, Lord, by the Holy Spirit, help me to circumcise my heart today. I do not want to sow among tongues any longer. I do not want tongues to choke my seed. I'm not going to sow among tongues, and not to do that. My ground, my fallow ground needs to be broken. I must break my fallow ground. My heart must be circumcised so that I'm sensitive to the Holy Spirit. I will obey you in whatever direction you give me. With the resources you put in my hand, I will know where to put it, how to put it, when to put it. I'm not going to run ahead of you. I'm not going to lag behind. No one is going to manipulate me to do anything. Everything this year will be by the Holy Spirit, even my giving in the name of Jesus. Circumcise my heart, O Lord, and help to break my fallow ground. Give me Hosea chapter 10, verse 12 to 13. Hosea 10, 12 to 13. Sow for yourself what? Righteousness. And how would you reap? Reap in mercy. Break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord till he comes and rains righteousness on you. You have plowed wickedness. You have reaped iniquity. You have eaten the fruit of lies because you trusted in your own way in the multitude of your mighty men. Look, hey, I don't care who your mighty men are, but it can't work in 2021. I want you to ask God, help me to follow your spirit. Help me. I'm not going to wait for expert opinion. As many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. Yes, expert opinion may be good and wonderful, but no one can beat the Holy Spirit is the best teacher. Lord, I'm going to sow in righteousness in 2021, and I'm going to reap in mercy. I thank you that every fallow ground is broken, and my heart is circumcised to be sensitive to the Holy Spirit in Jesus' mighty name. What does it mean to sow among thorns? Jesus spelled it out, what it means. And that's why you sow and sow and sow, and nothing is happening, because you are sowing among thorns. Mark chapter 4, verses 18 and 19. Now these are the ones sown among thorns. They are the ones who hear the word, and the cares of this word, the deceitfulness of riches, and the desires for other things entering in, choke the word, and it becomes unfruitful. How many good word have you received that is not producing for you? The cares of this word, the deceitfulness of riches, and the cares for other things landed you in putting your seed in the midst of thorns. In 2021, no seed will be sowed in the midst of any thorn, not by me, in the name of Jesus. The cares of this word, the deceitfulness of riches, will not choke the word of God in my life, in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, in Jesus' name. Now be seated. Let us unlock the treasures of the earth, seed, time, and harvest equation. Number one, do you buy it from me? Do you receive it? That time was created on the fourth day of creation, and that the earth was created on the third day, which simply means the earth came before time. That's why you find it written in Genesis 8:22. For as long as the earth remains, it comes before seed is mentioned and time is mentioned. It's an order. God was setting order for you to see that for as long as the earth remains, seed, time, harvest shall never cease. Now let's follow scripture. Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 to 10. What is the earth? What is the earth? For as long as the earth remains, what is the earth? Genesis 1, 9 to 10. Then God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. What did God command to appear? Let the dry land appear. And God called the dry land what? Earth. And the gathering together of the waters he called what? Seas. And God saw that it was good. Are you with me? Okay. So the dry land that appeared when God commanded the waters under the heavens to be gathered into one place is called the earth. So the earth was a dry ground. Can I hear amen? Amen. Are you listening to me? The earth was what? A dry ground. A dry ground that appeared when waters were gathered together into one place called the seas. The dry ground that appeared, God called the earth. Number two. At this time, there was no rain on the earth, but by the word of the Lord, the dry ground called the earth brought forth grass, the herb that yields seed, and the fruit that yields fruit, the fruit tree that yields seed, according to his kind, whose seed is in itself on earth. Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 4 to 6. Genesis 2, 4-6. This is the history. If you read it in KJV, you will say this is the genealogy. This is the history of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Before any plant of the field was in the earth, before any herb of the field had grown. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But the mist went off from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Come back with me to this point number 3. It's critical. From what I've read so far, we can safely conclude that before time began, there was the earth. And before time began, there was seed. How did we get that? Genesis chapter 1. Then God said, let the earth, that is dry ground, bring forth grass, the herb that yields seed, and the fruit tree that yields fruit according to its kind, whose seed is in itself on the earth, and it was so. Go on further. And the earth brought forth grass, the herb that yields seed according to its kind, and the tree that yields fruit, whose seed is in itself according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. So the evening and the morning were the third day. So on the third day, what came first? The dry ground that was called the earth. And then God commanded the dry ground to produce seed. Now, on the third day, there was first the earth, and then seed, and on the fourth day, time. What do you think happened to the earth when it was producing seed? There was no time in operation. People of God, the reason the earth and the seed came before time is so that you can use your seed to change your season, your years, your days on the earth. I know when you get something and when you are saying, what is he saying? Let me go over it again. On the fourth day of creation, what was created? Time. On the third day of creation, what was created? The earth and seed. What did God command to produce seed? Dry ground called the earth. There was no rain, there was no earth. God spoke to dry ground, produce. And it did. After man was created, give me Genesis 1:26-31. I'm going to repeat this until you get it. After man was created, God gave him dominion, not so? Then God said, let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. God gave him dominion over everything. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them. Did he bless the man alone? Did he bless the woman also? God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, subdue it, have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. And God said what? Kai. What can you see tonight? God said what? See, I have given you every herb that yields seed, which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree whose fruit yields seed, to you it shall be for food. After God gave dominion to man, what next did he give to him? Seed. The way you use your seed will determine how you exercise your dominion. It's very simple. The way you use the seed in your hand will determine what kind of dominion, what level of dominion do you exercise. God gave him seed. Remember, time came on the fourth day.
Dry ground appeared, and God commanded the dry ground to produce seed. Then he created man and gave him dominion. And after giving him dominion, he said, see, I've given you seed. What can you see? The power of a seed is not in its size. The power of a seed is in what it produces. I want you to know that it is the seed that is sowed that is multiplied. The Bible says God will multiply the seed you have sown and increase the fruit of your righteousness. You will have sufficiency in all things, that no matter what happens on the face of the earth, you will abound unto every good work. Let me break this down in a way that will be very, very simple. Here's a critical point in my submission to you so far. By the word of the Lord, the dry ground produced seed. Not because there was fertilizer, not because there was rain on the earth, just by the word of the Lord, God said, let the earth produce. It was dry ground, but it produced. And it produced what? Seed. And God did what with the seed? He gave it to man. See, I've given you seed. Everything you want to accomplish is in the seed. How you treat your seed will determine how much dominion you exercise on the face of the earth. I'm not doing fundraising. I hope you know that. Because I'm not saying, oh, go bring 1,000 seed or 10,000. No. I want you to get this, that it was the dry ground that produced the seed. There was no rain, there was no fertilizer, and there was no man to till the ground. But by the word of the Lord, the dry ground produced. What am I trying to say to you? The moment you come into alignment with God's word, you can compare your dry ground to produce. It doesn't matter the economy of the world. When you come into alignment with the word of God and you obey God's word, it doesn't matter how dry your ground is, you can speak to that ground and it will produce. Say to your neighbor, by your obedience to the word of God, you can compare your dry ground to produce. Give me Genesis 26. I'm already in point number 5. I want to finish this. The moment you understand it, your dry ground will no longer irritate you. All it's been waiting for is for you to take position and compel it to produce. There was a famine in the land besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. Then the Lord appeared to him and said, do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land of which I shall tell you. Dwell in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. For to you and your descendants, I give all this land, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. And I will make your descendants multiply as the stars of heaven. I will give to your descendants all this land, and in your... I can't hear you. What is God going to give to this man to change the nations of the earth? I can't hear you. It's still the seed principle. In your seed, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because Abraham obeyed my voice, kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Verse number 6, so Isaac dwelt in Gerar. Where was he running to at this time? Egypt. What did God say to him? Don't go to Egypt. Dwell in the land that I will show you and sojourn in that land. Are you with me? Yes, what was the condition of the economy at this time? There was a famine. So the ground was dry. It was a dry ground. Okay? All right. People of God, from now on, except you are led to relocate, don't. I'll repeat that. Except you are led to relocate, don't. You will suffocate. I'm not against those who travel abroad. I have. But every time that happens is by the leading of the Holy Spirit. And therefore, in those nations, I lacked nothing. The land responded to me. In Psalm 121, David said something there. Psalm 121, verses 1 and 2. You're going to read it with me. Ready, read. I will lift up my ears to the hills. From whence comes my help? My help's come from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Now, what is David saying here? He was asking a question. Do you expect me to look unto the hills? I'm not that dumb. My help does not come from hills. My help comes from God, who created the heavens and the earth. How am I sure that it's not talking about hills? Jeremiah 3:23. Jeremiah 3:23. Truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains. You can put certificates there and qualifications. Truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains. Truly in the Lord our God is the salvation of Israel. Tell your neighbor, help does not come from abroad. Help comes from above. The longest time I lived or stayed outside of Nigeria in my entire life, the longest time was 3 months in 1980. That was the longest time I stayed abroad. 3 months. July 4 to September 20-something. After that, even when my family lived abroad, I was here every month and I was there every month. For all the years they lived. Because my root is in this ground. It must produce for me. And because I've learned the principle here, it does not matter where I go. Even if it's a dry ground, it's going to produce. Your dry ground is going to produce for you. Now, don't misunderstand me. If you are led by God to go, you'll be okay there. And when you return, abundance will be waiting for you. 2 Kings chapter 8. I'm taking it bit by bit, and we'll get to the gusher very soon. Then Elisha spoke to the woman whose son he had restored to life, saying, arise and go, you and your household, and stay wherever you can. For the Lord has called for what? A famine, and furthermore, it will come upon the land for 7 years. Do I need to read all of this again? You know that story very well. If you read verse 6, when the woman returned after 7 years, my Lord, O king, this is the woman, and this is her son whom Elisha restored to life. And when the king asked the woman, she told him. So the king appointed a certain officer for her, saying, what? This is what you're about to experience in 2021. What did the king say? Restore all that was hers and all the produce of the field from the day that she left the land until now. She got 7 years proceeds in 1 day. That is the nature of the year 2021. All the labor that you have been laboring, that you try, you get little here, everything is going to come together and is going to shock you. There will be a deluge of harvest in the mighty name of Jesus. Your field is going to produce for you. That will be your portion. To some, they will say the woman was lucky. No, she wasn't. I don't believe in luck. She wasn't. She used as seed to get what she got later. Remember, she said, I perceive this is a holy man of God that passed by us daily. And encourage the husband, let's make a little prophet's chamber for him. Let's put a bed, a table, and a candle lamp there so that every time he passes by us, he can stay there. And Elisha was persuaded to stay. Every time the woman would take care of them. And one day Elisha said, no, we are not that dependent upon people. There's something we can also give. He said to Gehazi, call it the woman. He said, yes. Shall I mention your name to the king? I'm sure you can connect what happened later with that. Shall I mention your name to the king or to the captain of the guard? He said, I live amongst my people. And Gehazi said, he has no child. I said, oh, okay. By this time next year, you have a child. Her husband was already old. And the great woman of Shunem said, don't deceive me, man of God. I'm not doing this for what I can get. But she conceived. She brought forth a child. And one afternoon, the child died. What did she do with the child? She carried the child. Where did she place the child? The bed that she had provided. When your seed leaves your hand, it does not leave your future. It's going to create a future for you. You know, it placed the child on that bed and then went to the prophet. By the time the prophet returned, the child was restored to life. And so there's going to be a famine. Leave. Now, when that woman left, did Elisha leave? Did Gehazi leave? How were they sustained? Let's go back to Jerah quickly. From the story in Genesis 26, there was famine, which means the ground was dry. And Isaac wanted to go where? Egypt. We always look for greener pasture. And sometimes we're not led by the Holy Spirit. We just say, it will be better abroad. You need to go and see how they live. Some of them that were not sent, that just went on their own, you need to see how they live from hand to mouth. You think, anyway, let me leave that alone. You will prosper in this land. And those in the diaspora are listening to me, the Lord will have mercy upon you. You also will prosper. In that year of famine, in Genesis 26, verse 12, the Bible says Isaac sowed. Does that make sense? To sow in the time of famine. Give me verse 12. Then Isaac sowed in that land and reaped when? I cannot hear you. What kind of seed is this? And what kind of ground is this? There was famine, and Isaac sowed in that year, and he reaped what? 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. Go on. The man began to prosper and continued prospering until he became very prosperous. For he had possession of flocks and possession of herds and a great number of servants. So the Philistines envied him. Can I ask you critical questions and you give me answers? What did he sow? He sowed servants. He sowed flock. What did he sow? Let's read Genesis 26:12 again. Maybe you will get it. Then Isaac sowed in that land. What did he sow? And reaped in the same year of famine 100-fold. And the Lord blessed him. You know, you have brought your seed today. Some of you are bringing dollars, and it has to be dollar that I will sow this year. It's an important year. I want to sow dollar. And some of you will bring your fat checks. I want to sow. What did he sow? Let us see. If every seed produces after its kind, what did he sow? Let's read. The man began to give that to me in KJV. This began to prosper and continue prospering. It's very weak. Give it to me in KJV. And the man waxed great and went forward and grew until he became Very great. Do you understand me? In 1 year, this is that year for you. I said 2021 is that year for you. You are going to wax great. You are going to become strong. You are no longer going to negotiate from the position of weakness. You come to the table from the position of strength. For he had possession of flocks, possession of herds, and great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. What did he sow? Obedience. He obeyed God. That was all. If your seed is not contingent upon obedience, you just put it in the midst of thorns. But you see, many people will see verse number 12 and they will sow. But something happened before verse 12. It said, in the same year, what happened before? Go back in time. Genesis 26, verse 6. Genesis 26, verse 6. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. Go on. And the men of the place asked him of his wife. And he said, she's my sister. Who did this before? His father. For he feared to say, she's my wife. Lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. Every one of them in their family were just marrying beautiful people. And it came to pass when he had been there a long time that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah, his wife. They were neck to neck. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, behold, and how do you say she's my sister? Quite obviously, she's your wife, so how could you say she's my sister? Isaac said to him, because I said, lest I die on account of her. And Abimelech said, what is this you have done to us? One of the people, my son, have lain with your wife, and you will have brought guilt on us. So Abimelech charged all his people, saying, he who touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. So what came before he sowed in the land is that his relationship came into alignment. His private life and public life were brought into alignment with what God has ordained. Do you understand this? Many of us will have challenges and struggle here because we are struggling with our private life and our public life. Abraham had that challenge. Abraham did it in Egypt. He did it in Gerar, where Isaac was born. His son is now doing it, and many of you still do it today. If a brother wants to ask about your wife, what does he say? Hi, sister. And he says, oh, she's at home. She's your wife, no longer your sister. I want you to rise to your feet and say, Lord, grant me grace to bring my private life and public life into alignment. I will not be something else in private and another thing in public. My life must come into alignment so that what I'm in private is what I'm in public. Grant me grace. I need grace in this area, oh Lord, so that I will not put my seed in the midst of thorns. I thank you, my Father and my God, that in 2021, everything about my life is coming into alignment. My private life, my public life, everything will come into alignment. There will be nothing hidden from you in the name of Jesus Christ. I thank you, Father, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. When you read, and he sowed in the same year, it was the year that his relationship had become accurate. What kind of relationship would you have with your spouse, with those who walk around you? Your relationship, marital and otherwise, must come into alignment. It must be accurate. And then you sow your seed, and there are no thorns to choke them. Please be seated. One more point. Why is Gerar this difficult? Why is Gerar a hostile ground to a people of faith? Because when you read beyond verse 12 and 13, so the Philistines envied him and trouble broke out. They began to block his wells. There were serious challenges. We are going to look at the subject called restoration and the Jera factor. If you don't know how to navigate these things, you will just see that God forbid that 2021 will be worse than 2020 for you. Because there's going to be a lot of massive recession, regional, national, global. But this is the finest moment for the Church of the Living God. This is the finest moment. Lord Jesus, help me. This is the finest moment of your life because everything God has done for you either to will pale in significance compared to what He would do in this 1 year. Do you know it was just 1 year and He prospered in that 1 year and grew, waxed strong, became very great. Philistines, just 1 year. Now that means everything He inherited from Abraham paled in significance to what God did that year. Whereas his father had given him all. He was not a poor guy. But that 1 year made a difference in his life. This 2021 will make a difference in yours. Amen. Your struggles will come to an end. Amen. Why is Jera this difficult? The word Jera means pilgrimage, combat, and dispute. Pilgrimage, combat, and dispute. Listen, this word, the economy of this word is demon-driven. There will be combat. The strong man is keeping his goods, except you know how to bind him. You can't do exploits. You just don't understand how these things are. If you don't understand spiritual warfare and your finances, everything you have could be blown away in a moment. And yet, some will prosper exceedingly while you are languishing. That will not be your portion. Jera means pilgrimage, it means combat, and it means what? Dispute. As pilgrims on the earth, we are faced with different battles, we are faced with different conflicts, different combat, but being accurate in our relationships, marital and otherwise, will help us overcome them all. Somebody say accuracy. Accuracy. You must just become accurate. You must become accurate. Or everything could pass you by in 2021. It's enlightened self-interest to become accurate. Give me 1 Peter chapter 2. Verse 9. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, His own special people, that you may proclaim the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His marvelous light. Once were not a people, but are now the people of God, who had not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy. Beloved, I beg you as what? Sojourners and what? There's a lifestyle, there's a way a pilgrim will act, will live, and will carry out his own affairs. I beg you as sojourners and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly laws which war against the soul. The moment that war begins within you, you are a house divided against yourself. You sow in the midst of thorns. Having your conduct honorable among the Gentiles, that when they speak against you as evildoers, they may by your good works, which they observe, glorify God in the day of visitation. How do you then live? Therefore submit yourselves to every ordinance of man, for the Lord's sake. We are not going to violate the COVID rules. Whether to the king as supreme, or to governors as to those who are sent by him, for the punishment of evildoers and for the praise of those who do good. For this is the will of God, that by doing good you may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men. As free, yet not using liberty as a cloak for vice, but as bond servants of God. Honor. This is code of conduct. Honor all people. Love the brotherhood. Fear God. Honor the king.
What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. Till we meet again next week, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Good morning to you, and thank you for joining us on The Breakfast this very, very beautiful morning. It's a little wet around Lagos unexpectedly, and of course, it's one of those days where you wake up in the morning and you can't wait to talk about stories making the headlines. Good morning, Anita.
Indeed. Good morning, Osarage Ogbonwa. I do enjoy calling your name. Yes, a beautiful day today, and we have a lineup for you of stories making the headlines, stories from sexual abuse to a big issue in the United States right now to the second wave of COVID-19 lockdown. So many deep and interesting issues with a lineup of well-informed guests to help us dissect these matters.
Absolutely. I can't wait to talk about the United States Capitol building that, was invaded yesterday, a couple of hours ago, actually. And there's numerous reactions to this. There's numerous angles that you can look at this whole, mess from. Some people have described it as embarrassing. Some of them, have said, well, that's what you get when you have a person who continues to, to speak and to use wrong language and to basically, energize, the bad part of society with words and with actions and with, body language. It's one of the things I've always spoken about on the show, the government's body language. I'm bringing it here to Nigeria. You basically give certain, people the authority, and you give them the rights to break certain laws, by your body language. It doesn't necessarily even have to be by the things that you say, but when you don't act, when you don't condemn, when you don't, take action when you should, it gives more and more of those elements in society, the authority basically to take certain, actions. And that's what we saw in the United States yesterday. Donald Trump, from what I've read and from what I've seen, his actions maybe gave some of these people the authority and gave them the rights to do what they've done. It's a disgrace to the U.S. Capitol building.
It's very surprising to note that after the elections were done and dusted, President Trump refused to believe the outcome. I mean, votes have been recounted several times, time and time again in several states, but he still insists he's won, citing electoral fraud without evidence. And we see just how much that has stirred his supporters to invade the U.S. Capitol Hall for the first time since 1812. That's just appalling.
It's also, I mean, aside the election, maybe the election was just the last straw. It was just, the last ride that they took. But, it's really about where he has been in the last 4 years and the narrative that he has continued to spew, in the last 4 years. He's continued to energize certain elements of society who, some people will describe them as, I'm trying to be careful with my language, but, he's continued to encourage those people for the last 4 years by his words and by his actions. And so this is just a fallout of all of that. And, people would also say, when the Black Lives Matter protests happened, you would see a totally different reaction from the police from what we are seeing or what we saw in the last couple of hours. I don't remember any time that the Capitol building was invaded or it got to that level where it disrespected the American democracy so much that people took seats inside the Capitol building, people took items from the Capitol building, people basically disgraced the whole of what America stands for. In a few hours.
I mean, I can't just imagine what was going through the minds of politicians in this part of the world, saying that they were like, no matter how bad it was in Nigeria, we've not gotten to this level.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's all wait to dissect that with our analysts coming in just in a few hours. Stick with us on The Breakfast. We'll be starting off first with our newspaper review, and that's with public affairs analyst Ezekiel Iya-Etok.
That comes up in a bit. Stay with us. Good morning once again.
can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
And welcome back to The Breakfast once again. We are kicking off straight into business of the day with, of course, our newspaper review. We call it Off the Press. And we're going to be starting with stories on the Nigerian Tribune this morning. If you have a copy, or you can quickly look at our screens that will be flashing on your screen very soon. And, of course, we've once again invited Ezekiel Nyayatok to share his thoughts on these major stories across the country this morning. Good morning once again, sir.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be on Plus TV Africa.
All right. So let's get straight into it. The Tribune this morning, of course, the big one across the world is Trump supporters defile U.S. democracy, overrun Congress. Of course, a clash with security men disrupt Congress certification of Biden's victory. A woman was shot in the chest. Also, reports say, maybe 3 or 4 people have been killed in, the violence from yesterday. Also, Finance Act 2020 exempts minimum wage earners from taxes. 2023 presidency, APC chieftains back Osoba on power rotation. Says zoning is a moral burden on ruling party. Osoba and others were deceived, Afenifere is saying. Also on the Tribune this morning, FCMB appoints Yemi Edun as acting managing director. COVID-19 infection rates soaring across the nation, and that is from the NCDC. And the Niger State governor says, I won't negotiate with criminals. 1 or 2 others, NIN, Nigerians to pay 25,000 naira for correction of date of birth and card replacement. And Cocoa House elevator crashes, kills 1, injures 3 others. 1 or 2 others I'll quickly share. Edo Court nullifies Ize-Iyamu's deputy's candidacy. And also electricity groups, MAN and OPC, kick against tariff adjustment. These are the big ones that we can find this morning on the Nigerian Tribune. Ezekiel, I think we may want to start from the United States this morning. Numerous angles to this story.
Yes. If you will permit me, I'll pass that for another paper because, it's in all the papers. But there are some very instructive stories I won't want to miss on the Tribune. One of them is 2023 and Oshoba. And I think that the story that what's going on in America is something that should wake us up. If it doesn't, then it will be so sad. The question is, who do you send to the White House? Who do you send to the hilltop? Who do you send to the villa? Who? And the time has come when we must explore our leadership recruitment profiling. I want to ask a question. If we understand what a country is, and that a country is more important than the biggest blue chip in the world, is more important than ExxonMobil, is more important than any other institution in this country, I want to ask, if ExxonMobil, for instance, wanted to recruit a CEO, and a man like Oshoba, with all due respect, was on the list. Another person was Professor Kingsley Moghalu on the list. Another person was the former Anambra State Governor, Peter Obi, was on the list. I want to ask Nigerians, just to limit to these three, or Madam Obi Ezekwesili, or even Madam Okonjo-Iweala, that is being, the toast of the globe. If these 4 or 5 people were on the list and they were to be interviewed for the top job of the CEO of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who amongst them will stand a chance? Who amongst all these names that we are touting will stand a chance? The time has come when we have to ask ourselves that we should take this country serious. Look at what's going on in America. The man you send to our hilltop mansion or to our villa is the man that is going to decide very many things. And when politicians start to bring one of their own, with all due respect, we Nigerians have a moral burden. We are the voters. We are the owners of the system. The politicians are people that we send. The time has come when we must set a clear template on who should be the next, who we should recruit as the next CEO of Nigeria. Let's stop seeing Nigeria as a political entity. Let's start seeing Nigeria as a management platform that is managing our common patrimony. So as the politicians start to throw their names, we, the professionals, have to also come and start setting the bar. Let the politicians act based on the bars that we have set. And I want to tell you that for 2023, we have decided, we the professionals, I've been able to join Fixed Politics Nigeria at the highest possible level. And I'm also in Nigeria National Consultative Front at the highest possible. And there are so many other groups. We are coming together, and politicians will no longer decide the criteria because they are the players. You can't be the player and then you set the rules. No, we, the office of the citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we are going to set the criteria for our next CEO come 2023. Politicians can play their game. Oh no, I don't believe this. Politicians can play their game, but we are definitely going to have our way, and they will play by our rules and not by their rules.
All right.
Now,
go ahead,
so
please.
That was very...
I think we can take one more before we move on.
Yes. The second one I want to take on this tribune has to do with NIN and paying 25,000. I'm still yet to understand what that means. If you lose your card, you need to pay 25,000 naira to replace that card. Now that sounds horrendous, or to correct your name if you have a date of birth, mistake. I don't even know how you'll have a mistake on your date of birth, except people, particularly maybe civil servants, who may be having 2-3 different dates of birth because of them just keep changing those so that they won't leave office. So maybe for those people, but for the rest of us, I don't really know how I forget that November 1, 1963 is my birthday and I need to change it. It doesn't apply. But that said, for you to tell me that I need to pay 25,000 naira, either as a deterrent, I don't understand, because all the people in the villages we want to capture, because NIN is not an elitist thing, it's a Nigeria thing. So please let us interrogate these policies very well before we go on them. The issue of strike and the rest electricity tariff, I think we can take them from other papers.
All right, brilliant.
Okay, so let's go to the Nation newspaper now. The top story here says, Governor, bandits in North recruited from Mali, Sudan. They're saying they're hired through social media. We've seen this occur in other parts of the world with regards to other terrorist organizations. And now it seems it's caught on here in Africa with bandits being touted to be recruited from social media from Mali and Sudan in North Nigeria. Here says, another court contradicts judgment on Ize Iyamu. It's shocking how the Edo politics is still in the news long after the elections. COVID-19 second wave killing people. How COVID-19 second wave is killing people, that's by the CMD of Luth. This one says tariff hike timing is wrong, and that's by Man. And this other story says Sultan's GNI attacks Kuka, and Bishop lashes President Buhari's government again. And still a story on the U.S. Capitol Hill invasion, Pence Pelosi evacuated as pro-Trump protesters sack U.S. Congress in session. Mr. Iyatok, which one of these stories would you like to highlight from security to COVID-19?
I would like to take the headline, which is very instructive, and I want to take it from a completely different perspective. I stay here in Akwa Ibom, and I want to tell you that all the cows that are in Akwa Ibom, they don't belong to the Malams that carry them. They belong to Akwa Ibomites. I've been very, very, instructively informed on that. What am I trying to say? When we see the cows, we think of Malams have come again, but they actually belong to us. Now, we need to interrogate the business of banditry and the complicity of Nigerians. If these people are recruited, if they are hired, the question is by who? And number two, are the security agencies unaware of this? You see, banditry or terrorism or, all sorts of, it has all sorts of names that are just coming from one side. Whether we call it, terrorism, Boko Haram, banditry, and, we have all sorts of funky and sexy names for them. The issue is, who are those behind? It's an enterprise. And when we start to make cheap money and the government does not come hard on it, it becomes very difficult to stop. Imagine that you can just recruit people. There was a story that this video in the social media of a man that he hired Tracker. Not Tracker. What disbands trackers? So if you put that, it disables trackers in a car. He bought it and gave people, and they used it to steal cars for him. And cars that he was selling for 3 million, he bought them for 600,000. What am I saying? He's able to recruit people and give them this to make cheap money. The question is, to what extent have we really sat down? The federal government needs to come hard on these things that we are toying with. Number one, because of kidnapping and all those things, our children are no longer going to school in the north. Have our northern brethren really sat down to understand the implication of this on the long run in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? Parents, out of the love for their children, can't stand the risk of sending their children to school. Children, even if the parents say, look, education is so important, they are so traumatized, they are so afraid that they can't even think of wanting to go to school. Have we realized what this is doing to the foundation of this nation in the next 5, 10, 20 years? Are our leaders really thinking? The time has come when we that call ourselves professionals and we think we know what thinking is all about have to step into the political arena and seize this arena. Because the people that are there, a lot of them are entrepreneurs. They are political entrepreneurs. They really don't understand the essence of government and governance. I can never quote this enough. As a matter of fact, some people have started calling me chapter 2, Chapter 2, right. Section 14, subsection 2B says that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. So we need to step in, because all this banditry thing is business, it's an enterprise and must be stopped.
Quickly also share on the NASIMA Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, speaking on the hike in tariff, electricity tariff. What are your quick thoughts on that one before we move on to the next paper?
It's something that I find a little disturbing. Timing is everything in policy formulation and a buy-in of the people. The best policy that doesn't have the buy-in of the people is bound to fail. But the worst policy that has the buy-in of the people stands a better chance of succeeding. We have two different contradicting opposites that we need to manage very well. Number one is that you can't do business at a loss. It doesn't make sense. If you produce something for 10 naira, you can't sell it for 8 except somebody is subsidizing, and we don't have the money to subsidize. So there must be cost-reflective tariff. At the same time, we are at a situation where we want to encourage production. So the federal government has to sit down and decide where the resources should go. In the interim, with time you can adjust. So I agree with Man that bringing all these increases in tariffs, they just make a bad situation worse. At the same time, I know that the DISCOs, the GENCOs cannot give us power except it is cost reflective. So the question is, what are we subsidizing? Are we subsidizing inefficiency? Are we subsidizing corruption? Why don't we really sit down and look at this and take hard decisions? Mr. President really needs to bring, thinkers to go through the processes and give him the line of best fit in the circumstance.
All right. Let's now move to the Daily Sun newspapers. The big one you can find over there, of course, is talking once again on the labor preparedness for strike over electricity tariff hike. I think you already spoke on that. Igbo would resist any attempt to destroy Ohaneze, and that is from Hakim. And then this one is pretty confusing, and for many people who say shocking. It says the federal government to borrow unclaimed dividends and dormant account balances. Releases 11.818 billion for payment of MDA retirees. And also another UNILAG professor, deputy governor's brother, dies of COVID. Avoid another lockdown, Sanwo-Olu warns Lagosians. And we also find here China blocks WHO team from entering country to study coronavirus origin. Help us understand the idea of the federal government borrowing unclaimed dividends and dormant account balances. What is that likely to be about?
Yes, I'm one of those that have always advocated that these unclaimed dividends and dormant accounts should not be left in the banks to make money and profit therefrom and all that. I'd actually made a proposal on how you can graduate unclaimed dividends into 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, and what to do with it. I had a very, very, very elaborate analysis of all these things because we're looking for money and we cannot go borrowing money when there are some monies that are sitting in the banks, and because the MDs, CEOs, and real owners of banks are the big people in government, they fail to tackle the banks. The banks are one institution in this country that we really need to beam such light on because there's a lot of unethical things that they are doing. They are not supporting businesses. They are making a lot of money, and they are making cheap money, and it doesn't go that way. It shouldn't be that way. On the other hand, I fear that, there has to be, we can't have that elaborately discussed here, but it's one of the things I've put forward time and time again on what should be done responsibly. What bothers me is that we do not have the level of responsible leadership that will collect our money and invest this money in a way that really makes sense. Now, when you look at, things like the rail, that should be very good. The question is, number one, what's the cost of the rail? Number two, where are the locations of the rail? Is it political or based on strategic economic interest? These are things that a government will come one day and put politics aside and face development and face what makes sense and best returns on the investment. Government is the manager of the resources of the people. Yeah. And any way you manage, you want to have best returns on investment.
Mr. Ayatok, apologies for jumping in so abruptly, but aside what the government will do with the money,
yes,
how does it make sense that the Nigerian government wants to take money from dormant accounts and unclaimed dividends? Is Nigeria that broke? And what exactly does that mean? With regard to our search for money.
Are you living in space when Nigeria is going every day to China to borrow money? You know that's the headline: borrow, borrow, borrow. They are borrowing everywhere, my guy. Instead of them going to China and with the risk of letting go some of our national assets on account of not being able to repay, because this borrowing is not done strategically. I do not know the basis that China gives some of these our loans, and there are certain places that you go to borrow and they give you very strict conditions. But China is so sweet and so easy. You need to borrow where they will put real fire on your head. The more fire they put on your head, the better for you, because you must always borrow with an intention to pay back. And not to say, well, I have 4 years to go. I just want to do some things, finish my tenure. Whoever comes to take over from me, that's his headache. I think that we should be able to interrogate the leadership profiling. I will never say this enough. So Nigeria is broke. Nigeria needs money. Nigeria doesn't have money. So for me, instead of going out to borrow, let's come inwards and see if there's any way we can re-strategize and we can get more funding and we can take money from people who are going to watch where you are going to put that money into and be able to have returns on investment. That's why when you talk about pension funds, they first went for pension funds. People started shouting. Now they are going for dormant accounts and unclaimed dividends. And it makes sense, but let it be done. Let them call the organized private sector to sit down, interrogate it, and approve it, and not just send it. There's something about the Senate.
It sounds good when you talk about looking inwards. We're going to move to the Daily Independent next. But, when you talk about looking inwards, unfortunately, you may not have time for you to respond to this, but I just wanted to chip in. Looking inward, shouldn't that, or the concern of the Nigerian government, be looking for ways to block leakages and to reduce the cost of running the government? We have heard too many times of how monies are being spent frivolously in Nigeria. There's so much corruption still going on in the country.
We should get angry enough to stop these wastages from our public officers. I really want to call on all well-meaning Nigerians to come in and join. You know what I've done in Akwa Ibom State? I have made the budget public. And I've made it across everywhere, and everything in the budget, we are sending it to everybody, all the nooks and crannies, wherever we are, and we are setting up teams to monitor this thing. We can't leave government to government again. We can't do that.
All right.
But maybe just my last comment on whichever is the last paper, let me just one comment, which has to do with the White House, which I said I would look at before.
Let's share from the Daily Independent. Hopefully it comes up there, and then you can take it from there.
Yes, that story is right here as well on the Daily Independent. But the big story here says it's about the 2023 zoning controversy. It says why APC presidential primary will be open to all aspirants. Tony Momo here saying it won't be good to consider the North again. And here's talking about COVID-19, second wave claiming many lives. Luth CMD laments, and Unilag loses another professor to coronavirus. And still on security matters, traditional rulers, locals, harboring bandits. That's according to Bello. On page 4 of the Daily Independent, there's a story here saying pandemonium as explosion rocks Rivers community. And Edoguba poll court nullifies candidacy of Izeyamu and Ganeyu. And NIN, NIMC announces charges for card renewal and others, as well as the story of FCMB appointing Yemisi Edu as acting MD. Now, those are the top stories on the Daily Independent here. The story about 2023 presidency.
I'll just take the bottom two.
Quickly, please.
Number one, shout out to the MD designate of FCMB.
Okay.
That's it. A lady. I mean, my joy is that a lady is there, and I'm happy. Anywhere that women get into, a lot of times, I'm happier because they are usually more circumspect and more careful. Then White House Trump. The bottom line is in the paper. Two things. Number one is that let Nigerians learn two lessons. Lesson number one, oh youth. As Trump supporters have gone in there, Trump is going to leave the office. The CCTV is going to identify all those supporters. They are likely going to be jailed. While they are in jail, Trump will be having his business. And this calls attention to young people, how you follow politicians. When the die is cast, you will be captured, you'll be jailed, and your politician will be doing his business and going about his life. So please don't follow people blindly, because what happened in Capitol Hill some hours ago, the consequences are going to come up, and I can tell you that for free. Secondly, I think Nigeria should be able to get angry enough that the democratic institution is being desecrated, and as a result, should place travel ban on people that are key actors, and one of them is Mr. Donald Trump. I think there should be a travel ban placed on him to Nigeria, and then other key actors. Because if America is starting to have a problem, the biggest democracy in the world, in the black world, which is Nigeria, should step in as a big brother and caution them. I don't know what you think.
I totally agree.
We
with
agree.
You, Ezekiel.
We're on the same page on that one. And we now come to the end of the newspaper review for today. Thank you so much, Ejog, for always coming on the program.
Awarded to you.
Thanks, man.
Where's Gerard Butler when you need him? Olympus has fallen. I don't see any Gerard Butler showing up or Jamie Foxx. Good morning to you. Stay with us. Of course, we're going to be sharing with you what happened today in history, the 7th of January, some years ago.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Welcome once again. After a very interesting conversation on the news paper review, let's move into sharing with you what happened today in history. I'm starting with somewhere in New Zealand in the year 2012. It's something called the Katatan hot air balloon disaster that led to the loss of about 11 lives. It's a very, very sad thing. And, you know, it made me also start to wonder if I would ever want to get on a hot air balloon. Very not likely, because I still have fear of heights. So yes, it happened in 2012. The hot air balloon took off sometime around 6:35 a.m. in the morning, 6:38 a.m. actually in the morning. And the accident occurred around 7:20, where it collided with a high power line. It hit a 33,000 volt power line, and that led to it, catching fire and disintegrating and fell all the way down. It, of course, led to the loss of those 11 lives. 2 people, actually, if you read the story deeply, 2 people jumped out of it, and still fell to their death before, it hit the ground. Further investigations also showed that the pilot tested positive for THC, also known as cannabis, and it created a new laws and new policies with regards flying hot air balloons in New Zealand at that time. It's seen as one of the deadliest balloon disasters in New Zealand's history till date. And so, yeah, that's really, what the whole of it is. The Katatan hot air balloon disaster. If you, of course, look closer, I did a little reading on history of hot air balloons, and I saw that the very first hot air balloon passengers were a duck, a rooster, and a sheep.
Of course, you will want to try that on yourself first.
And second, and this is in 1783. The second time, or rather the first pilots also of the hot air balloon were condemned criminals.
Wow.
Yes.
Just to make sure that, if they survive, then maybe we can give it a try. Well, that's. I think what's quite interesting for me is about the jumpers, people who jump from, the hot air balloon. I think 2 people who jumped were discovered dead close to the crash site. And it's so interesting just to see how, if you even look at the 9/11, historic photos of people jumping from the buildings, people jumping to escape fire. It's a dilemma, really. Do you stay and burn, or do you jump and risk,
I mean, people would take chances. You would, have to weigh, which, you have a higher chance of survival. If you stay on the hot air balloon, it's already on fire, it's disintegrated, it's falling fast, it's going to crash, obviously. So do you take a chance of, jumping and seeing if you would survive? I'm sure that's what they decided. Okay, let's jump and see if maybe we would survive. Maybe, we just somehow would make it with a few broken bones. But unfortunately, they didn't. It's a disaster, regardless of how they went. The interesting thing is that they all passed. All 11 of them, including the pilot, didn't make it out alive. And it makes you, really, really wonder about, how much more safety measures have been put in place over time to ensure that some of these things are prevented. Exactly, truly safe to fly.
Yes, the next topic we're looking at is what occurred in January 7th, 1946. This was a very puzzling case. It was a case of a split personality in puzzling Chicago murders. Now, what occurred was the murder of one of the youngest victims of the most historic cases of a teen killer in the United States history. A 6-year-old Suzanne Dagnan was kidnapped from her home in an affluent Chicago neighborhood. Her father, James Dagnan, found a note on the floor asking for $20,000 ransom. Her father went on to the radio to plead for his daughter's safety, but the kidnapper never made any further demands. She had been strangled to death on the night of a kidnapping and then sadly dismembered with a hunting knife. Her remains were then left in 5 different sewers and catch basins. At the scene of the attack, the killer wrote in a message, using a lipstick on the victim's wall, saying, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." This led to him being described as the lipstick killer. Now, the ransom note at the Dagnan house was the best clue that investigators had to tracking down the serial killer. And here's where it gets spooky, Sergey. Investigations led to the arrest of one 17-year-old boy called William Terrence. When this boy was being interrogated, he claimed that a man called George Mormon had killed Susan, not him. But they eventually discovered that George himself wasn't a real person, but that it was his alter ego, Herent himself, who had killed the 6-year-old girl, claiming it was somebody else. Yeah. Do you understand? It was
multiple
a split,
personality disorder.
It was a true schizophrenic, and prosecutors decided not to risk losing an insanity defense because they were going to plead that, he's not mentally stable, and they agreed not to seek the death penalty against him. But he pleaded guilty on 3 counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole, and he died in prison in the year 2012.
It's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. I don't know if we have a lot of those cases here in Nigeria, multiple personality disorders, schizophrenia.
I think they are.
I'm sure they are, but, when it eventually results in this type of, a crime, it's really, really hard to stomach and hard to understand. And also, one thing that I'm not sure if we really deal a lot with is pleading, insanity with regards crimes here in Nigeria. I don't get to hear a lot. I've never heard a lot of that, where a person commits a crime and, the legal team is able to, plead that he might have mental, issues that he's dealing with. And,
but there have been cases like that. There was a case in the news this week about a man who was, who had mental issues, stabbing his brother to death. Mm-hmm. So yeah, cases like that occur.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's those ones. What I'm talking about is where a legal team is able to convince a court that a person who is not evidently and obviously having mental challenges, they can still plead, insanity for that person and, maybe win the court case or reduce, the jail term for that person. It's not very popular and, maybe also because we don't have a jury system here.
And especially because, we still don't exactly pay attention to issues about mental health.
Absolutely.
So they would easily discard it and say that's just that's just excuses.
All right. So
Anyway,
yes, January 4th, 1946.
And of course, we're talking about January 7th in the year 1946, and as well as the hot air balloon crash in New Zealand in 2012.
Absolutely. That's what we have for you today, today in history. See how you can make history today, all right? See if we can tell a story of what you did a couple of years from now, all right? You
make
might,
history.
invent something, do it, make history in a positive way.
Yes, you can invent COVID-19 vaccines. We do need that. We do need that in Nigeria. And it's our next big topic on The Breakfast. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
You're still watching The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Moving on to other conversations that we're having this morning. One of the stories on the Daily Sun newspapers this morning was from the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, stating that Lagosians should avoid another lockdown. Of course, also, saying over there that the numbers that we're seeing from tests across Lagos these days are frightening, and people should observe all necessary protocols. The Lagos University Teaching Hospital also yesterday released a statement sharing with Lagosians how much worse it has become in the second wave of the COVID-19 virus. This morning, we've invited Dr. Tunde Balogun, a medical practitioner, public health practitioner, to share with us his views on the possibilities of yet another lockdown in Nigeria. Good morning, Dr. Balogun.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, great to have you here. I'm going to start with, asking the conversations about a lockdown. But before we get to you, we have a quick report that we're going to, let our viewers watch. And when we come back, we get into the conversation.
10 months after the first COVID-19 lockdown was imposed on Nigerians, there are fears of a second lockdown with numbers spiking up by the day. On January the 5th, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced 1,354 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, totaling 92,705 confirmed cases, 76,396 discharged persons, and 1,319 deaths. These figures have put a lot of people in the panic mode.
COVID-19 is real.
People are still going about their business, people are still going to parties and all that. So people are not, I don't think they're really taking the second wave that seriously.
Some say another lockdown would be totally unacceptable despite the rise in statistics.
Nigeria will not survive for the second lockdown.
But we can't really stop, like, we can't start the lockdown again. The lockdown will be bad.
Because people have suffered a lot in the past lockdown. So it affects so many things, and we can't start that again in 2021.
But this respondent thinks another lockdown holds the solution.
People's lives are involved here, so I feel if it gets to that point where there should be a lockdown, there should be, because we're not really observing social distancing on its own.
Just 5th of January, here is the distribution. Lagos has 712 new cases. The FCT has 145 new cases. Kaduna has 54, Rivers 37, and Enugu 20. Yet, there are still some who don't believe that COVID-19 is real.
I said coronavirus to me is not real. It's not real in Africa, so not only Nigeria. We see countries that have coronavirus. It's killing them in tens of hundreds, thousands.
With African countries like South Africa taking the second wave of COVID-19 seriously by imposing a national lockdown and a ban on international flights, health experts have called for strictness in curbing the spread of the virus.
Locking down is not going to pay us because poverty is going to kill us more than COVID. We have to be very realistic about our country. My advice as an epidemiologist is simple. Let us strictly enforce the social distancing rules. And this means hand, space, and face. Let people wear their face mask.
Irrespective of government's determination to prevent a second wave of COVID-19, experts believe that it may just be inevitable if the attitude of Nigerians does not change. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back, and that was the report of Mary Chinda. Just taking basically a vox pop, feeling the pulse of the city on this matter, the COVID-19 second wave, a possible lockdown, and just what people think about it. Thank you so much, Dr. Tunde Balogun, for still staying with us. And let's delve right into this. The NCDC has announced that Nigeria confirmed in total 1,664 new cases of COVID-19. And Lagos precisely recording 712 new cases. It's the highest ever record set in a day by Lagos and Nigeria. So what's your reaction to this?
Good morning, everyone. It's worrisome that our figures in Nigeria continue to rise lately, and since the beginning of December, they're about second wave can be said to have started in Nigeria. Of course, the new figures are now the latest, highest figures recorded daily upsurge in COVID-19 is Nigeria. 7112 for Lagos was actually on the 5th. So yesterday, Lagos was 642. But thereabout, 712, 642, we are recording very high figures of COVID-19 cases in Nigeria. And this is quite worrisome. And not just mobility that's concerning, even mortality rates are rising. So if you look at a mortality rate between, let's do a month-by-month basis. So in October, equivalent period in October, we had 1,113 deaths in Nigeria. If you look at November 6th, thereabouts, we had 1,155, so just about 40 new deaths between that period. Then if you look at December 8th, it's 1,181. That's another 30 new deaths between that period. However, if you look at as at yesterday, we have 1,324. So that's about 200 deaths in the space of 1 month. So it is not the mobility that is alarming alone. In the mortality rates is also alarming. So, and this should be concerning for every stakeholder in Nigeria.
Okay, the conversation about another lockdown being possible, and of course the Lagos State Governor advising Lagosians to avoid another lockdown by maintaining, of course, the COVID-19 protocols all the way. But I want, your thoughts on this. When we had the first lockdown, we didn't have these figures. We didn't have this rate of infection. We didn't have this, fatality rate. And we were able to, of course, order a lockdown. So why, does it seem like we're dragging our feet with regards this, second wave of the COVID-19 virus? And does it in any way mean that the first lockdown wasn't effective in slowing down the virus?
Yeah, so if you look at it holistically, lockdown is quite good in curbing cases of spread of COVID-19. But I can understand the reluctance in instituting another lockdown in Nigeria. The first lockdown, if you look at it holistically, came with its own challenges. So economic implications, financial implications. It had implications on jobs. It had implications on our normal social life. So schools were shut down, social gatherings, and businesses' livelihoods were affected in no small measure. So it's therefore understandable that if government foot drags on initiating a second lockdown, one can understand it fully. However, it's concerning that the landscape has changed between then and now. So today we can confirm that there are new variants of the COVID-19. So, and initial studies have told us that they are more infectious. That means that they can spread more rapidly. It's not confirmed whether the cases are more deadly or more pathogenic, but they are more infectious. And that means that the rate of infection would go higher. And perhaps that's what we are seeing also in Nigeria, that, because it's also been established that new variants of COVID-19 is also in Nigeria. So this is worrisome. So to initiate a second lockdown, it would ask a lot of the government. How prepared are we? I think we are not prepared for a second lockdown. And therefore, we should be more responsible, everybody, citizens and government, in all actions that we take.
Now, Doctor, how do you think that a second lockdown would help lessen the burden of Nigeria's, healthcare and health systems?
Yeah, exactly. Second lockdown means you can really establish social distancing. You keep people at home, keep people off work, keep people off the streets. Leisure centers are shut, schools, another social, hospitals. What do I mean? Places of work are all shut down. People work from home. So by so doing, you are able to reduce contacts between people. Social distances can be established. So second lockdown would therefore ensure that we can bring down our rate of infection.
But I'm sure you remember just how much people opposed the first lockdown. And, they had talks about the hunger pandemic, so to speak, and how it was more deadlier than the coronavirus pandemic. And we saw how, there was provision for palliatives to distribute to the people, food items and such. But the ones they received, they complained that, it was very little, like a family of 5 getting 1 loaf of bread for a month. And eventually we discovered the discovery of several warehouses across Nigeria with lots of food items. But how about now? If there's to be a second lockdown of COVID-19, do you think the government is prepared for it, just like you mentioned earlier, especially with regards to palliatives, to make sure that people are well fed while at home?
Yeah, we are not in no way ready for a second lockdown, whether the citizens or the government. And the reasons are obvious. We don't have a proper database for indigent persons in Nigeria. And I think it was one of the difficulties of the first lockdown, in the sense that those who are really in need could not be reached in time. So one can explain that, those palliatives were locked up in warehouses because it was a bit difficult for government officials to reach out to those who truly need these palliatives. And even private agencies who would have wanted to reach out to people, the logistics would have been too enormous for them to get that done. So be that as it may, if we should initiate a second, by the way, I think the more urban it appears, the more urban cities are in Nigeria, and they are higher the incidence of COVID-19 cases. And therefore, it tells us that perhaps the economic activities going on in those places is also fueling the rise, because of course, the more urban the center is, the more economic activity is going on in that place. So it tells us the more the risk of contracting COVID-19 in those places. So if those are the economic hubs of Nigeria, then initiating lockdown, particularly in those places, would then be inimical to our growth. Already Nigeria is in recession, and trying to initiate or put in place a second lockdown would further worsen our economic status, and therefore it's hard to initiate a second lockdown.
All right. Quickly, also let's get your thoughts on the attitude of Nigerians. If you watched the report, there was already someone in that report by Mary Chinda saying he didn't believe that there was COVID-19. There's also a very, very popular church leader who also doesn't believe that there is COVID-19. But let's talk about the attitude of Nigerians towards going with the protocols that have been given. Maintaining social distancing, washing your hands, wearing your mask, staying at home when you should stay at home, not crowding a Legushi like we've all been in jail for the last 10 years. The attitude of Nigerians towards the protocols that have been given. Let's quickly get your thoughts on that. And then you're a doctor. Help us understand what it means to be more infectious. What does that mean?
Well, the attitudes of Nigerians, the attitude is very worrisome. So I personally went to the bank in company of a relative a couple of days ago, and on the queue, I was trying to ensure that there was social distancing. One young man said there was no COVID-19 in Nigeria, and the security official of that bank somewhere in Ikeja was trying to educate the person. And at a point, I had to tell the security officer that please allow him, because I also felt the security officer wasn't well equipped to inform him and give him the right information. So, and this is where it goes on government and government agencies to put out the right information regularly. I know there is some form of trust deficit with government, and so that when government is talking, people hold it with a pinch of salt, but then they cannot relent in communicating the truthfulness of COVID-19 globally and in Nigeria. I lost a relative recently to COVID-19, and one of my cousins was the first time one of my cousins was telling me that she believed that COVID-19 was real. That was the first time, and this is just about 2 weeks ago. So COVID-19 has been in Nigeria since the first case was established in February, and here I am with a cousin telling me that because we just lost a relative, she cannot believe that COVID-19 is real. So should we wait until somebody close to you dies of COVID-19 for you to believe? That will not go well.
All right, and
you spoke about infectious.
Yeah.
So when we say infectious disease, when we say one disease is more infectious than the other, or maybe one variant of an agent is more infectious than the other, what we are trying to say is that it's the ability to cause an infection when somebody that agent, that microorganism touches you or gets to you, its ability to cause an infection is higher. So the more infectious is it, the more its ability to elicit a disease in the person. I hope that is clear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Now, see, before we let you go, one major concern for developing countries regarding COVID-19 is that we're not doing enough testing, and other, developed countries would say that that's why the figures of COVID-19 are much lower here. That the figures in reality could be higher, but because our testing isn't as much, we, have lower figures. But now the figures are getting higher, and it's the second wave of the COVID-19. Still to convince people that COVID-19 is real, how would you say testing is being done now to generate these higher figures?
Since close to a year now, we've done less than 1 million tests in Nigeria. In a population of 200 million people. So that is grossly inadequate. I can understand the feelings of people if they don't see people, according to them, they don't see people drop dead on the streets, and therefore, what's the veracity of the claim that COVID-19 is real? We need to do a lot more testing, and we commend the government. They have tried to expand the ability to conduct tests. We have 70 laboratories across the country. It's still so small. Maybe private sector has come in. We have another maybe close to 40 private labs, but it's so small and expensive to conduct in private labs. So we need government to respond faster. We need them to increase the capacity. A couple of days ago, we saw the Commissioner of Health in Cross River State also calling on the federal government to establish, even though I know that there's one in University of Calabar Teaching Hospital. I don't know how functional it is, but the Commissioner was appealing to the federal government to establish a testing center in Cross River State. So we need to test more. It's important that we test more. It is in testing more that we are able to know our true status. I think it was the outgoing president of the United States who was credited with the statement that America has high figures because they are testing too many people, that they should stop testing. No, that is a wrong approach. We need to test more because it's only in testing that we can then initiate the right intervention to curb infection.
Tunde Balogun, thank you so much for your time this morning, and we're looking forward to speaking with you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Stop the test.
Yes.
Stop the count.
Funny. So, Oserege, I think what's important here is collective action between the citizens and the government. Because we both need to, there's a proverb in Nigeria that says you need both hands to you need both hands to cooperate to have clean hands, right? So the government is doing their part, I believe. They're sensitizing people. The NCDC Twitter is very popular right now, more popular than, before the COVID-19 pandemic. And they're sensitizing, they have their journalists like you and I, encouraging people to use a face mask and, take other preventive measures. Then the people then need to, take action. Like Dr. Tunde Balogun said, you don't need to have a relative or a friend die to believe this. A neighbor of mine just messaged me on WhatsApp yesterday night telling me he was just diagnosed with COVID-19. So we both need to cooperate, collaborate, stay indoors if necessary. I mean, I believe that if everybody, just imagine everybody stayed indoors for 1 month and hold on, the government had provided the food that you need, or like in other developed countries, the government would drop the food at your door and provide palliatives and all that. Everybody stays indoors. The person who was last infected, the virus would have expired in his or her. Do you understand that? And the virus would not spread anymore. So I just feel that we all need to cooperate and to make sure that basically the virus, cease.
Anyway, we need to move on, but there is, of course, the factor of hunger. There's the factor of ignorance. There's the factor of where the government has also not done well enough. There's a lot of that. There's also church leaders and state governments that don't believe that there is COVID-19, and then there's the stubborn-headed Nigerians. There's a couple of all those factors. Indeed. Anyway, we need to move to something else. Let's now talk about sexual harassment. Christian school and a mother who has become extremely popular in the last few weeks because of her fight for her son. That comes up next here on The Breakfast.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast. And right now, we'll be discussing a very sensational story on social media. In December 2020, Deborah Achibong released a viral video calling out officials of the Deeper Life High School in Uyo, alleging that they had maltreated her son, starved him, and sexually assaulted him. Now, we even saw pictures of the boy before he resumed school and after, which was basically like a validation of her claims that he had been starved, and now the police is involved. They're investigating school officials over the matter. And we're now being joined by Wale Ogwadi, a legal practitioner, to discuss this. Thank you very much, sir, for being here.
Thank you so much.
First of all,
and Happy New Year
yes,
to you and all those who are watching this program all over the world.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
Usher in good things for us.
Amen.
In the name of Jesus.
Amen. Now, please help us break this down, first of all. What laws as regards the rights of children, sexual abuse and homosexuality has the school, the officials and, other pupils broken in this matter?
Yeah, well, there's this general law, this particular law now called the Child's Rights Act. It's a law that protects the rights of children. And this law makes provisions for somebody to be called a child to be anybody under the age of 18. And once you are under the age of 18, you are protected by this special law to protect children, to ensure, because they are counted as adolescents, they don't know their right per se, they don't know anything about life. So they need the special protection of the law so that they will not be taken advantage of. And that's why sometimes, of course, a part of that law is the labor law, the prohibition against child labor, and of course, you know about trafficking, and all such laws they all come out from the Child Rights Act. And what it means is that the law wants to protect children from being taken advantage of, as I said earlier on.
All right. Help us understand, because the developing story says that staff of the school have been arrested, and the police is saying that they will be arraigned. What can they possibly be charged with? In what ways will they be culpable in this situation?
Obviously, there are several things that has happened in that incident that you're talking about. One is, again, maybe I didn't mention it now that you have asked it. There is a constitutional provision that's in our 1999 Constitution that guarantees one's right of privacy, liberty, and of course, its right to life, all from Section 33 to 38 of the 1999 Constitution, and particularly your right to your personal liberty, as provided for in Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution. Either you are an adult or you are a child, you have that right. It's guaranteed. It's your inalienable right, which must be respected and protected. And that's why even our children at home, we respect them, despite the fact that we belong to the African society, that when a child goes wrong or makes any mistakes, he's spanked by his parents. Even generally, when we are young, not even your parents alone, anybody in the society. That's why we all grew up. That's how I grew up. And of course, because I was a little bit on the rascal side, and of course, I was spanked by people and my parents. But again, we won't take it too far, because spanking is different from beating and causing injury to the body or taking advantage of, as we are talking about. And once one takes advantage of a child or anybody whatsoever, then he will face the music, because he has run foul of the law, as guaranteed by the Constitution. That's even if it's adult or that, we call it the ground norm, or even the Child Rights Act, as it applies to this one now, running foul of Section 40 and 45 of 38 and 33 of the 36 of the 1999 Constitution, then as well as the totality of the Child Rights Act. So the police has the right to charge, and don't forget again that there is abuse of the person.
This is why. This is why I'm asking that. The people who have been arrested so far from the story aren't necessarily the people who assaulted the boy directly. They are staff of the school that were invited to the police station and eventually have been arrested and will be arraigned. And what I'm trying to clarify here is, what are they culpable of? Is it negligence? Is it placing the child in harm's way? Is it not being able to protect the child even when They may have also seen that he was being harassed. What exactly would they be charged with?
Yes. In law, that's what we call the criminal participants. That's those who are involved in a crime. Then, of course, we have the accessories after the fact and all. So I don't want to go too technical. That one will be sorted out in the law courts. But the principal thing is what you have just stated. Obviously, I went to a boarding school per se, and I know that when we're in the boarding school, we have house masters. We have people who take care of us in the hostel. And of course, we have class teachers too. And it will be an aberration that those who are supposed to take care of us are the one abusing us. Obviously, that will erode elements of trust. People who want to do that in future will look at it as, where am I taking my child to? The place that my child will be abused, the place that my child is not safe. So if such things happen, it is the duty of the police to cure or to curb or to correct such anomalies. And that's what they are trying to do. So that people will now know that there is responsibility. And of course, if you fail in your responsibility, then there is punishment. Those who ought to have been involved in ensuring that the school and the environment is properly managed and they fail in that regard, definitely must face the music.
Yeah, Mr. Wale Oguade, the police has indeed called in some officials for questioning. And we've seen many cases like this where, eventually the family of the victim is persuaded or coerced to drop the charges. How do you think this practice impedes justice for victims?
You see, again, that's the African in us. I've handled a situation before like that. A child was raped. An 8-year-old girl was raped. And eventually, the community and the society and the community and the family, both left and right now, the family of the child that was raped and the family of the child that raped, all we have put pressure on the father and the mother that they should leave it. Let's make it a family affair. Let's solve this thing, and so on. And of course, you see, the police again cannot enforce such things because, to all intents and purposes, if the parties say that they are ready to settle, that's one of the problems of the justice system in this country. And of course, don't forget that it's an infraction against the state. That's why when you go to court, you see the commissioner of police are the state versus something, because we have changed it now that it's the state that somebody has made that have committed an offense against, not the individual person. And that's why you hear the state versus. So unfortunately, that's one of the things we do. But if we have a very strong person like this, the complainant in this case, then definitely we'll go somewhere. And that's why we'll be able to test the law, to know how strong the law is, to serve as a deterrent to others. That question you asked has errors encouraged, and that's what maybe have brought to this. If you have your people in Akwa Ibom now, if you go to them, you'll see that there will be, if they do their investigation very well, there will be some undercover activities in terms of let's settle this thing out of court. And they will start using language. They will bring history. You see, your father and my auntie and your brother are cousins. They are married and so on. Before you know it, everything will be settled. And who is the victim? The boy, then and the larger society, the state, because and the larger society, because at the end of the day, somebody will look at it that, well, I'll do it again. And of course, there will be some elements of persuasion and intervention, and I'll go scot-free.
Yes, and I go
scot-free. But we want to take its course as we normally see.
It's absolutely, important that, of course, like you've said, the law takes its takes the course here. It should be the state against the perpetrators of these crimes. We've seen it happen in Benue State, I believe, with the TV reporter brutalizing his wife, and then the governor eventually came to settle them. It also has happened lately with the Ogun State Commissioner, even if that is still an ongoing case. But I want you to quickly share with us, what this should do with regards our laws concerning boarding schools. Should this, be enough to create a massive investigation into the safety of kids in boarding schools across Nigeria, and help parents to maybe start to look deeper into some of these schools that they send their kids to? Someone even suggested boarding schools should be shut down for a while,
and especially
until there's a thorough investigation.
Yes, so I get to chip in there. I think more specifically, when it comes to religious schools, there's this, parents tend to send their kids to religious boarding schools or religious schools with the hopes that these schools, with their faith-based institutions, they will be able to instill discipline in their kids, nurture them in godly character.
Not always
but you find out that these kids are eventually abused in such situations. So really, Do we need an investigation into that?
Yeah.
And what more can be done to instill discipline, genuine discipline in these pupils, and not just hypocritical discipline because it's a church that owns the school?
This is a multi-parallel question. I hope my brain will be able to pick and respond to your question.
It's really just about new policies.
Just pardon me, or refresh my memory as we normally say.
So let me just quickly share. It's new policies. Do we hope that this would create new policies with regards to protecting kids in boarding schools? Should we maybe get to the extent where boarding schools should maybe be shut down across the country until there is a thorough investigation and there are new laws that can protect these kids? And she also asked about, religious schools.
No, I get you. Don't worry. I get you. I was just trying to pull your legs, if there's anything like that. Yeah, on the issue of the continuation of boarding schools, we will not, because of this, that's a cliche, you can't throw the baby away with the bathwater. We will have a solution to it. The law, you see, in the legal system, we have what we call the golden rule and the curable rule, so that we can cure issues when they happen. And of course, this one has drawn attention to the fact that there is a lacuna or there is a gap in the system. And of course, it must be corrected because immorality has taken over. We now have people who ought not to be in sensitive position because it's a very sensitive office for you to be put in trust of the future of the people of our next generation. So if people who ought to be in that office are now people of questionable characters, people who have no fear of God, then definitely will not determine that the recruitment system into such people, those who handle such offices are people who have a fear of God, those who are not ungodly, those who are not given to rabble rousing, who have sold their mind to a reprobate mind. And of course, you agree with me that I told you I went to the secondary to a boarding school, and I know that our teachers and our hall masters and our dormitory masters and whatever nomenclature they are called did all they could. They were taking care of us as their children, and they ensured that no harm came to us. But in this situation, we find out that some teachers, in fact, they will leave the children. You see the students after during after school hours, they now be roaming about, even in their house uniform. And you ask them where I'm in the boarding house, because sometimes I run around Nigeria and I still do see one or two of them, and I know what's happening. And of course, maybe God wants it now to be given that good attention. That's why this incident has happened, and He has given that Madam Deborah or whatever her name is to now be able to be bold to now say, no, I want justice for my son. And it, of course, as we are running this program now, legislatures are watching, government officials are watching. So we know that everybody, because all of us are parents and we want our children to be safe. So we ensure that we create a safe environment for our children. There's no discussion. There's no question about that. The issue is that it must be solved. And once that is solved, then we move to the next level. How do we now arrest all those situations so that it doesn't come in? That's why we will now work on the legislators to ensure that they quickly pass laws. Then we'll now look at the recruiting system in the educational system, particularly in the boarding schools, and even all those who own such institutions. Now we now stretch it to the teaching, to the classroom itself. Who are the type of teachers? Because we've been having stories of teachers molesting their children, not even boarding house students now, but even main teachers in the day school or even in the classroom. We have stories. Then, because you know that because of the situation on ground now, many people who ought not to be in the education system are now there. Yeah. I will be disappointed. Right. One young man came, I spoke with a young man some 2 days ago. He studied education. And I asked, are you interested? He said, no.
Mr. Ogunade, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for this conversation, but it's important that the discussion never stops, and we continue to talk about these things until we have a society and an education system that is safe for kids across the country. Thank you very much for your time once again.
Thank
you. Good morning to you.
To God be the glory.
These things should never stop. And I was very, very serious when I said, I think this should create a conversation about new laws, new policies that protect kids in schools. I can imagine that this kid at some point maybe has complained to, I didn't go to boarding school. My kids will never go to boarding school. But I'm sure that at some point he may have complained to whoever is in charge of the kids there, and he probably was ignored.
Yes.
That person should go to jail.
I think so
Whoever else,
too.
is found culpable should go to jail. Every single person. I would even like the principal to also be held, responsible for all of
Indeed,
this
people
mess.
need to be held accountable. But the good thing is that Mrs. Achibong here was vocal about this. She didn't keep quiet. There's a culture of silence. People, people are always ashamed, so to speak. Remember when she released these videos alleging that the school had abused her son? Lots of people in the comment section online would say that the mother should have kept quiet. Why is she exposing her son? Trauma for the child and all of that. So I think people should be encouraged to speak up.
Absolutely.
If you're a victim of abuse, you should speak up so that law can and justice can take place.
No good mother will stay silent at a time like that. Anyway, now still talking. Well, maybe not harassment this time, but we're moving.
Scandals.
Still talking scandals. I think that's the right way to put it. We're moving into a different conversation next with regards a certain bank, 2 kids, a late husband, and a wife. And of course, we'll be back in a short while after this break. Good morning. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. Moving on, of course, a follow-up to the developments from the First City Monument Bank and the scandal that has rocked the bank in the last few weeks. Yesterday, it was announced that Yemisi Edu has been, of course, announced as a replacement, temporary replacement, for the former MD, Adam Nuru. This, of course, is, a continuing conversation as investigations are being carried out with regards the ethical misconduct, if, it can be described as that has led to the conversations we're having this morning. We've invited to join us Mr. Bolanle Olugbani, a legal practitioner, to join us and, share his thoughts on the development so far. Thank you so much. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So, I will start by saying, I guess it's a good thing to give kudos to the bank for the steps that they have taken so far to ensure that an investigation is carried out and, justice is served, if necessary. Do you agree with that?
Well, I agree, but I think the response was not prompt enough. The damage to the image and reputation of the bank had already been done. How much further it could have gone would have, would be an issue, of subjective analysis. But at the point where the bank stepped in, it appeared that the impression had already been cast that the MD was guilty of some form of unethical behavior or malfeasance, and then that was also rubbing off on the image of the bank. The bank has been the butt of jokes on social media, text messages, and even amongst Nigerians. And most of the things said have been hilarious, but goes to reduce the stock of the bank in the eyes of the public and indeed its customers.
And looking at the key issue here of office romance, if they've not broken any law, so to speak, tell us about the ethical implications of this.
Well, human nature is such that when a man and a woman work in a closed environment, the woman being an attractive woman, the man being handsome, the possibility is that there will be attraction. So corporate organizations, ministries, departments, and agencies always set the rules. Even the Nigeria Police, the Nigeria Army set the rules. Paramilitary organizations set the rules so as to prevent a situation where the domestic private life of the employee or the staff is brought into the official working space. You cannot have had a quarrel with your wife, your spouse, or a girlfriend who you are working with about how the egg was fried this morning, and the response she gave you will ultimately be taken to the office, and that conversation will continue to the consternation of other colleagues. So, of course, there are also issues that are ethical. Is it moral? What impression does it give if a boss and the secretary are dating each other? To the other colleagues and other staffers, will the person have an undue advantage or privileges with regards to promotion, allowances, salaries, ESTACO, trips, seminars, trainings? Those are the issues which organizations, ministries, departments, and agencies try to set ethical standards for. If you are going to be dating somebody in your establishment, that is agency, ministry, department, bank, or whatever, you should know that the two of you at a point, if you decide to marry, may not be allowed to retain your positions in the organization. You may date. You may do it secretly. It's your private affair. Don't bring it to work. But once it gets to the point where you have decided to marry each other, one of those individuals must leave the organization so that there will not be a conflict of interest when they are working together.
But this is not a general law that covers every organization. There's some possibility that the bank we're speaking about this morning may not have that level of strictness with regards ethical.
Oh, I'm quite sure that they do. Most private organizations, banking institutions have ethical codes, ethical standards which all staffers must append their signature to. They must sign on to. And this type of situation that we find ourselves with, this particular situation, is one of those things that they had already thought ahead about to prevent such a situation. Okay. Unfortunately, the advent of social media and the tragic circumstances, connected to this, made the story viral and erupt off negatively.
We're, of course, still waiting for the bank's investigation.
Outcome,
it's
yes.
still yet to, be confirmed that there truly was an office relationship that led to, what we're talking about today. But some other, aspect, and this is maybe the one that created the biggest conversation, is paternity fraud. According to what the story says and when it eventually broke. So quickly share with us what laws do we have in Nigeria concerning paternity fraud?
The current case law, the most definitive position of the law with regards to paternity in Nigeria is the case of Anozie versus Nana, where a party in the case, this is a court of appeal matter, raised a dispute or a question as to the paternity of a 57-year-old. The person alleging said that he had had a liaison or affair with the mother of a 57-year-old, and that 57-year-old was actually his son. The position of the law from that judgment is that if the person is a minor and there's a dispute as to the paternity of the child,
yes,
the court can compel DNA examination to say who or who is not the father of the child. But if it involves an adult, except the adult voluntarily submits himself or consents to a DNA being done to ascertain who of the rival claimants to his paternity, whether it is vexatious, it is embarrassing, the accusation or allegation is so mischievous, except he consents, the Constitution protects him, and the court cannot compel that he submit himself to a DNA examination to ascertain his paternity, because he's protected by the right to dignity of human life, the right to dignity of private and family life under Chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution, which is the supreme law of this country. So that is the position of case law. But while I, as a legal practitioner, I understand the principle or doctrine of stare decisis, judicial precedent, which simply means that when the Supreme Court or a higher court makes a decision, a court of inferior jurisdiction cannot make a decision that is different from the decision of the Supreme Court. While I understand that, I, on a moral and ethical basis, I'm of the humble view that if there is no smoke, there can be no fire. If a woman, and this is part of the decision of the Court of Appeal in this particular matter, there is a presumption that a woman who gives birth in a marriage to a child, there's a presumption that the paternity is that of the father in that marriage. But if a rival dispute arises from somebody, a third party outside, and says that child that you have been taking care of for the past 20, 25 or 50 years is actually my child, I think on a moral, ethical, and honest basis, our courts should shift from the current position, because it sets a social argument or social discussion as to what our parents actually get up to. If at the point of marriage you had a fiancé, and it's possible that you had not left somebody who you were dating in addition to the person you eventually married, and 50, 20, 40 years after, somebody looks and says, I think that child is my child. The truth about the paternity of that child should be compelled by a court, because it means that the stigma that surrounds that elderly person, no matter his age, will be put to rest. He knows actually who sired him, who planted the seed that gave birth to him. It curbs socially and morally the excesses of our parents from having more than one partner or lover and extending that relationship till the 11th hour before marriage. And also, if we can find a way to find out such issues when it comes to adults, the father who nurtured that child may be heartbroken from birth to say 30, 40 or 50 years, but at least he will be certain that psychologically he's still the father of the child, but he can in fact claim damages against the woman who carried out that fraud, paternity fraud against him, and the third party.
And that's what I was just going to ask. And
he can sue them for damages for all of the money expended in training that child. And so it will serve as a lesson to everybody that if you are doing, pardon my vernacular, any kurukere, make it clean. Don't do it to the last minute. And if you do it to the last minute, you are man enough or woman enough to do it, you should be able to pay the consequences. So there's a possibility of, a father or a man suing the wife and whoever else. Yes, if
the laws are amended.
If the laws are amended or the case law changes.
But we currently don't have any laws.
We don't have any law that compels an adult, that allows a court to compel an adult to submit himself to DNA. He can only do it voluntarily.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, so if a father finds out, a man finds out that these kids are not his, do we have any, legal, platforms where he can sue the wife or sue?
Yes. If, for instance, he's of the view that this child, mannerisms, traits, character, looks are not mine, and he decides one way or the other to obtain samples and goes to submit his own sample to compare whether he's the father of the child and can get a bona fide result. It is the basis and the ground to institute, matrimonial divorce, whether customary or under the act. He can, on the basis of the fact that he has been deceived, he has been defrauded. Even promise of marriage is actionable. You went out with somebody for 3 years, contributed financially, emotionally, psychologically. The person decides at the last minute he's not marrying you. That is actionable. Talk less of a situation where somebody says this is your child, you did a DNA secretly and you discover it's not your child, you can divorce and sue the woman for damages.
Mr. Olubani, bringing it back to this issue now, it seems this might just be one of those cases that will remain a mystery because the woman right now is not in the country, her husband is late, and the controversy regarding Adam Nuhu, now he has proceeded on leave. Yemisi Edwin has been appointed as the acting MD. But why do you think, you did mention earlier that banks do have ethics about this, that staffs have to sign, you know. So if the bank had such a system in place, why did they not begin proceedings, you know, including him proceeding on leave immediately? Why did they have to wait until public pressure mounted and there was a scandal, a full-blown scandal already on social media before, you know, they asked him to proceed on leave? Is it because he was a management staff? Or why would you think that?
No, I think to a certain extent, the situation was after the birth of the children, this allegation, after the birth of the so-called children of the MD who is alleged to have done so. After the birth, I think that the situation was well managed up until a point where maybe the woman could not live with herself anymore, according to the allegations, and had to relocate and tell the husband, who is now deceased, that these children are actually not your own. All of this is still allegations, of course. So at that point, it went to the realm. It must have been the butt of jokes within the organization. It must have been the butt of rumors within the organization. But because no particular specific public reference was made to the suspended managing director, the bank may have thought that, well, if it's still in the realm of jokes, it's their private affair. It's, man, no woman. The lady, of course, has resigned, has moved on elsewhere, and so that matter appears to have taken care of itself. But, of course, what triggered the present scenario that we are facing now is the death of the husband and the connection, the link between his death and actually what caused the heartbreak and led to his death. That he was heartbroken, he discovered, he was informed, allegedly by his wife, and he was devastated, he had a stroke. This happened, all those allegations, which of course now began to impact on the image of the bank, affected the tenure of the suspended managing director, is what probably made the bank take action, because now it was adversely affecting the image of the bank and giving an impression to the customers of the bank that the bank was not being managed or administered responsibly.
I'm expecting that there would be a thorough investigation. Yes. We would find out if the story is actually true or it is, just, a big headline to kick, somebody out of his position. There's rumors about it being boardroom politics. So you could quickly share, your thoughts on that one. And then second, who then can sue on behalf of the, the man who's now late? Is there a possibility of his family taking legal steps against either the bank, the MD, the wife, anybody, to as we move forward?
If there are two scenarios that can play out, to totally wash himself clean of this allegation, the suspended MD may submit himself to a DNA test. It is his right to say, I submit or I do not submit. So if he goes ahead to submit and it is proven that he is not the father of the children, by taking a sample from the brother or sister or family member of the deceased alleged person who was defrauded paternically, so that will prove that he is the father or not the father. Well, the person who is a beneficiary of the estate of the deceased person can represent his interest and sue for the wrongful death if they can link that situation to what led to the stroke and the eventual this and this, and that will be very difficult anyway. I doubt whether in the circumstances, the MD, except is 100% sure, will submit himself to a DNA examination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolanle Olubani, legal practitioner, for shedding more light on this issue. Very controversial one. We are yet to see the end of the matter.
And obviously, I now have someone that I can speak with in case I need to sue people who lied to me that we were going to get married. And jumped off halfway.
Sadly, in this part of the world, I think it's the man who makes the proposals. So, but things are changing anyway. Things are changing. You know, maybe you can sue the lady if she proposed to marry you and she's, a multimillionaire and stuff like that.
Maybe
anyway, thank you very much again. We'll be
you.
going on a very short break now, and when we return, we'll be taking a very quick look at the U.S. Capitol Hill invasion. Do stay with us.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
You're welcome back. Since the first time, since the 1812 Capitol Hill invasion, the Capitol Hill has been invaded again. And this time, not by warring countries, but by United States citizens and specifically supporters of US President Donald Trump. Now, this forced a lockdown of, the US lawmakers and staff inside the Capitol Hill. 4 people were died. It was a mess. Joining us now to discuss this is Plus TV Africa senior editor Kayode Ladende. Good morning, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Aneta.
Well, this looks just like something that would happen, no offense, in Africa. I mean, it was terrible. Would you say this is a shame, so to speak, on democracy and the US?
I like what you said, because that's actually the surprise. Jokingly, I said when those pastors told us that it's going to be a year of surprise, we never knew it's going to start from what they termed as a symbol of democracy in the world. This is a country we like to revere. This is a country that we always make easy reference to when it comes to democracy, but that was quite shameful. You needed to watch the live clip when it was happening, because I know that time you were arrested. I couldn't just fathom it. I couldn't just explain it. Journalists had to go into hiding to report without their pictures. It was that bad. They had to be reporting voice of Annetta Felix, right there at the Capitol Hill. 4 have been confirmed dead, and quite a lot of terrible things are still happening. And the worst of it all is that the president did not pretend about it. The president even said these are great patriots who are trying to save democracy. We haven't seen the last of this, because the process of impeachment is going to be quite tedious, because that should be the conversation now. We've seen former Republican president, the like of W. Bush, condemning it, that this is appalling. We've seen definitely Obama has always been at the loggerheads with Trump, but this is quite shameful. I understand the import of that ceremony. The import of that ceremony is that by the time the vice president, India climb, who is like the Senate president, they don't have the Senate president like we have here, by the time he certifies that election, game over. You know, you remember the game over we were waiting for the Electoral College to happen. That happened. This man still never conceded defeat. You know, it threw up a whole lot of shame and a lot of dirty things that we never knew about America. It has even come up with the issue of racism, that if they were blacks, you know, if they were not white supremacists, maybe
That's pretty obvious.
the death would have been more.
Let me share this. Former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, tweeted, recent happenings in the USA will make us see what bad leadership can do. Good leadership is all about being good, consistent, and exemplary in character, behavior, humility, integrity, capacity, competence, and discipline. It's about sacrificing self for all, accepting criticism and other opinions. Let us resolve to build a better Nigeria for all. So I want to get your thoughts on. I've also seen people tweet that no matter how great a nation is, once you put, you know, a bad person on top of it, you know, everything can crumble if you don't have, you know, strong enough systems. So let's talk about that aspect, and of course also related to the Nigerian factor also.
Very, very important issue. The fact that we've always been talking about strong system, and a very good excuse, and I still insist that a very good reason or a very good example is still America. Because irrespective of the fact that it's the government of the day, the police were still able to do their job. You know, it's to talk about the strong system, irrespective of, oh, this is the government of the day. Mike Pompeo had to also condemn the action. Irrespective that it's still the government of the day, across party lines, they were able to condemn it. However, it also means that we need a tool. We need strong leadership, we need strong system. Because what has happened is that it has cost America a whole lot of shame that will be a reference point for a long time.
Indeed.
And like he said, this is not a protest, quoting Biden now, this is insurrection. So I think coming to Nigeria, I know politicians will always want to take advantage of any happenings. And it also tells us that quite important that we need to plan the kind of leader we elect. We cannot overlook the fact that we need a strong leader. But I believe strongly that the strong system is better. It can run on autopilot. Strong institution is better. And that gives us a leverage over everything. But call it what it is. I don't know whether Trump will still be there before January 20.
Now, okay, this whole thing circles back to the US elections of November 3rd. Trump has refused to accept defeat. He was defeated by Joe Biden, but he insists that there's been electoral fraud, counted votes, but there's been no evidence of any of that. And the FBI and, in fact, the world in general can see glaringly that this invasion of the Capitol Hill was because of Trump's stance that he did not lose the election. Why do you think Trump is having a difficult time accepting defeat? In 1 minute, please.
Okay. It's shameful. He never expected it. He downplayed his opponent during the election. He thought it was a joke. He thought it's going to be like Obama, who had 2 terms. It's going to be like Clinton, who had 2 terms. But he never knew that, good, it has happened in the past. You remember the issue of Bush too. But it also sends a strong signal that your performance counts. The kind of utterances you make counts. And quickly before we go, one important information is that something happened a few days ago, the runoff election in Georgia, where the senator lost to a Democrat. That also hit him hard to say that I think these Democrats are having a clean one, and to also know that Pelosi also emerged as a speaker, despite the fact that Democrats still have the minority. That just shows that he has cost the party a whole lot of shame. So he didn't just want to go down just like that. So it was more of ego. And the senator who lost had to say that because of this shame, he's not even contesting the outcome of the runoff again. Please let the Democrat senator be, sworn in, and let me forget.
I wish we had time to, go all the way with this, but unfortunately we don't. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayode Ladende, for stepping in and for speaking with us. That's all the time we have for you this morning on The Breakfast. It's been a very, very interesting 2 hours of conversations and, of course, interviews here and there. If you missed out on any of this, you join us late, you can catch up on social media at Plus TV Africa, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and the same with our YouTube channel.
Indeed, and the weekend for me begins on a Thursday, I like to think. So happy weekend in advance. Thank you very much for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continuing with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society wouldn't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that. That is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of incorporating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely, a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side. but the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of the sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
Well, what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Without doubts, the celebration of Christmas is in the air and the new year draws closer. Of course, we're keeping things seasoned and spicy on this episode. Take a look at the three of us looking really Christmassy. Well, I'll be kicking things off as directly as I can, and I'm saying make the adoption of a child in Nigeria much easier for the people. Chuka is asking, where is our president? We'll find out in his advocacy. Evans stirs up a conversation on superstitious beliefs and civilization. According to him, beliefs are very African. Now, I can't wait to hear Evans. And lastly, Bolahon advocates that in the season of Christmas, let us all give out of love and not as a show-off. I agree with you on that one, Bolahon. Unexpected, you say? The advocate gives nothing but unpredictable. See you after the break.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
Well, what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
And so the world is gathering this season to celebrate the birth of a man who lived for just 33 years and changed humanity forever. And I speak on adoption blues. The story of surrogacy started in the Bible. Mary was the surrogate mother. And my friend Kenny Adenuga said to me the other day, in other words, there is nothing new under the sun. But I'm not talking about surrogacy today. I'm rather visiting the option of adoption for couples unable to have their own children and mature singles who want to raise children of their own. The process of adoption in Nigeria is supposed to be simple. In Lagos State, you start with submitting an application letter, attending pre-counseling session, invitation for interview, filling of form, and so on and so forth. And then you make a choice of child in an orphanage, For a foreigner, it starts with choosing an adoption service provider. Now that's something we should be thinking about. Then you apply to be found eligible to adopt, be matched with a child, and then you gain custody of the child in Nigeria. And then you apply for the child to be found eligible for orphan status. Then you bring your child home. But these are on paper. It is increasingly difficult to adopt a child in Nigeria. The queue in Lagos State alone is so long, and one practically will need to turn into an all-season Santa Claus to many orphanages coming for babies to adopt. In many states in Nigeria, the story is the same. As in everything Nigerian, you need to know someone influential who can fast-track your request. The challenge of finding babies through man. And the legal process, so discouraging as well. Oh, well, the legal system favors the political class alone in Nigeria anyway. The dimension of the highest bidder is what you find in the South-South. A boy is 800,000 naira, a girl is worth 600,000 naira. No, let's save the argument about the influence of patriarchy in determining the fees for another day. If you're a right-thinking person, you wonder whose baby is being sold to you. And why pay so much? Something is just not right. You may find yourself thinking about hire purchase from a baby factory, and when the bubble will burst if you went ahead with the purchase. When people can't get something done legally, they resort to illegal means. And much as we talk about politics every time, our lives are happier with other essential things like a beautiful soulmate and children to love and nurture. Some of us may never have our own biological children, but should the system deny us the chance to adopt as well? My advocacy is that professionals in the civil service come up with better, quicker, less depressing ways to officially adopt a baby in Nigeria. Adopting one child won't change the world, but for that child, the world will change. To the long-suffering ones on the queue for 3 years and counting, don't give up just yet. Bob Nestor Marley sang, "Don't worry about a thing. Everything's gonna be all right." So then, cheer up. Merry Christmas to everyone waiting to have their own child through IVF, surrogacy, or adoption. Share Christmas with them. It will happen. So cheer up. Merry Christmas.
Lovely, lovely. I had always wondered why it is so difficult to adopt in Nigeria. And these babies are becoming adults in the orphanage where they are, and nobody is taking them on. It's just amazing what kind of people we are that will put stumbling blocks on virtually every pathway and make things that should be normal to be difficult to achieve. I don't understand what is going on in that space. And this is what is fueling the baby factories.
Oh, yes.
When people cannot get these things done legally, they go behind the door and arrange it.
We have asked this question repeatedly, even within the bar, okay? And some of the answers we've gotten, especially from the Lagos State government, is that when you're talking about adoption, it's a very sensitive matter, and it requires a lot of carefulness. The Ministry of Youth and Social Development that masterminds the process, because that is where you start from. Some states call it other names, some call it Ministry of Women Affairs, some call it Ministry of...
Most of them welfare.
Yes, so that's where you start the process from. But we've also had cases where people adopt children because the state was not fully involved in documentation. These children are used for ritual purposes and other means, or sexually abused or that kind of abuse. So the excuse the state gives now is that the state must be fully involved at all the steps. Like in Lagos State, you first of all submit an application. Right. After you submit the application, the commissioner of the Ministry of Youth and Social Development will have to see you. Then there will be an interview. After the interview, before you identify the child, the name of the child based on your letter, the name of the orphanage, or if you're adopting from a neighbor.
Which is why you go to different orphanages.
Yes, and let me say this also, we should also know there are some people who found children by the roadside, by an uncompleted building and all that. In law, it's called finder's keeper. when you find a child somewhere, you cannot keep the child. You must also take the child to an orphanage, to the ministry, to regularize. Okay, so because I know a lot of persons who have seen children that way and they just kept them aside, it's illegal. So I think what we should do is to interrogate the state so that we can have the bottlenecks, okay, erased, so that now that we're in an information age, you can now easily, okay, put data together and then have this thing done in such a way that you can deploy social workers to follow up on each child that is adopted by the adoptee.
Chuka, what do you think?
Yeah, I was actually surprised when you said there's a very long queue to adopt children. That surprises me because it's not like I see so many. Maybe I'm totally ignorant of it, but I don't see so many adopted children around. So I'm like, who are these on this long queue? And when they get the children, how come I don't know that so many children are adopted? You know what I mean? Instead, or maybe I've just assumed some biological.
But you know, Chuka, hold on. But you know that in Nigeria, there's still a lot of stigmatization attached to people adopting. So people don't want you to know that they've just adopted. So they rather adopt babies. There's a long queue.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I see. So the queue will be mostly babies, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then why boys are more expensive than girls?
We'll have to find out from the South. Again,
that's
it's the same reason why some people will continue to bear children until they find a boy.
Exactly.
It's the same reason.
Exactly, mama na boy, right?
Yeah. But yes, I think I agree with Evans. We've got to shorten the process, because I know that I actually got to the point of wanting to contact the governor of Lagos State over a friend of mine who wanted to adopt when the process was just it just seemed unnecessarily long. It looked like nothing was happening or everything was being done to delay it, And because then I knew the governor at the time of Lagos State, I thought, okay, maybe I will try to do that, with him. At least I'm not going to beg him for money, so hopefully.
You see pretty much what I said. You need somebody influential
Why
in
should
government
I need to contact
fast track for
the
you?
governor
Why?
to help, to intervene in a child adoption? That is where the problem is. Even the issue of the commissioner will need to interview you. How many people will the commissioner interview?
Can I shock you? There's a stage where you have to involve the commissioner of police of the state. The last stage.
And you know how busy the commissioner of police of the state is?
You see that the commissioner will come or will deploy
someone.
Someone to come and that's the last stage before.
We need to review the process.
After that, you now have to go to the family court or the magistrate court to regularize it.
You see, there is this long wait, and then there's the legal part.
Yes.
And then, but 3 years, you're still on the queue, you're tired, and then you want to use another option, which is to go down south. And that's where you now have to buy. Which is like higher purchase, and then you have to save up and all of that. And at the end of the day, you're palpitating that, look, I don't even know whether...
That is even crude. It's not something that ordinarily we should contemplate at all.
But these places exist.
How do you buy human beings? These are children.
These places exist. And just as you said, and that's why you find grown-up boys and girls in orphanages, because the process is so long, so they grow up there.
The earlier these kids can grow up in families, the better for them. You see, there is already the psychological problem of nobody wants me.
Right.
So the earlier you plant that kind of a kid in a family, the better for him or her.
So that
it doesn't become an adult and it's like, I was abandoned as a baby. And now I've grown up till this stage. Still nobody wants me.
Yes. And
it's a problem.
Such a child may want to take it on society because it's abuse,
Some form of psychological abuse.
Yes.
Right. Chuka is up next after the break.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident to mark our place. Some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
As we approach Christmas, I want to ask, where the F is our president? For the past 5 years, Nigerians have been searching and looking for their president. The man said to have won the presidential elections, not only in 2015, but in 2019. As the years go by, it looks like there never really was a man called Muhammadu Buhari, a retired army general. We saw him during the campaigns. He changed clothes from one traditional attire to another as he went round on his campaigns. He appeared intent on winning and cleaning up the nation. He even had a lawyer and clergyman run with him. Now that man is yet another story for another day. For this Christmas, it's Buhari. In the first year, an alarmed nation watched as he temporarily abandoned work and spent almost 200 days in the UK. He was apparently ill. It was not until a demonstration was staged outside the plush residence he occupied in London that he came back, by which time his right-hand man, Abba Kyari, had stamped his notoriety on the affairs of Nigeria. Another story for another day. General Buhari is never seen where he should be. He never participates in discussions because he cannot mentally. Have we forgotten the various video clips where he answers questions with totally unrelated matter? When there's a disaster, he never shows up, perhaps because he cannot. When boys are kidnapped from just outside his doorstep in Katsina, he did not show up. Instead, rather surprisingly, the boys were returned in record time. For an incompetent army and president, this episode rang alarm bells. A setup, probably? That's what I think. Now, a more transmittable strain of COVID-19 is about. Boris Johnson looks knackered from all the goings-on, completely changing the nature of Christmas holidays in the UK. Now that's a leader. Our president, no word. Instead, his presidential task force on COVID, led by one boss, Mustafa, continue to ramble on. They neglect to admit that this virus has had little impact on Nigeria, and the reasons for this should make for scientific exploration. That new mutated virus is in Nigeria already. Has this been properly explained to us? The president has borrowed so much that he now has to borrow pension funds. And guess who supported him? The man he sort of fought for to enjoy further time at the AFDB, the African Development Bank. That's additional, a namesake of one of his blabbermouths. Even then, the president was still nowhere to be seen or heard, just press releases. Where was he when the youth were gunned down at the Lekki toll gates? Nowhere to be seen for days, only to declare war on the youngsters via his police inspector general. The task to speak was left to the three wise men, that's Lai Mohammed, Garba Shehu, and Femi Adesina. The president is now a running joke, except to idiots. Glance at comments made by young Nigerians about him, and it is clear what they think about him, what they think of him. They laugh, they jeer, they poke fun. They have no respect for him, and I don't either. Who does? I think what we should do now is to start to seek a parliamentary system of government with less overheads and a weaker prime minister. The worst cases of presidents have been on show lately, here and in the United States. We don't need this crap and embarrassment. We need solid leadership, transparent, honest, and intelligent. If no one wants to address this very important matter, I do. Another year is upon us, and this joke must stop.
Another year is upon us, and this joke must stop. You know what? One of the things that I recall about this present government and where we started getting it, they started getting it wrong, is looking at Joe Biden, the president-elect in the US, and how he's meticulously been picking the men who will work with him. And I remember back then, we had to wait for 6 months. And at the end of the day...
What did we get?
What did we get, you know? So, I mean, it's been that kind of pattern since then, you know, from one disappointment to the other. From one disappointment to the other. You never find our own president saying something that will give hope or cushion. You know, it's always like, oh, again, nothing.
Nothing.
So I agree with you.
But when we were voting, or when Nigerians, don't let me use we, when Nigerians were voting for the president, they knew he doesn't talk now, didn't they? They're not just discovering that.
We believed it was an action man.
That it was going to change overnight. No, it wasn't going to change overnight. And contrary to Chuka's position, where he didn't want to put in the vice president in the mix, I want to put him in the mix as well. His silence in recent times have been deafening. He doesn't do as he used to. He doesn't speak as he used to speak. He doesn't go to places as he used to go to. Apparently, it's either there is a contagion about or a conspiracy of silence going on at that level, or maybe he has been put in a bucket or pocketed somehow. I don't understand. Whatever the case is, the people are the ones suffering. When people look up to their leaders and they want some words, sometimes you may not even have the solution. Boris doesn't have solution to COVID. But you know, sometimes there are things you say, there are some steps you make, and it just provides certain comfort that somebody is watching or somebody is doing something. We don't get that. So I imagine the Kankara issue, for example, and I had expected. It doesn't mean that he's the one to go and rescue them. It doesn't mean, but just some words of comfort that goes to the people who are direct victims to say, oh, the president is doing something about this.
Some assurance.
Absolute silence.
You see, when Nigerians,
and then the three wise men are the ones shooting from all sides of the mouth.
When Nigerians were...
They just make things worse.
When Nigerians were all over the place saying that, you know, once President Muhammadu Buhari is elected, the country will change. They cited 1984 and all that, all he did and all that. I was just laughing because I knew that this man just wanted to be a president. Every other thing is an afterthought. Because if you look at the 80s, since he left office in the 80s, check through the internet, check through everywhere. This man have no article he has written on anything.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to be a writer.
He has no contribution on economic issues or social issues.
Don't forget he led PTF.
So having not really make impact since he left. He headed office, I know, but I don't see him as someone who was ready to rescue Nigeria from the quagmire it was that it is today, because his presence and his absence are just the same. There is no difference while he was in office and now that while he was not in office and now that he's in office. So Nigeria is just on auto cruise. You understand? So we have not been able to practically get this country together for anything positive.
It's the dimension of the silence, as Bola said, the deafening silence of the vice president that makes it, you know, look like we're all just abandoned and on our own and we're just floating from one point to the other.
The vice president cannot really function in the presence of the president, except such powers are delegated to him.
Yeah.
So you don't expect him to usurp the authority of the president. That will amount to
Will be
treason.
undermining the
You understand?
president. And he will be punished.
Chuka, I want to speak.
Chuka.
Yeah, Evans, you're right, exactly. The vice president can't really, but I think that the vice president anyway is not really useful to us in reality. There's nothing he can do. If he wants to talk, he can talk and nothing will happen. His importance is actually zero in this government. I sort of think that the death of Abba Kyari led to the complete confusion going on. Because before, there was not this much confusion. There was this much wickedness, but it was not so confused. His absence means that there's nobody to gather what I would call the crooks together to plan whatever they were planning. Right.
I mean, you can tell. Yes, Chuka, you can tell with the NIN.
It's obvious.
The NIN policy.
Yes.
1 minute you're saying it's 2 weeks, and now, as of yesterday, you're saying, okay, we're extending it
till February.
You should have known already.
It wasn't a well thought through.
It wasn't. And then if you look at what Chuka also said again, the fact that COVID-19, the virus is mutating, and our borders are still open.
Do you want them to close the borders again?
No,
borders were just open.
About 40 nations have closed their borders against the UK.
Okay, you're talking about the UK.
Yes, our airports are still open.
I perfectly agree with that.
And you know, these people, just as Chuka said, that mutated variety is already here in Nigeria.
You see, our reaction shows the fact that we're not prepared for this. We are just doing a copy and paste situation.
That's exactly what
it has been declared in Europe, therefore let's declare.
Yes.
We probably just rev up some
the second wave is so
But
artificial.
think about it. Nobody till now told us why the first wave went as it went. How
Nigeria.
come there were no dead bodies on the street across Africa?
Yes.
Some said, oh, it was because we shut down our borders early. No, they shut down in Europe. They shut down in America. They still had that same volume of death in all those places. So what did we do right? Maybe if we know what we did right, we can copy it and we can do more of it today.
And the
But
next
we don't
question
even know.
we should add to that one is that what exactly is COVID? Because Chuka alluded to it in his advocacy that this virus have not been explained to us. We actually don't know what it is. We are just,
scientifically, you can read about it.
Yes, but what I want to say really is that the issue of the vaccine also. Now, the budget has been passed by the legislators. They've added some 6 billion or thereabouts, or 60 billion, is it 500 billion to the budget. What for? We don't know. Nobody's challenging them. The vaccine, is Nigeria getting a vaccine? Again, we're seeing restrictions now. One day, I'm hoping they're not going to say, okay, second lockdown, please, where would the palliatives come from this time?
Yeah, the portion you mentioned about insertion by the National Assembly, that is what they do every year. When the budget goes to them, they slot in all sorts of things in various sections. Some of them improperly costed, some of them probably no drawings, no engineering works, nothing. They just have an estimate and they throw it. And most of them are actually very, I don't know the right word to use. They shouldn't be there. For most of them, they shouldn't be there at all. But nobody asks them. If you challenge them, they will say they won't pass the budget.
Recurrent expenditure is still rising.
The thing is, and we're being told that Nigeria is in a second recession, isn't it? So but we keep adding to these budgets, and the rich keep getting richer, and the poor people keep, struggling for palliatives, and they're the ones being restricted because our elites can still fly around in private jets.
Capital expenditure is on almost where it was at the last year.
Nothing.
So and this year we've not seen any viable project. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is still a death trap.
Some projects are coming up. The president is commissioning something
now
in Benin today.
Okay.
The largest LPG, I think, reservoir.
And then there's a train.
Please, you need to take the train from Lagos-Ibadan. There are projects.
So the people are already taking the train. So some things are happening.
Well, there are projects. But the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that has been under construction
for 7 years
since 1998. Is still under construction till date. I remember.
Yeah, but they can argue that there's been the PDP government as well before the APC government, and they didn't finish.
I'm saying the Nigerian government. I'm not even talking about this government.
I wish there is a difference between these two guys. I don't see that.
Exactly.
It's a blur line where you can walk in and out. It's just a platform for contesting election. When one party doesn't give you that platform, you cross over to that other party and get the platform. So the parties are not really different. The same people who want put. In fact, we had a former chairman of PDP become an APC member.
We operate one party system. What we do is during the election, they divide into two. And then
after election. And then after election, they close ranks.
So that is it. I am up next after the break. In this Christmas edition of The Advocate, I wish to pitch my gaze on rural dwellers and the myth built around their stead by the widespread spectrum of society. So I speak on village people. For 2 decades, I studied the psychology of power with great passion. I asked Rabbi endless questions on the bane of power as a wagon of social influence in corporate and informal settings. How manipulations, seduction, superstition, intimidation, hypnotism, and witchcraft are used and contrived by men at their varying levels of thought, education, environment, and understanding. Beliefs have it that village people use extraterrestrial powers to deploy forces against urban dwellers. That every action, inaction, and the reaction of the urban populace are remotely orchestrated by village people. Those who hold this belief rely solely on stories forced down on them from generation to generation. Is the villager guilty as charged? I leave that to your judgment. Power is a natural taste, and everyone wants a measure of it. With power, people control others, manipulate and induce them to a point of decision, covenant, pledge, influence, agreement, and trust. The implication of the aforementioned is that the interests so protected here extend beyond the common good of parties. The captor in this context masterminds the enslavement of the captive and watch him gradually slope into pain while he remains awake to watch this with unwavering pleasure. It is what it is. Kings lack the caution of common men. This is the physical dynamics of power. The perception that village people manipulate the life of their victims and cause them to die at the prime of their achievements is spiritual, sometimes relative, and geography sensitive. This belief is very African. Like a corollary to that same belief system, highly religious people pray for others to die so they alone can inherit the earth. Are these religious people practicing the same occupation with village people? Who is who here? I implore you to be the judge here again. A spiritual assessment of fact reveals that the contextual perception that village people are executioner is probable, but same if subjected to deep critical assessment has consistently failed the test of empirical evidence for want of logical and clear-cut probabilities. Village people, for whatever they are known for, are humans and ought not to be judged by the proclivities of their geography. The very minute callous ones among them have earned for the whole the prognosis of eternal condemnation from all who are judged them guilty for being responsible for any young, wealthy man that dies in his community. With this, it appears that natural cause of death no longer have a place in society. I will therefore advocate that we must deal with the margin of error and engage society with the common truth of providence that this age-long superstitious belief must make way for new conversation of civilization that will recast cultural psychology and purge society of contempt and renew her with the purity of the spirit of knowledge and the hope to free society from the clutches of redundancy and retrogression. I say, Merry Christmas to you. I shall go to Rabbi again.
Interesting piece.
Oh.
You know, I saw this thing
Village people.
on the social media recently. It was trending. Someone was asking, how come when Nigerians go abroad, they suddenly get less religious? So the number of fasting days, the number of vigils and all of that tends to reduce. And the natural responses I got from a lot of respondents was that, look, when they see a system that works, some of the things that need binding and casting are no longer necessary. So when the roads are better, the accidents tend to reduce. When the healthcare system works, the avoidable deaths just tend to go down. And so a lot of things that take their time, and you challenge village people how they send this, how they send that, just started leaving the table. So the prayer point that has to do with village people start to go down.
Yes.
You know, so these are the realities of our society. The village people themselves sometimes enjoy that power play because it gives them some sort of control that, look, that London where you go, if you know, remember me, I go shake something, you go pack your load overnight and you go begin coming. So somebody will take cognizance of that and remember that there's someone in the village.
Chuka, do you agree? You're in the UK.
Yep.
Are village
Yes.
people with you there?
You see, the thing is, we are of the belief that the village people, that their power does not cross the borders of Nigeria.
So they can't reach.
So that they cannot reach here. So, for instance, as I'm here now, I'm not worried about anything from the village. It will have to wait for me to come back, and that's a very serious matter because it is honestly. I mean, Evans has said a lot of these things. There's no empirical evidence for them. So I don't know where the evidence is that it will not work in England if it is originated in Ogwashuku in Delta State. So, and that I have to come back to Nigeria for it to work. Now, I ask the question, Nigeria as a place is not the same exact thing as Ogwashuku in Delta State, which is a particular place. Why does the power of the village people even leave the boundaries of the village? And then why is it constrained to just Nigeria? Perhaps if I go to Benin Republic, I'll be okay as well. So it's just a line, a geographical line is the end of their powers. Interesting.
Well, you're thinking there are no village people abroad, but we know of cases of people who've suddenly packed their things, their belongings, and appeared in Lagos or their village because they had been summoned by the villagers. Village people.
African insurance.
It's some kind of Bluetooth.
Although, to be honest, though, a lot of people, when they are relocating abroad, like with their families, this is what used to happen. I think it still does happen. They go and do their village things before they leave for protection abroad. It's a well-known thing.
Can I share a story real quick? I have a cousin who won this American lottery. And shortly before he left Nigeria, he just started falling ill. Serious ailments that at some point, even the teaching hospital said, look, I can't handle this. But somehow, he got a bit well, and they just managed to get him on the aircraft, and he went to the US. So he went to a hospital in Houston, Bentop, where he was diagnosed. And in a few days, he started to get much better. Within a couple of weeks, this young man was great all over again. Now, if that man had died in Nigeria, they would have said he was killed. So could it be that whatever they planted, the witches and wizards from the village, whatever they planted on his body dropped off when he got on the aircraft? Or what could have happened to that kind of person?
Over to you, village man.
It falls within the confines of what I'm saying, because we have magnified these forces to the point that we are scared of their claws. Okay, I remember then while we were in the law school, there's this friend of mine who, because while you're in the law school, you have to attend the 3 compulsory dinner. Okay, on the second dinner, he was at a hostel. I think he dozed off. And by the time he woke up, the dinner was already ongoing and the door has been shut. Okay, and once that happens, you cannot be caught to buy that year.
Wow.
So he got to the door, he was knocking, and the place is already shut. At the end of the day, when we now, finished and came out, immediately we saw him. The first thing a friend said is that they are following you from the village. That is why you have to doze off, few minutes to the dinner. And he wasn't called to buy that year.
Oh my God.
So I do not think that his village people did that remote.
What do you think happened?
That
so
cast
what
a spell on him and he fell asleep. I think that sleeping is a natural cause. That is what I think. But
we also need to probe what he did the night before.
Yeah, those are issues.
But what I want to see, and I want to take away from here, is that at this time of the year, Nigerians generally travel to their villages. Yeah. It's as if Jesus was born in their villages. But, they just do all kinds of things. They make sure they move things, especially our brothers on the eastern part of the country. They just move, like we move to the village. And most times it costs money, it costs lives sometimes, because they have accidents on the road and we never see them again. And sometimes they come back with wives. So village people can really be nice.
Yeah, of course.
So they come back with wives from the villagers and then they start living nicely.
Yes. If they come back with gari, plantain, yam, that is why those who sell foodstuff in Lagos, they say January is a bad month for them because people don't patronize them. That when they take stock of sales, they find out that they have a lot left because people will not come to buy because they're still stocked up.
So what's the point about villagers that you said today, that we should embrace going to the village, should not be afraid of villagers?
We should not be afraid of them. I've said it already, that the imaginary forces we think that resides within the village people and their confines is not as dangerous as we make it to look.
In other words, you're telling us it's an illusion. We shouldn't believe in it.
It is an illusion. There is. I said something there that the few dangerous ones among them, the few callous ones among them, have made it look like everybody in the village are against city dwellers, and that whatever you see that happen in the city is remote or is remoted from the village.
If they are that bad, we will not gather our winnings for an entire year, put it in a vehicle, and go to them in the village to go and show off how our conquest, if they are that bad.
Yes.
That's true.
Well, keep broadening the conversation with your comments on our episode. Our advocacy will definitely be incomplete without your contribution. God's own Kingsman says on our last advocacy, nobody in Nigeria will want to take the COVID-19 vaccine. Also, Ben Adams says, anyone who loots public funds should remain in prison and perfect the project in which the money he or she stole was meant for. Then when he has completed the project, then he can be free. No bail. Thank you, God's own Kingsman and Ben Adams, for your comments. Do continue to participate with us on our social media platform on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, The Advocate NG. To catch up with our previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com, The Advocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. After the break, Bola preaches on the act of giving this season of Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Christmas can truly be Christmas when we celebrate it by giving to those who need it the most. And this brings me to my advocacy today, the act of giving. A story was told of a young homeless boy loitering around a donut shop in one of those European cities in those years after World War II. Just as European nations were beginning to pick up the pieces of their lives, he was desperately hungry, but he had no money. And the smell of hot donut, irresistible. He buried his face in the curve of his joined palms and said a little prayer. A soldier walked in to get himself some donuts without even paying the slightest attention to the hungry boy. He got 2 packs anyway, and as he walked out of the shop, he handed one of the boxes to the young boy and turned to walk away. The boy grabbed him by the wrist and asked intently, "Are you Jesus?" The soldier shook his head, smiled, and said, "I guess you pray to Jesus. I am not Jesus, but there's a little Jesus in all of us, if we allow him to manifest." The summary of all faith is in the passage in Matthew 25, 34 to 46. Referring to the people who inherit eternal life, Jesus said, "Take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." We can stretch this further into the Jewish belief about giving, in which the highest form of giving is that which you give someone such that he does not need to depend on you for handouts forthwith. Put in another way, a gift that makes them start to fish on their own, as opposed to eating the fish you give them and looking up to you for the next. Have you given at that level before? Therefore, in this season, let us all give out of love and not as a show-off. Lift others up and resist the desire to be the only rich man in your circles. Remember, a community of 1 rich man and 6 poor people is a community of the poor. In a society like ours, where the rich give more to the rich, can you dare to be different and give your more to those who have nothing to give you back beyond their prayers and goodwill? If you survive 2020, that in itself is a gift. Many were not so lucky. So desire in your heart that in this season, you will give someone something, be it money, food, clothing, or even your time, your call, your smile and warmth, or your attention. For giving makes the world a better place to live. These monies you stash away in foreign land where it is helping Oyibo, while your people suffer. Bring some home. Fix 1 or 2 schools. Refurbish and equip some primary healthcare centers in your local government. Or endow a scholarship for the best student in a subject you love. Those empty properties scattered around Nigeria and abroad, where nobody lives in them, sell 1 or 2 and put in a foundation to fund some research in science and technology. To whom much is given, much is expected. Make impactful giving your new habit. You can start small. You can start this season. In fact, you can start today.
2 things jump at me from this advocacy. One is that if you survived 2020, that in itself is a gift. So very true. It's been a really challenging year. It's been an unusual year, and we have reacted and responded in unusual ways as well. At some point during the year, we didn't know who was next to die. I mean, just this morning, I remembered one of the broadcasters on one of the stations in Lagos, Dan Foster, and I just said to myself, my God, he's gone. So a lot of us can just begin to recount the many people who've gone away with 2020. So at this point, whether it's restricted Christmas celebration or a lockdown Christmas, we should just be happy. Then again, you said, there's a little Jesus in all of us.
Correct. If we allow him to manifest.
Little Jesus. It was a very beautiful story. I remember reading it and saying, you set a prayer, nobody hears your prayers, but you see a manifestation of your prayers. So the first manifestation for me is that I'm alive at the end of 2020. And so when I'm eating my chicken and my rice, it's not palliative rice, so I'm going to be sharing. I'm going to be sharing with someone, and I'm going to have a huge, big smile on my face that I survived it.
Correct.
Yes, and I want to say that looking at the scripture you quoted, that scripture was actually quoted twice in the Bible. there was a part where Jesus used it to set the standard for the last day, where he said, I was hungry, you did not feed me.
Yes.
Because this part you quoted was where he said, I was hungry, you fed me. I was thirsty, you gave me water.
Correct. There's the
But
other side.
yeah, the first time it was raised, because it's in theology, there's what they call the law of first mention. So when you are
The
interpreting...
law of first mention.
First mention. When you are interpreting scripture, you need to find the place where that particular issue was first mentioned and then see how that links to the other
second
part.
mention, yeah.
So while you have stated one part of it, I want to talk about the second part. And that is where Jesus laid the standard for Judgment Day. That on the day of judgment, it's not going to be about righteousness. It's not going to be about how intelligent you were, or how much you preached, or how
you raised the dead,
you raised the dead, or how you went to church every day.
Chika, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, don't forget that before the 10 Commandments were given, the most important thing was love your neighbor as yourself.
Yes.
And all other things will follow.
It is the greatest commandment.
And and the funny thing is, you read the commandment, and there's nothing more to say, depending on your level of intelligence. If God had stopped at love your neighbor as yourself, we should actually be able to make out the commandments by ourselves. I mean, why would you steal if you love your neighbor as yourself, or kill, or covet your neighbor's wife, and so on, and husband? And so I quite like this whole thing of, it's just about love and, the giving, the looking after others, look after yourself as well, looking after others, kindness. Those are the things that actually touch me more than most other, is those simple acts that deal with the major issue. That's the way we should, approach this thing. We shouldn't make it very complicated. We talk of the Constitution, we talk about the laws of the land, it starts getting very complicated. If we can just teach the average man to love his neighbor as himself, quite honestly, even lawyers will find their work easier.
We'll get to a point where we love ourselves.
Finally, it is time to draw the curtains on this week's episode of The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Enjoy yourself. Merry Christmas, Chuka.
To you all.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
It is a season of 2021 prophecies. Should politics and religion mix? And former presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar sells major shares in Intel as the claimed political persecution has risen. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladenjo. Welcome to Plus Politics. As the new year begins, one of the events that are sure to happen is the releasing of prophecies by religious leaders globally and particularly in Nigeria. Among some of the prophecies released by these clergymen this year is that there will be a lot of surprises. But looking at the events of prophecies which spoke about past political events, we ask, what is the nexus between religion and politics? We have two clergymen who are politically savvy. I'm referring to Reverend Dapo Daramola. I must put it on record that many of us know him as a public affairs analyst. He is a reverend with Methodist Church of Nigeria. Good evening, Reverend Dapo Daramola.
It's my pleasure.
And also being...
Happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah, and Happy New Year to you too. And we also have, we also call him Jide Ologun, but for the purpose of this discussion, I'm also going to introduce him as Pastor Jide Ologun. He's also a legal practitioner. Good evening, Pastor Ologun.
Good evening. Happy New Year.
Yeah, good to see you.
Bless Nigeria.
Interesting. And amen. Let's quickly get to the kernel of this discussion. We understand that this has been a tradition over time. But I saw something that was a bit disturbing in one of these online medium, which says that list of failed prophecies in 2020. Where's the nexus? I thought prophecies are meant to be fulfilled. Let me start with Reverend Dapo Daramola.
Well, once again, it's a pleasure to be on the program this evening. And again, say Happy New Year to all our viewers and also Plus TV crew. I will start by saying that, yes, like you did say, prophecies as declared by prophets are meant to come to pass, largely, because it is believed that, whoever is speaking the mind of God or the mind of a higher deity. It depends on the context in which you're looking at it. But if you're looking at it from the Christian religion, and I think we should narrow it down to that, because sometimes you go to a Dibia can also consult other gods and tell you that this is what, that is what we call our own, the African traditional religion. So almost every religion has some form of prophecies or the other. But if you want us to narrow it down, because the voices we hear more at this time, we hear voices of reverends, pastors or priests, ministers in church or churches. So for me, I think prophecies are meant, to come to pass. It's talking about the mindset of God, something that God intends to do, either in the life of a person or in the life of a people, that is a community, and all that. So, and we have seen this historically, biblically, we've seen it, and it has come to pass many times. But there are people who are generally not equally we cannot begin to determine who is a pastor or who is not, beyond what the Bible tells us, that by their fruits you shall know them. And the fact that also when they come up with prophecies, and it doesn't come to pass, it worries me. And then I begin to question, is it God that said so, or is something that an intuition, something they felt, and they feel that they should share it because either it will be spiritually beneficial or uplifting or something. Because God also says in the Bible, that is speaking scripturally now, that woe unto that person, that man, that, says, thus says the Lord, when the Lord himself has not spoken.
Okay.
So prophecies has to do with when God speaks. So the person, the convener of that message must have heard clearly from God.
Okay.
I'll give an example just to set the tone quickly.
Okay.
When somebody tells us that, I'm sorry to go to, okay, let's start with COVID. An example. I remember there's a servant of God in this land, a very popular one, who said that COVID-19 will become a thing of the past. Come May, March 26th or March 27th. It was a global, it was a well, publicized, prophecy, so to say. But it never came to pass.
Okay.
Now, is that the mindset of God, or the man of God was just saying what he hopes and feels that he wants to see should happen? But when you give an exact date, that by this date, something of this nature will happen, then we want to believe you are speaking the mind of God.
Okay.
And if it does not come to pass, then we can begin to question, such prophecy. So for me, prophecies has clearly to do with the convening the mindset of God. And ordinarily, in very clear context, whether scripturally or otherwise,
okay.
It has.
Reverend Akpo, trust me, quite a lot to talk about. Let me quickly go to Mr. Logo or Pastor Logo. In clear terms, I also read the Bible, and I remember that there was a time, a prophet in the Bible, the prophet Samuel, when it was time to anoint David. At a time, would you call what he was doing with the siblings of David guesswork before he did what God actually told him? Could that be what is happening with these failed, in quote, prophecies?
Obviously, Samuel did not fail, because even though he started on the note of the flesh, eventually he submitted himself to the Spirit of God that made him realize that the guys at home may not be suitable for the office, and you have to go and get David, who God has tested, because biblically too, God doesn't use those who have not been shaken. That is why you notice that Moses went through a lot. And having said that, talking about prophecy, if you read Amos chapter 3, verse 7, Amos chapter 3, verse 7 says that God does nothing except he reveals it to his servants, the prophets. Having said that, he has the discretion to reveal or not to reveal. And look at the account of Elijah. If you read 1 Kings chapter 17, Elijah went to the king and told the king that, as I stand before the Lord, there will not be rain in this land for 3.5 years. And it came to pass. If you go to 1 Kings chapter 18, he returned to the king that now that the first prophecy has been fulfilled, rain is coming upon the land. And rain actually came upon the land. So we've seen God moving in mighty ways. You saw how Elijah called down fire on Mount Carmel, that let God, who is God, send fire, and God sent fire. And if you look at the account of the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 says, unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and that the government shall be upon his shoulders. It shall be Wonderful Counselor, Everlasting Father, the Almighty, the Prince of Peace. And it came to pass, perhaps not in the lifetime of Isaiah. So there are some prophecies that may have to go through the test of time. But that is not to say there are not fake prophets, because the office of the prophet is an office ordained by God, and not all are called to be prophets. Some are evangelists, some are pastors, some are prophets. And prophecy is just revealing what is to come. Whether they come to pass or not, it's a different thing. And the Reverend has clearly told us what the Bible says. If you go and say, thus says the Lord, when God has not said anything, you may be putting yourself into trouble.
Pastor Logun, let me stay with you before I go to Reverend Dapo. In clear terms now, we want to know when these pastors need to bring out the dichotomy between predictions and probably their opinions, connection with the prophet, like Reverend Dapo said. How do we know this is the mind of God?
You test it by fulfillment. But like I said, some get fulfilled immediately. There was a time there was a siege against Samaria, and a prophet of God rose and said that by this time, tomorrow, there will be plenty in the land. And a federal minister said, how can this thing be that even if God opens the windows of heaven, it cannot be? And he told that minister that you will see it with your eyes, but you will not taste it. And it came to pass. So you have prophecies that are fulfilled within 24 hours, some within 7 years, some within even 100 years or so. But the caution here is that if God has not revealed to you, please don't test the fire of God by coming to declare to people that he has revealed to you. But God reveals.
Okay, thank you so much. Reverend Dapo, I'm trying to, would I call it tweak your mind now? Is this a situation about, sometimes when you hear some prophecies, you look at it that, do they really understand how things work? If someone says COVID will be a thing of the past by end of March, does the person understand the strains of this kind of disease? Or since it is from God, we should not even use our rational mind to fathom it. How do we test this prophecy? He has said that you test it by fulfillment. Shouldn't we also have some kind of, agreement in our mind? I don't want to say in our spirit to know whether this is real or not, because we're supposed to run with it.
Let me align with Pastor Logun. It's very clear that, like I said, and that's why when I was setting the tone, I said prophecy clearly. When you break it down to prophecy is clearly speaking, foretelling, saying something that God is saying will happen. Now, I also want to align with him that sometimes some prophecies doesn't have a timeline. Okay, clearly it doesn't have a timeline in the life of a people, on the life of somebody. It doesn't have a timeline. Sometimes they can, at birth, somebody, a man of God, maybe at the point of dedication or something, can say that God is saying that this child will be a ruler. Now, that child at that point cannot be a ruler while he's still being carried as a baby. But over time, certain occurrences will happen in the life of that child that eventually all of this will come together and it will bring to fruition, the purpose of God for the life of that child.
Okay.
That also happens in the life of a nation, in the life of a people. So in this instance, when you are speaking the mind of God, there's nothing to agree or disagree with. But I want to borrow your word, which is quite instructive in what we are discussing. And that's why I also hinted at it when I was laying the foundation. That sometimes also people opinionate. People have, self-expression. And in this self-expression, they model it because you feel that you are a servant of God. So everything that comes to your mind, that passes through your mind, has to do with a voice of God. No, you have your mind. You have a mind. And God has his own voice. And so sometimes what you are telling people could be your mind, could just be what you like. I'll give an example. I'm a Chelsea supporter in football. I support Chelsea. Does it mean that when I tell my other supporters, maybe when we meet or talk, and say, don't worry, this match we are beating them. We are winning 2-0 or 3-0. Does it mean that I'm speaking the mind of God? That is nothing to do with God. That is just something that I like. Okay, it's something I like, and I'm just expressing. So that was just self-expression. And so if Chelsea coincidentally now wins 2-0 or 3-0, somebody now begins to worship me and say, every time this man speaks, he's speaking the mind of God about Chelsea. That is a total fallacy. And that's what some men of God, they fall into.
Reverend Dapo, please, I want to stay with you. Let's quickly look at clear case of some of these prophecies that gave birth to this discussion. For example, a prophet or a pastor just said, oh, Osinbajo is going to succeed Buhari. Now, somebody would say that sounds logical, president to the vice president. And I heard someone saying that that's just being postulating that, oh, he's looking at what people have been saying, therefore, it can't be more than Osinbajo and a few other people. Is that the way we should react to these prophecies? Or why shouldn't the pastor just, pardon my language, keep quiet?
That's what I'm saying, that if spiritually somebody is giving a message that it could be Osinbajo, it could be somebody, in fact, most times it could be somebody obscure. Let me also tell you that in political calculations, thank God we also have political leanings. Osinbajo has been in the radar somewhere, somehow. Even when I was told by people we are close to, that even when Tunde Bakare was chosen to be the vice presidential candidate to this same Buhari, that the person they had in mind was actually Osinbajo. Okay? So if somebody had told Osinbajo sometime down the line as a commissioner or even a lecturer in University of Lagos, that, sir, what God is telling me concerning you is that you will be the vice president or you will be at the top echelon of this nation's political, structure. Osinbajo will look back and say, some 20-something years ago, there was this prophecy concerning me. Even when I didn't imagine that I would have anything to do with politics, I was just a small lecturer in the University of Lagos, and it can then trace. That's why I said sometimes it happens to babies, that you can begin to connect. You can begin to connect the dots, and you realize that things will begin to work in your favor, either staggeredly or proportionally, but it will definitely come to pass in your life because it was God that said so. Let me say it this way. You remember a pastor, a friend of mine really, who played for this nation, now Pastor Taribo West. We saw the video that went viral. When Pastor Taribo prayed and said, he said, God is telling him that Donald John Trump, will still emerge as the president of the United States of America. Now, except a miracle happens today, that is between today and tomorrow, when, Mike Pence, the vice president, will sit over, the joint session to ratify the election results from the Electoral College, except anything, which I don't see it happening, but except it happens. Now, but Pastor Taribo West said it will happen. And we are waiting for the prophecy to come to pass. That was exact. And he said God told him. Okay. Let me also remind you that the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump himself, that is Pastor Paula White came. We also had the prayers. When she was praying, invoking different
the angels from Africa.
And he said that the angels they will go now, instructing and directing the angels to go and change the result of the election. Now, I'm sure she will be telling the president as a spiritual advisor that God is telling me to tell you that you will get your mandate back. Now, so that's what I said. Sometimes, and you ask a fundamental question. And the question is that at this religion and politics, at what point does it meet? It meets at the point right from the ancient days, even from the Bible, where you will see the king, who is the spiritual leader, will tell them to go and call the prophet to come and set the mind of God concerning a step or that they are about to take or a situation. Okay. What they need to do. Should they go to war or not go to war and all of that.
Okay, so Reverend Akpo.
It's an age-long thing.
I get the background. I get the background quite clearly. Let me go back to Pastor Logo. He has raised quite a lot of issues, and I want you to jump in on any of them. But in addition to that, can we also look at these prophecies? Who is at stake here? Is it the God who sent you or you who gave the prophecy? Because from the example he gave, why should Paula White still be bothered about the fulfillment of the prophecy if it is about God who sent her?
God cannot be bothered. God is God. Revelations 1:8 says he's the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, the God who was, who is, and who is to come, the Almighty. So he's in his own.
Wow, I guess it just froze just now. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, maybe I will have your colleague to help you with that while we wait for you to connect. So, Reverend Akpo.
You can hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Exactly. So if you go around prophesying when God has not prophesied, you are the one taking the risk, like Ahithophel in the Bible. But what I know is that sometimes decrees are made. If you look at Exodus chapter 14, when Moses was to lead the Israelites across the Red Sea, he said to them,
oh, Pastor Logo, you need to bind that demon. Okay, can you just finish your thought on that?
To bring that into fulfillment. Yes, so Moses declared that the enemies you see now, you will see them no more. And God collaborated with him. God did the same with Joshua to bring down the wall of Jericho. If you read Joshua chapter 6 from verse 1 to 20. So it is true that God uses a man or woman to carry out his mandate on the earth. But it is a very dangerous thing to claim what has not been ascribed to you by God. But for generally to everybody, irrespective of the prophecy that has been rolled out, the Bible says you should even test every spirit. You are not compelled to believe every prophecy that is rolled out. And even when they are rolled out, what you have to do is find a way of avoiding what is evil. And that is why the Bible says that the people that do know their God, they shall be strong and do exploit. So beyond waiting for prophets to make declarations, why don't you learn to know your God? Apostle Paul said that I may know him and the power of his resurrection and the fellowship of his suffering.
Pastor Logo, I know I've looked for your trouble today. Pastor Logo, I know I've looked for your trouble today. You have given me so many assignments for me to go and cross-check.
We should all ask God for his mind concerning us. He promised Joseph that Joseph was going to become great. And the odds of life were contrary to Joseph, but Joseph held on to it. And in Genesis chapter 41, he became a prime minister in a strange land. So God can speak to you, God can speak through prophets, but you are to work things out with your faith, with the right action. For example, are we saying, many people have said there's a curse on Nigeria? No, God has blessed Nigeria. We have just deliberately decided not to do the right things with our resources. So the day we decide to start doing the right things with our resources, we will be a prosperous nation, perhaps the third richest country in the world, because we pray so much, we fast so much, but we have not done the needful. Our God is not a magician. Jesus said to the men in the marriage in Cana of Galilee in John chapter 2, that go and fill the pots with water. And they obeyed him, and the water turned to wine.
Pastor Logo, obviously you are Pastor Ologu, and the message is not going to end if I don't find a way of interrupting you. But just in 30 seconds, I would like to get your thoughts on one trending tweet on social media where I presuppose that the author is a Nigerian, but the author came across like an American or someone from the Western world, saying that we Africans, what we're doing is we are building churches, we are doing, I don't know whether you've seen that tweet, rather over there, they are building their sciences, they are creating vaccines. All we've been doing is just creating babies. What's your reaction to that?
I have raised an issue that Saudi Arabia is not managed by Christians. The UAE is not managed by Christians. So those who have developed, I cannot even tell you the religion practice in China, but I know that today, China is the biggest producer of electricity. China.
Oh, so sad about that. I think I got your drift and I know where you are headed. Reverend Akpo, same question to you. When do we draw the line to know when to plan rather than just hanging on prophecies without some clear-cut plans? Reverend Akpo, please, can I quickly
build this country?
Okay. I'm so sorry the network is not friendly on that. But let me quickly get your final thoughts, Reverend Akpo.
Okay, no, my thoughts are very clear.
Okay.
You know, Pastor Last said it somewhere, in one interview somewhere, and said that we rely too much on God. I wish they would have, like Pastor Logun said, I wish as he was talking about us relying on God too much and not, walking our talk. I wish that politicians like him will have shown us the way. They will have walked their talk. And then we can believe that, yes, beyond, because God has endowed everybody. And I think that's the point that Pastor Logan was trying to make. Let me also quickly end this way, or let me conclude this way also, that we must, we must test all the voices of servants of God. Don't forget, in this country, we have men of God who have said that, servants of God in this case, so not politicians, well, turned politicians, who said that God said they will rule this country as presidents. And they have contested and contested and contested over and over again, and nothing came out of it. We don't need to name names. We all know their names. And if I need to name names, I can quickly do that. But we have many of them, including Pastor Chris Okotie and all of them, who have said God said they will become presidents, and we are still waiting. Whether that prophecy will come, they've jumped different parties, and from Fresh Party to Justice Party to all of them, and we are still waiting to see, how that will come to pass. Finally, let me say that when servants of God, because of their affiliation to one party or the other, or their connection to a politician, they begin to say what they feel, they want to, of course, because they want to they will benefit. If their own person is in governance, or they will benefit. So they begin to spew all sorts of things, and within them, they will tell you it is God that is saying it. But we know that when God speaks, it comes to pass. And that is what we should look out for. When you have a man of God who told us in this country that we should not worry.
Thank you so much. It's on that note that we will have to wrap up this discussion. Quite insightful. Trust me, I think this conversation should continue on all our social media platforms, especially the YouTube. Let's watch this over and over again, and let's regurgitate on some of the points raised by the two guests we've had today. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Daramola, and thank you, Pastor Ologun, for your insight on this issue. I know you've not exhausted all the points, but we have to go now. And guess what? We'll have to keep Reverend Dr. Daramola for the second discussion. But we'll take a short break now, and when we return, we will try to give an answer to the question on why Atiku Abubakar sold his shares in Intel. That will be after this short break. Please don't go anywhere.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back, and to the second issue of the day. Atiku Abubakar has sold his shares in Integrated Logistics Services, popularly known as Intel Nigeria Limited. In recent times, the company seems to be at loggerheads with the Nigerian Ports Authority, a field Atiku insists is politically motivated. According to the report, Atiku sold his shares to Oil Investment Group, the parent company of Intel, for various amounts totaling over $100 million in the deal that spanned 2 years. When converted to Naira, the money is close to 40 billion Naira. Could this move have been done in preparation for his presidential bid, or it is meant to insulate the company from political persecution? Joining us to discuss this is Oladimeji Fabi, a member of the PDP. Good evening, Oladimeji Fabi.
Yeah, my brother, good evening. Happy New Year. Good to be here.
Good to see you. And we still have Reverend Dapo Daramola, who is a political analyst at this time. So good evening, gentlemen, once again. Let's get started with Fabi. Fabi, some of us are a bit confused with the position of Atiku Abubakar. Is it born out of persecution, thereby selling his shares, or from what he said, he wants to divert this money into another businesses? And in one swoop, he has said that the government is chasing away foreign direct investment. Is it not this same country that he has diverted the money into? If you can help me make sense of my confusion.
Well, thank you very much, Kaode. First and foremost, I'd like to say that there's no confusion anywhere.
Okay.
Atiku, as we know, is a co-founder of Intel, and he has a long-standing history with the company, building it up from the scratch with his foreign partners to where it is today. They invested billions of dollars to make that place where it is today. If you go through the records and the history, it is one legitimate business that has helped in employing thousands of Nigerians when jobs were scarce to find. And I appreciate the ingenuity of Atiku and his partners to have come up with that. He employed so many. It's quite a legitimate business. But for me, like I said, there's no confusion anywhere. But some people may want to get confused by themselves. Atiku made it abundantly clear why he redirected his investments. And like every right-thinking businessman who knows his onions, when things are not going, it doesn't have to be, when you discover that things are not going well with your company, you have every right to do what you want to do with your business and your company. This is about Atiku's private life. It's about his private business. I don't think anyone should be worried or be confused about this. And I don't think any meaning, apart from what the man that is there that's actually affected, I said, this is the reason why I had to do this. And in furtherance to what you said, it is possible, and I know the Atiku that I know is a creator of jobs, is an employer of labor in the largest scale. So the possibility of him moving the money into another business that will help create jobs, that will help him do the things he knows how to do best, is what he will do. The Atiku I know will not carry his money across board. He has so many business interests, not just in the maritime sector. He's into real estate, he's into farming, he's into livestock, he's into beverages and all that. So nobody should get confused here. It's a very clear and direct matter.
Thank you very much, Fabi. I'm coming back to that, and probably I should also put it on record, except Dapo Daramola has changed. He usually brand himself as a Buharist. So it is fine to hear what he has to say. So quickly, why do we need to persecute, using Fabi's word, a genuine business? I remember the loggerheads with MPA. I remember so many dramas that ensued in the build-up to the election. Is it okay to say that government has achieved its aim by making him pull out?
Well, I think, let me borrow the word which was bantered by my brother Fabi, which is that there's no confusion. I think if there's no confusion, we'll not be here in the first instance. The confusion was created by the Atiku camp when he came out to say that the current administration is persecuting his business. They want to kill his business and all of that. That's where the confusion started. Until date, I want to place on record that Atiku's camp, the Mr. Polibe that sent out the release, are still not written another one to either align his position with the full ownership of Intel, because they have come out to explain, to clear the air, So there are discordant tunes. Let me put it that way. Atiku is saying something else, and the company, Intels, are saying something else. Intels, through their own spokesperson, Tommaso Ruffinoni has come out to say that they don't have any problem at all with the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, and they are not being persecuted, they are not being hunted down, they are not being, whatever issue they have is clearly a business matter, which needs to be resolved. And so when Atiku turns a situation which ordinarily is as clear as day, wants to now manipulate that situation and create mischief out of it, to brand the government as being, to be like a rudderless government that doesn't want to see him grow because he's on the opposing side. That will be creating some confusion and it's not fair.
Okay, can we leave the confusion issue now? Do you believe that this business is facing serious persecution because of Atiku's interest?
No, it's not. It's not. The matter is very clear. What is the issue between NPA and Intel?
Okay.
NPA at some point, for about 17 years, according to the story, they signed what they call a boat pilotage agreement. Boat pilotage agreement, in that agreement, they need to raise revenues for the NPA, for the government. And so that was part of, they need to be what they call collection of revenues, for the government. And unfortunately, what we are being told now by NPA, which Intel has not come out to say is untrue, I'm waiting for that. And that's why, as a journalist who is trained, I should follow the facts and sentiments. What is out there, which is the fact, is that Intel is owing NPA from the revenues generated or collected up to about 207 point something million US dollars that they have not remitted. And so for about 4 years, they drag. Don't forget this agreement has been on for about 17 years. So it shows you that even when Atiku was in government, a company that he co-owns, was making money, from the same government. I'm not going into that. Anybody can own company and they can make money. But the point, let's put the narrative in proper.
You have done that. You have done that in your own way.
Yes.
Let's listen to Fabi. I'm sure he has a different narrative from what you've put out there.
Well, Kaode, I just couldn't hold myself back when I look at Reverend speaking. But I will give it to him. He has to do the job. Now, let me tell you this. Even though when I was invited to come and talk on this matter, I didn't want to come because I don't see it as an issue that should generate this kind of energy. All right. Like I said, Atiku has the right, all right, to say, I am redivesting my investment from this company. It's his private life. It's his private business. Let me remind my brother there, maybe because he was only talking on one side of the matter. It is true that NPA claimed Intel owed them some money. I want to remind him again that does he know that the matter is in court now? And the company is saying that NPA, you are owing us over 750 million US dollars. And that's why they are in court. Does he know how many court cases are in court between Intel and federal government as we speak? So let us leave this matter. As far as I know, Atiku has moved his investment away from Intel. Then government should go and sit down, go and face Intel and do business with Intel. Whether Intel is doing that to protect their businesses is their problem. Atiku has taken a leave. If he believed it was a problem, why the onslaught against the continuous onslaught against the company was going on, was happening, and said, guys, let me move my things and you continue your business. His children that were there are no more there. So why dissipating this energy? We have a lot of issues in this country to fix. This country is broken by this government. We need to fix that. I am not buying into this conversation. Let me tell you that. Now let's look at some fundamentals between you and so that Nigeria can get. It's only a mischievous person or ridiculous that will be putting a lot of energy on this. Dangote divested his investment. Mike Adenuga divested his investment. If Atiku had come out to say, guys, I am leaving because of this, and the company on the other hand say, I have said QED, it settles it, then the matter is that you don't expect Oliver to come out and be saying what again? They have made their point, and the company has made this point, then the company should go ahead with working with government. Simple, QED. So we shouldn't dissipate lots of energy on this. We have a lot to fix in this country. How many businesses have died under this government? Is enough. It's not just Intel. Lots of businesses have gone because of this government. So we don't go into all this matter at all.
I will insist, or I'm begging you, that this matter is worth discussing. If the figures you are also mentioning is that huge, then Nigerians have a stake in this conversation. They need to hear.
That is the reason the matter is in court. That is the reason the matter. These people are in court. So it's a settled matter. The government is making a claim. Interest is making a claim. That's why they are in court. And beyond that, there are so many other court cases between these two parties. So let's leave them to sort their matter. Whether it is because of article or not, time will tell.
Okay, why we'll try not to be subject this in our comments, but it's important that we should look at the import of what Atiku said, that this is political persecution. This is something that has to do with FDI. We are expecting investors to come into the business. Reverend Dakwadamola, can we also look at how strong that statement is, and if you have a different opinion from what Fabi had said, because there's a right of reply?
No, I don't have a problem, because I'm sure there are people listening to us. And like I said, I've been spent all my life in journalism, and I've done sessions like this. I think Mr. Fabi is just railroading, and I will explain that. When you were invited for this program, and that's why I laid the foundation. I mean, this is what we do every day. We lay foundation, premise for discussions. The only reason why we are talking about this in the first instance is not because Intel has a problem with NPA and they are in court. The only reason why we are delving into this matter was because Atiku said the only reason why he was pulling his investment out of that company was because the federal government of Nigeria, under the Buhari administration, has zeroed down, on them, and they are persecuting that business. And that's an irresponsible comment to make from a former vice president of this country. To begin to accuse the government, and then to want to blackmail. That's called blackmailing. It's just what Donald Trump is doing today in America. Somebody who lost election.
I don't know whether that's irresponsible, Reverend Dapo.
To say that he won the election. So if Atiku is telling us today in this country that the reason why he wants to divest, nobody will care wherever he put his money if he decides to put it anywhere else, and without making any noise about it. But the fact that he labeled the government, that's why we're having this conversation. And that's my own interest. That the man does not need to tell lies as to the reason why he was moving his money to do whatever he wants to do. Some people say that the money he pulled out was going to begin the foundation for 2023 campaign. That's a different matter. It's not my business. But the point is that he doesn't need to give such a reason that lacks merit and that lacks facts. That the reason why he was pulling out his money,
Mr. Dakwadamola, Reverend Dakwadamola, maybe that's the journalist in you that is saying that for a politician, that it should be a reason why he should state that. But Fabi, I don't know whether he has been able to convince you that this is worth discussing. I need your final comment on this, and what's the way forward?
Kayode, Nigerians are no fools. We know what this government has done. One of them came out, I don't want to mention his name. He said by the time we finish with Atiku, he won't have money to feed his family. He's on record.
Wow.
He is a journalist. He should go and do his investigative journalism and know who said
it. No,
it.
you should state the facts. You are on TV. I mentioned names. You mentioned the names, sir. Don't tell me to go and investigate.
Okay, let him. He will state the facts.
Make your comment and make it properly. Name the person.
Okay, let's allow him state the facts now. You have 30 seconds. Fabi, please, Mr. Dakwadamola, let's allow him state the fact because we're running out of time.
I will interject when he's speaking. Correct, control him. We're not fighting here. We are laying the matter on the table. I don't know why he's getting agitated. The truth of the matter is, every article is in the center of this. He has intelligence that Reverend there does not have. He knows what is, and the entire Nigerians know what this government is doing to his businesses. It's just not even Intel's, but we keep it at that. I've given him a job. Let him go and investigate what I just said. He said, let him go and do that. Then he should come back and tell the truth to Nigerians. Okay. As far as I know, Atiku has taken his decision. Atiku has always been responsible for this country. He has created more jobs. He uses the word irresponsible. I don't know where that is coming from. Atiku has been responsible, created thousands of jobs through these businesses and other businesses. So, and I don't know the lies he has said. When somebody said, this is what is happening, we all saw it. Nigerians saw it. no amount of defense from these people can change that narratives. So we leave Intel and federal government to go and sort out themselves. Atiku is on his own. Is it because it's Atiku? Is it because it's vice president? Why are they always afraid when it comes to Atiku? Why are they always feeling like that when it comes to Atiku? They can't stop Atiku.
Fabi, can I ask you last question before you go? Who made that statement that by the time we're done with Atiku?
He's a journalist. Let him go and find out. He's a journalist. He's a member of the APC. He said by the time we're done with him, he won't have money to feed his family.
So why can't you mention his name?
Let him go and do that.
Okay. Since you want us to find out, Reverend Dakwa, you have 30 seconds to close up your statement.
It's very simple. Unfortunately, if you can forward some of my appearances on, I can even forward some others, but if you can forward some of the links of my appearances on this station, and let Brother Mr. Fabi understand how much I have castigated this same government. I am not, you can go and, I've been arrested by the DSS, I've gone through a lot. I don't need to.
You are an apologist. He doesn't. You have to say
okay, let him finish his statement.
Looking for appointments.
You can say whatever.
Can we allow him finish his comments now?
There are two issues. There are two issues we asked. You were asked two issues.
Fabi, I'm so sorry. We have to end that conversation. I know Reverend Dakwa tries to finish up his statement, but I think it's fair. Let's quickly allow you to finish your comment, please.
I need to respond because I'm being insulted, and that is very unfortunate.
I'm so sorry about that.
Somebody of his, when you find a guest who comes on television,
we are sorry about that.
Insult, use, very derogatory languages and words against somebody that they're having conversations with. They can understand where people are coming from.
You have done more than that on this conversation. You have done more than that. This is not the first time I'm on national TV.
Okay.
You have done more than that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Reverend Dakwa, on record, we're sorry for the comments used, and Fabi, we're also sorry if you feel offended with the comments used. I know the comment was directed at your principal, but whichever way, we're very sorry, and I believe that so much had been learned from this conversation. So accept our apologies. So sorry about that. Reverend Dakwa, please forgive us, and Fabi, please forgive us. Is that fine? Okay, Reverend Dakwa, trust me, this conversation continues. Fabi, let's have it again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, let's quickly take a short breather, and when we return, I'll be giving you my take. Please don't go anywhere. To the 2021 prophecies, are they really prophecies, or they are predictions based on postulations, or they are mere opinions from clergymen and women? Whichever one it is, the question I have for the fortune tellers, the prophets, both genuine and fake, is God the author of confusion? Certainly not. Like the Holy Book says, let all men be liars, let God be true. Why do we hear conflicting prophecies from the supposed same God? We are yet to recover from the so-called evangelicals who claimed President Trump was not only God chosen, but his laws at the poll will be upturned, just to prove that they are right. Is it about the messenger or the sender of the message? While I advocate seeking the face of God for direction, can we choose to remain mute when things are not revealed to us? With that, not only that these servants of God will retain their revered position, God's name will also not be dragged in the mud. And that's my take on the discussion tonight. Plus Politics returns tomorrow, same time, same station. I am Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us to say AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. Like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived to oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings myelin crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. but if you start with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances whereby you lose a job.
I wouldn't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult regular cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this was going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, Forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
জানে নাই যে সে তারা এটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল আমি নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
basi nishakwambia kuna mtu anakuja Daombi kwa anataka kuoa huyo baba mzuri tu mdogo. nikafanyaje
پیشمیکا این مرمیز داد دو میداد بازم به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم بازم به اون رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to 2 families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالم نخوابم که برم صنف 8 عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسور ما خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، بازم به می رقم تیر میکردم. همین تا با مشت و لغت مردم من میزدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم. مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم اون مقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمه زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیدیشتم.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, ku ishte egjiptian. U detyrova, thash, për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash, për paktën vetë di që do flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو سال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک پاوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی د پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence, and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د پلار د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و ته ما سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 6 روپۍ دېرش روپۍ کبان مې ټولول دا چې واده مې وکړ له ما په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کړي نو ډوډۍ موټۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ کړي نه که دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی ته اوس سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा उसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे कहते वरी थी सी पे जब बिलावन डो है ना वड्डे छोकरा बिलावन सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र से शादी कर छोड़े लिया नंढी उम्र से कर नीता ना पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसी तो पीछे माँ शादी कर छोड़े सा
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहले मैंने मैं स्कूल विंदी हम तो सुठो लगंदो हो मां जब मैं पढ़ा वो शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो मैं जान पो भी मुझे शौक आए वो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं स्कूल मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ने दा मां जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करेंगे ना दिला पानी से चाहिए शादी कर छोड़े शादी के पहले मैं आज़ाद हो मना घर जो काम कार अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे हम पीछे वाले माँ पे वादे करेंगे हम ना तो अठे बैठी होंगी हम वादी बैठी होंगी हम शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई तो सजा घर का काम कार मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़ा ना घर की सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वडी थी सी पीछे करवे सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin kurang diurus gitu makannya tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yaran karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj ishte 24 vjeç. në atë kohë. Martesa zjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova i thash, u detyrova që iki sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফালাইতে হয়ে গেল গা আজ যদি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফালাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা আমার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خود اینا که همه بی سوادن ایران گفتم ما طور نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم می شوهر معقول بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت کنه من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nimelia mama akasemaje nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu kwa hivyo siku ya pili ile yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu mimi nikaichukua ile simu nikaziandika zile namba nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili nikamuuliza mimi na ule tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyokuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe na mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria.
sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para ir a las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavar trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé pues ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up. I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other. We want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خونه بودی 1 سال ادامه می‌کنی و در خونه بودم برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکسام خارجی ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادرم یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار میینه کلا نمینه، پدرم کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، همون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی پیش مانه.
na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban. Kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minutę to po dziru.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma të isha në një shtëpi me vajzën, të kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shumë. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japi një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders, and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their girls. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say,
Now so they talk, you are going to Libya, you reach America.
Accident do mark our place. Some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to another episode of One on One. Our guest today is Babatunde Raji Fashola, popularly referred to as BRF. He is a senior advocate of Nigeria and is currently the Minister of Works and Housing. He served 2 terms as Governor of Lagos State from May 29, 2007 to May 29, 2015. Fashola succeeded Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari to be the Minister of Power, Works and Housing. He was reappointed Minister of Works and Housing on the 21st of August 2019. He attended Beth Freeman High School, Lagos and Igbobi College, Lagos. He studied law at the University of Benin, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1987. He is married to Mrs. Abimbola Fashola and they have 2 children. Your Honorable Minister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome to One on One. This is Plus TV Africa, and we have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola. Welcome again.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, let's get straight to the business. The COVID-19 pandemic seems to have taken an effect on the second quarter of 2020 GDP of the country. And what is the current administration doing to avert the reoccurrence of a recession? And what is the part of the phased return to construction site expected to play at this time?
Okay, so this is the time that the whole world essentially is experiencing a slowdown in productivity. So when we're talking of GDP, people must understand what it really means. It is the aggregate of the productivity of a nation measured as its gross domestic productivity. So if there is a disease of epidemic proportions and people were asked to stay at home in order that they should stay alive, logic must tell anybody that at that period there was likely to be a reduction, if not a total stoppage in productivity. And the government of Nigeria, like many other governments, predicted that there would be GDP decline. We also predicted that it would be something in the order of 7.24%, but it has turned out to be less than we predicted, which is, in a sense, something to be assured about. These people know what they are doing. We then set about to design and implement an economic sustainability plan that was cross-cutting, supporting agriculture, supporting construction, supporting small businesses. And as soon as it was safe to start the ease of the lockdown, we began to deploy and implement this policy. So there's nothing really to panic about. We foresaw, if we were doctors, so to speak, we diagnosed the problem ahead of time, and we're already administering the treatment. And the patient, if you permit me to use that word, will recover sooner rather than later. So when you have 774,000 jobs, it was part of those measures to reach the most vulnerable. We don't even have work. Go and do some work for 3 months and earn some cash. When you hear about a survival fund launched by government, it was to support SMEs. When you hear about payroll support, funding for agri, you hear about construction using more brick, using more cement to employ people to create jobs. These are so many measures. You hear the government through the central bank asking the commercial bank to suspend the payment of loans the calling of loans and to renew the tenure of loans so that people can catch their breath. These are all of the measures put in place. And people should pay attention to these measures and see how they can benefit because many of them are being deployed on many platforms, the regular platforms and digital platforms. So people must pay attention and benefit and see how they can benefit. But some and substance, nothing to fear. In terms of the ease of the lockdown, the 11 big construction companies were asked to go back to work. That was part of the measure so that the people we classify as the urban poor, those who earn daily living from these construction companies, could easily start getting their income, their laborers, their workmen, and all of that. Again, that has led to work being created on, I think, about 50-something sites across 25 states in the country. And that has improved since the last time the first phase of ease of lockdown occurred. So most of our contractors are back to work now. So there's really nothing to panic about.
Okay,
this measurement.
Honorable Minister, let me still stay on this issue of the impact of the lockdown. Immediately we went into that crisis. The worry by so many people has to do with, as much as this government has done well by not touching the recurrent in terms of budget, salaries were not reduced, salaries were paid promptly. But the fear then is the capital was going to be affected, the capital expenditure. And has this in any way affect your plan, especially for this year?
Look, when you have an occurrence like the coronavirus 2019, now popularly known as COVID-19, unexpected, a novel virus, people were dropping dead virtually, travel stopped, very little knowledge. Clearly, all your plans will be affected because the first response is to save lives. So for 3 months, essentially, or thereabouts, we couldn't work at the pace at which we normally would like to work. That was perhaps the peak of our most productive period of the year, the end of the dry season from around March to June, because the rainy season starts really in June. So we lost our most productive time. So we are already recalibrating to relaunch ourselves immediately the rains end in September and in October. So that's one thing that was affected. Then we didn't plan for it. We had to fund it. So it had also its capital items, not just for my ministry, for other ministries. So capital items, expenses had to move to other more urgent and compelling areas like hospitals, schools, healthcare, and all of that. So these are normal things that nobody should panic about it. If your house catches fire and you didn't plan for it, the ashwebi that you wanted to buy next month will no longer be a priority because you will have to start refurbishing and refurnishing your house. This is eminent common sense, and I don't see why anybody should panic about that at all.
Okay, Honorable Minister, we're going to move into that popular issue of the China loan. But before then, let's quickly go on a short break, and when we come back, we will have your response to that. Welcome back. It's still one-on-one with the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola. Honorable Minister, let's look at the issue of loans from China. It's particularly worrisome, according to many people, at a time that other parts of the world seems to be getting more careful about the Chinese. Nigeria seems to be embracing their loans. Aren't you worried about the issue of the sovereign immunity that is still in the public discourse?
I don't worry myself about things that I understand, and I know that they do not create a cause for worry. If you look around the world today, those who understand international finance will first tell you the largest development banks who are still able to write a check, at least before COVID, for any developmental project. The first 3 in the world are largely Chinese. And then if you look at those who are scaremongering about China, they're taking Chinese loans. In the West, in Europe, many projects are being funded by Chinese loans. What does China have for Africa? They have a forum for China and Africa cooperation called the FOCAC to enable them do more trade with Africa. And I think that people must also understand the Debt Management Office has issued a very, very detailed statement about the totality of our public debt. The totality of our public debt does not necessarily suggest that it is only the federal government that is owing that debt. States are also owing part of those debts. Then you must remember that the loans from China are a relatively small part, significantly small part, if I may say so, of the total national and public debt. So those who are scaremongering about China can only scare those who have no knowledge. There is a project in the United Kingdom called the Hinkley Power Project. It's a power project costing about $21 billion. The Chinese are funding it for the British, just so that people know. So this scaremongering, I don't know where it's coming from. But what I do know also is that most countries, if not all countries of the world, have export-import loans. So Nigeria has an export-import bank called Nigeria Exim Bank. There is UK Exim Bank, there's China Exim Bank. So some of the loans that have been in public discourse for some time are export-import loans from China, China Exim. They are trade loans. They are significantly discounted. They are used to drive export of goods or import of goods. In our own case, in the rail and on my own road, like Akwanga to Lafia, it's to drive export of technology, machines, equipment, and high-level Chinese manpower to fund the construction of the road because we don't have the money and we don't have the machines. So they use it to export machines. The other point to note about it, therefore, is that it will have certain conditions because you are buying. But people have focused more on the financing contract, the loan agreement. There's also a construction contract, and that is where our rights are actually better protected. Because the financing contract that people are talking about, sovereign immunity, there is no sovereign immunity when you take a commercial loan. That has been decided since the early 70s, when our Attorney General here in this country raised the point in the Court of Appeal in England in a case called Trentex, Trendtex versus the Central Bank of Nigeria, when we were asked to pay for cement that we imported. So any student of the university in international law class will already know that there is no immunity to defend. So there was none to waive. Okay. Once it's a commercial loan, your contract, your defense should be either that the equipment that was supplied was bad, or that they didn't do the work well, or that the goods were defective. That's why I said there are two contracts. The construction contract, and that is where in my ministry we're measuring, we're monitoring, we're checking the quality of everything that is brought in and that is used to ensure that Nigeria gets the full value. If the equipment or the quality of work done is bad and we were sued, our defense would not be that, oh, you can't sue us because we're sovereign. Our defense would be, you did not perform the contract. You sold bad goods. So people should just stop hyping what really doesn't exist. There was no immunity to protect when it comes to commercial loan, so there was none to give away. That is the decision of the court since 1970s.
I will still bring in that for the purpose of our viewers who probably have been looking for opportunity to engage the government on these. I know there have been several efforts by the Minister of Transportation to explain about these. But still on it, issues around funding, infrastructure development, there is a lot of concerns about the level of borrowing by the current administration. And sometimes we are even being accused, what is the repayment plan? I've listened to you several times, especially when you were here as a governor, when you explained that so many things had to be done. And you know the kind of reaction you got when you talked about the Lekki toll gate. So what is the repayment plan so that people don't get into a trouble they didn't foresee?
Well, let me say first of all that it is legitimate for Nigerians to be concerned about the borrowing of a government they elected. Even for a government they did not elect, it is a legitimate observation. So, I don't dismiss that. What I say is first, let us just understand credit, whether it's local or international. If you are not able to pay, right? I think there's this assumption that, oh, they will just push us into debt, then we won't be able to pay. It doesn't work like that. If you are not able to pay, the less likely it is that you will be able to borrow money. And if you are able to borrow money, there will be other stringent conditions, other developmental things that your lenders will tell you to stop doing, like what happened to us during the structural adjustment program, where we went for an IMF facility. That's not where we are today. So let's just understand that first of all. Secondly, on your platform and many platforms, people have expressed the need for better services, whether it was by way of a rail, airport upgrade, road upgrade, bridge upgrade. Somebody has to pay. So if you take all our salaries, including that of the National Assembly, it's not enough to finance it. So we either have to increase taxes, and those who criticize the government for borrowing should come out and provide the alternative source of funding. This is the argument. In every election, in every serious democracy, that is why taxation and funding of public infrastructure and government programs is what tilts the election. How are you going to pay? If you are going to tax us, then do we want to be taxed? If you are going to borrow, then how are you going to repay? Which is the question you are asking. So we are mortgaging more, we're committing more of our revenues as they are to refinancing so that we remain a going concern. Okay. Is that a problem? Yes, it is a matter for concern. But let us flip back the argument that some people have made, oh, that you are mortgaging the future of unborn children. The truth is that, just like you said about the Lekki Bridge at the time, when we were doing it, it was 29 billion odd or 30 billion naira at that time's money. We did it at that time's money, at that time's exchange rate. If you put 29 billion now on the ground today, you can't use that bridge. You can't build it. Okay. But you know what? When it was built, there were, I think it was finished in 2012. So the children who were born in 2012 are now 8 years old. So they are using it because their future was factored into it. Okay. If they were to do it today, they won't find the money. They can't find it today. Okay. Not at that price. So for that unborn generation, we have a choice. Let us as a nation decide that we want them to wait until 2050 to come and do it at 2050 price. Or we invest in it today at today's price, and they inherit and pay for it. Okay, so Honorable Minister, it's a choice, really. Okay, let's still talking about the issue of contract, issues around alleged inflated contract this time around. Every now and then, there are allegations by the parliament and other bodies that about inflated contract. Could you take us through the procurement process at the federal level, if that is possible? But before you do that, we'll have to take another short break, and we'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to One-on-One. We still have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, telling us so many things that has to do with our infrastructure, the issue of loans, and quite a lot of issues that are bothering people. So, Honorable Minister, I asked the other time, can you explain to us the procurement process? Why do we always have this accusation from the other arm of government saying that contracts are being inflated? Okay, the procurement process is a lengthy process. If we were to discuss it, it will take all of our time, and it is something that we can have a 1 hour conversation about. And the pricing of infrastructure is something that is very, very fascinating for me, and the little that people appear to know about it. But let me just say that I like the word that you use, that it is alleged. So people can say what they like, but what are the facts? First of all, no ministry in Nigeria, as constituted today, fixes the price. No ministry. There's an agency called the Bureau of Public Procurement, created by a law of the parliament, and they are the last word, the final word on pricing. Even the president, nobody can change the price they fix. So if there are issues of pricing disputes, it is that agency that must answer, not the ministry, because they fix the final price. So the fact that you are a member of a committee and you are an engineer does not presuppose, or you are even a quantity surveyor, does not presuppose that you know everything about pricing. Do you know what is under the road? Did you do a soil test? The cost of constructing in the Delta is different from cost of constructing in the Savannah. The cost of constructing in Lagos, where you have to first go and dive in the lagoon to get sand, is different from the cost of constructing in Ogun. How many people know, for example, that most of the construction materials used for building in Lagos comes from Ogun? And you have to factor cost of transportation into it. And then, how many people understand why you have to do a lot of concrete work and drainage work and iron rod work for drainage if you are constructing in the coastal and creek areas in order to protect your road? So just opening your mouth to say what you think doesn't make it true. It is a matter of evidence, and construction economics has reached a point where by design and by quantities, you can know immediately whether a project is
inflated,
overpriced. No, because the price of the quantities don't change. They are publicly known. It's the quantities that will decide whether or not it's overpriced or vice versa.
Still talking about the legislative arm of government, because we can't forget the back and forth the executive is usually having with them, especially when it has to do with the budget. Now, do you sometimes feel frustrated that it is usually the capital expenditure that is affected by the controversial constituency project? Because I remember this is an issue that this current administration is not really ready to buy into.
Well, our back and forth, as you put it, is the beauty of constitutional and liberal democracy that we have. This is what many people sacrifice blood, tears, and their lives for Nigeria to have, the right to participate in governance. And it comes at its own cost. It comes at the very difficult task of building consensus amongst ourselves. How do supposedly separate arms of government work together to deliver service for Nigerians? So the constituency projects that you speak about, for example, are again the borderline areas of executive, legislative boundaries. I have always maintained that even though the three arms, legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, are supposedly independent, their real relationship lies in their interdependence rather than in their independence. They must depend on one another. So in today's Nigeria, I doubt if there's any legislator that will be elected or re-elected for the number of motions and bills that he passed. So he has to fall into that trap, I call it a trap, of promising people that he will build a road or a hospital, which indeed is the responsibility of the executive. But nobody asked them during campaign that, how are you going to build it? You are supposed to make laws, because we all want them to do something for us. And I think they all speak to the challenge of our infrastructure at this stage as a developing mission. Maybe in 30, 40 years' time, nobody wants to hear too much about infrastructure anymore, because we would have caught up if the investment that this administration is making is sustained. I think we lost a big opportunity in 2005 when this country took $12 billion to go and pay debt instead of investing it in Nigeria. But what we have done with the constituency project is that we have created a special project unit now to harmonize it, because at the end of the day, after all said and done, Parliament can't build. The manpower is in the executive. In the different arms of the executive, like works, housing, like power, like transport, and so on and so forth. So we help them to execute these projects under the existing procurement law. And we are now sending returns back to them about what we have completed. We're even asking the states to come and take over some of these healthcare centers, which can be useful now for during this COVID period. Primary schools, which can be useful to increase the spacing, and we built hundreds of them over the last 3 years. And they can be put to very good, they were furnished. So they just need to be staffed now by the state government so that we can put them to use.
I'm sure you have so much to tell us, but because of time, I just have a few more minutes. Honorable Minister, let's dive a bit into politics before we round off. The second Niger bridge, it's an issue. How come that despite this feat, President Buhari or this administration is yet to be embraced by majority of the Southeasterners? I'm talking about the last election, you know. I think it was more of a very, very poor showing when it comes to that region. What do you have to say about that?
Well, the second Niger bridge is a project rooted first in integrity, personal integrity, and promise keeping, a commitment made by the president when he was campaigning. So it wasn't meant to catch votes. It was a developmental project that the previous administration had committed to and had not delivered upon. It was a touchy issue for that part of the country. He had committed to do it. And in the way that he committed that he will complete the mausoleum for the late Nnamdi Azikiwe, which he has done, he will also deliver on the second Niger bridge, which should be completed by 2022, middle of the year. So politics is a very, very interesting and dynamic undertaking, and it is a game of persuasion. So the fact that one community or one group of people do not agree with your message today or are not persuaded by your appeal today does not mean that things cannot change. That is why we have in other jurisdictions, they call them swing states. And until the last few years, who would have thought that the progressives will have this kind of sweeping appeal across the country? And so it's a continuously moving target, and we continue to engage. The results in 2019 were certainly better than the results in 2015. And as we go ahead, we expect to see more footprints of progressive persuasion in many other parts of the country, the Southeast.
I'm afraid this might be my last question to you because of time. Let's touch a bit about your last tenure, where you supervised 3 ministries, including power. Recently, you were included in the Special Committee on Power. Is this another subtle way of bringing you back to continue where you stopped?
Well, I think that question should be directed to the authorities that brought me back. They would know why better. But, I mean, public service is what it is. I continue to offer myself, my skills, and my ability to my country for as long as I can usefully do so. And I'm really honored to have been considered to serve.
Okay, since you made that very short, let's have one for the road. As a senior member of the Nigerian Bar, are you concerned about the recent developments in Nigerian Bar Association, especially the threat of a faction emerging based on geopolitical consideration? I don't want to bore you with what led to that geopolitical consideration. What do you think?
I'm concerned about the developments in my professional association, but I am sure that when temperatures cool down, reason will ultimately prevail, and the NBA has a self-reforming, self-repairing, self-renewing mechanism, and I'm sure that that mechanism will help the NBA reform and renew and become an even better and stronger and more embracing association for all of the interests that feel unsatisfied at this moment.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, for your time.
Thank you.
And that's how far we can go on today's edition of One on One. Another interesting conversation will come up in our next episode. Till then, I remain yours truly, Kayode Ladeinde, saying bye for now.
And you are live from Lagos, Nigeria. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm with Doka Njoko. And I've got Wale Scott right here. And it will get to a point where we'll get to throw shades, but we'll start off from the local scene. But hey, welcome to the show, Wale Scott. You look very calm and humble this morning.
This is how I look when I'm disappointed.
Oh, okay. Because yesterday you said we were going to come here with your victory jackets.
And champagne.
And champagne.
It didn't happen.
And I'm wearing black to mourn that loss. But
mourn my mood.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that one later on. But the Golden Eaglets are in the news, and they started their campaign at the Wafo B tournament on a losing note, going down to a 1-0 defeat against Cote d'Ivoire at the Stade Municipal in Lomé on Wednesday night. Ivory Coast scored the winning goal 14 minutes from time. Now, Fatai Amo's charges fought hard to find the equalizing goal, but were unable to break the opponent's defense. The Eaglets will face the Black Starlets of Ghana in the final Group B game on Saturday, and a win in the encounter will boost their hopes of qualifying for the semi-final. More bad news for Nigerian teams.
Look, on radio, when I was on radio, I had this program, and I spoke about beating my chest. I don't have proof on paper. But I know for one that our coaches, it's a norm for them to take money off players. And it's unfortunate that most of our players who actually get into the team, who can raise the money, are second best. The real legs, the real talents, never have the money to pay the coaches. So they end up staying at home. I said this on the show 2 weeks ago about a player who actually is a Babana Yanakwaja, who actually got to give Tai Taiwo his boots because Tai Taiwo could pay the money wanted then. Let's leave names. And on that show, a popular coach called that radio show that day and lambasted me and said, listen, guy, who takes money? Can you prove it? I said, I can't. But you and I know it's a norm in Nigeria. The coach wants something, gets to meet your parents. You know, it's not necessary. You only need his talent. You don't need to meet his family and all that. But that's for another day. Fatai Amo took these boys. What happened to good old grooming players from the grassroots, going to Ogba, going to Oshodi, going to Mushin, going to Abule Egba?
Even schools.
Let's even leave schools. Udoka, the real talents play every morning. They are playing right now, this morning, in Oshodi, in Ogba. But we have lazy coaches now in Fatai Amo who went to the academies where the boys have been groomed. Well, yes, there are better structures.
Yeah.
But you see, what really makes a guy good? It's the stress of walking from home to the field, drinking sachet water after the game, eating rice, yam and beans. That's what strengthens the player. But a guy who's in an academy, who his parents can afford to pay his housing fees in the hostel, for me, he hasn't gone through the fire. He's not real silver, real gold for me yet, you know? And we have lazy coaches. Even at the national team level, Gernot Rohr is lazy. He's contented with going to the internet and looking for players in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan. He doesn't want to go and watch Kano Pillars play. He doesn't want to go and watch Eyimba play. He wants to go on the internet and look for a ready-made Nigerian player that has been in Uzbekistan all his life.
You know, I was going
to
ask.
Too. Yeah. He has done the same thing. He's gone the easy road. He's gone on the internet, Googled academies in Nigeria, and gone to all the academies or sent someone there to go and look for talent there. The raw talents are not in the academies. They can't afford it. Their parents can't afford it.
So do we blame it on the scouting system? who goes out there to look for these players? Because I don't think the coaches go out
Where
to look for
exactly
these
are
players.
you going out to go and scout for who? Now, a scout will mention to the coach and say, Oga Fatai, let me go to Ogba. Let me go to Shudi. Let me go to Abule Egba. And the guy will be like, no, go to this academy on the internet. So the scout might have had his job, his itinerary laid out for him already. These are where I want you to go. But if you tell the scout, go and find me raw talents, men who play football very well with bare feet, they don't have boots, they can't afford to buy boots, go and find them for me. Then you will find them. I know for one that Kelechi Iheanacho's father was wealthy enough to bring in scouts from abroad to come and watch him play in Ogba. While playing, it was Kelechi they came to watch, to come and assess him and see if he can play well, so that they can put him into the under-17 team then or something. And they discovered Alan Pasu while they were playing football there on the field in Ogba. Do you get my point? Yeah. Alan Pasu was not in the system. His parents are poor. They don't have money to bring a scout to come and assess him or something. But this guy is a fantastic goalkeeper. So they added him to Kelechi Iheanacho. That's what a scout does. He brings a player from nothing, from playing barefooted on a field in Abule Egba or Oroshoki somewhere, and brings him to limelight, and he becomes a star. That's how Edson Arantes do Nascimento Pelé was discovered. That's how Paolo Rossi was discovered. Maradona was discovered. Nobody took them. They couldn't afford academies then. How can Fatai Amowo, despite the fact that, like Pelé said, he said, like Brazilians, Nigerians are built to play football. How can Fatai Amowo go on the internet? This is a man, a seasoned coach. Go on the internet and rely on the academies alone. He doesn't go and look for raw talent on the street. I am disappointed. We deserve this scoreline. And yes, I think Fatai should come back home with his head in his laps and come and do the right thing. Look for real talent, raw talent on the field, and not expect money from anyone.
Well, we still have a game against the Black Starlets of Ghana. If we get to win down, we have a chance of qualifying for the semi-finals.
I hope we don't win though.
Well, anything can happen in football, but I just keep wondering, where do we find it? We keep talking about grassroots, and the place to go should be football academies, or should they? I know the talents are right there on the streets, but somehow they have to find their ways into the football academies for them to have an opportunity.
I have friends who are not wealthy, but they have their own in their, and they want their children to play football. Some want their children to play basketball, and they take them to basketball academies, and pay the money. And let me assure you something: the academies will not refuse the money or refuse the child if the money is there. Doesn't mean the child is 100% raw talent. Does not mean that. So at the end of the day, the raw talents can't afford to get into the academies. And that's why it's more practical to actually go on the streets to find these boys. The guys who are there because their parents want them to play football, allow them to play football, does not make them raw talents. The raw talent itself, it's like a buka, Udoka. The best amalas are bukas, not the one in fast foods. And that's how it is. The parents can afford to actually put them in these academies. Doesn't mean they are the talents we want. Udoka, can I show you today? Nigeria could have won the World Cup a long time ago if we actually put the real talents on the field of play.
Wow.
But we go to academies. Academies are there. Yes, there are talents there, no doubt. But the real talents, who are real Nigerian talents, who can actually make us proud in future, are on the streets there, playing every morning, walking back home, drinking sachet water. Those are the talents we have.
Okay, well, another loss for Nigeria, but this time around it's on the continent, and it has to do with Enyimba. They've crashed out of the CAF Champions League despite recording a 2-1 home win against Sudan's Al-Merrek in their first round, second leg tie in Aba on Wednesday. Al-Merrek progressed into the group stage 4-2 on aggregate and saved Terry, who netted a hat-trick in the first leg, put the visitors ahead in the 8th minute. And the lead lasted for 6 minutes before Victor Mboma tapped home the equalizer for Enyimba, and Mboma scored his second of the game from the spot 4 minutes into the second half, and Enyimba will now compete in the CAF Confederation Cup following their elimination from the competition. Another sad love song.
Let me play the devil's advocate this morning. Let me vindicate Gernot Rohr this morning. I'm always against him. Let me take his side this morning. I watched that match, and obviously our boys are just not good enough. Elmerick is not as fantastic as they used to be. They used to be a fantastic team in Sudan, but now they're not that wow anymore. And I can conveniently say that financially, Enyimba are in a better standing financially than Elmerick were. They are not as good as they used to be anymore financially. They haven't bought new players in years. The structures are going down in their stadium in Sudan, and we had no business losing against Elmerick. But this is not the Enyimba that won the CAF Champions League back-to-back. This is not the Enyimba that Orji Uzakalu cradling them like a baby. This is a different Enyimba. But all in all, I've watched all our teams play in Nigerian League. There's no one good enough to be in the Super Eagles. I said this before the league started. I said, there's no reason why the highest goal scorer in our league can't be in the Super Eagles, even if he doesn't play. There's no reason why the best defender in that league that season or midfielder can't be in the team. But the truth is, even if you are the best midfielder, you're not good enough to be in the Super Eagles, for me. Wow. You know, that's the truth. And I watched Enyimba play, they struggled, they were sweating. Regular things that footballers would do on the field of play, a regular pass wasn't made. You know, these guys had to struggle to get the ball from the Elmerick players. They couldn't pass and do the tiki-taka thing. Yeah. It didn't happen. And these were guys who were playing like they didn't have a coach, like they were playing on their own, they had a mind of their own. There was no game plan, obviously, and Elmerick deserved to even win safe, you know. So the truth be said, NFF should be blamed. Yeah. If there's a rot in any federation, then the major body should be blamed. So I blame the NFF. They've not done enough. Our leagues don't come up on time. Our structures are bad. We saw a player die last season. Teams were set to get ambulances by force for every match. Even the teams didn't buy the ambulances. These are teams that are owned by the government. Kano Pillars, Kano State government. You can't buy ambulance. They rent ambulance for every match. Till now. Let's just leave. I hurt when I discussed the Nigerian Football League. And I put all the blame on Amaju Pinnick. He doesn't like me. I don't like him either. You know, because the truth be said, if you know you cannot make this thing work, like Thomas Dennerby, like Sunday Ulisse, walk away. Must your name be rubbished? If you can't make it right, walk. Let somebody else try and rubbish his own name too. Wow. But I don't think Amaju Pinnick can continue to walk like this and feel on a high horse and you are failing. A child who is not passing exams in class is doing shakara outside. Which shakara is there?
Well, I'm sure there will be more sadness for Wale Scott because Manchester United lost yesterday to Manchester City, and the boss, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, was gracious in that defeat after missing out on the Carabao Cup final to Manchester City as he watched at Old Trafford as his resurgent side failed to outclass Man City with goals from John Stones and Fernandinho, bringing the cup run to an end. Now, the United boss feels his side have improved greatly from last year, but admitted the level of performance wasn't high enough to come out on top against the neighbours, particularly when it came down to set pieces. Let's listen to what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has to say.
Tonight it was about just that lack of quality compared to them. I thought we played against a good Man City team and they deserved to win. But I feel, you know, you're disappointed when you concede two set plays. You know, we defended well and they kept the ball really well at spells, especially first half. And if they carve you open, that's one way of losing. But to concede two set plays is that's disappointing. So it's not a mental thing, but we need to be better. That's it. We need to be better. That's the answer. It's not. I'm not sure if that is a mental bit. I think it's some practice, some habits, and some desire at times. Yeah, of course.
Today is quite remarkable what we achieved, but today is an honor for us to dedicate this victory for all our group, the people, the players, the backroom staff, to Colin Bell and his family, for our Manchester City fans, that we miss him a lot. And it's a great night for us, and especially for Colin and his family.
Well, for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, his cup run has come to an end, and he has to focus on the Europa League and, of course, the English Premier League, where they are tied on points with Liverpool in the EPL and hopeful to win something in England. But then, is Ole Gunnar Solskjaer still the right man for Manchester United?
Yes, he is. But all that he just said now is balderdash, really, if you ask me. You can't blame me to actually predict that Man U would win convincingly because technically, they've got a better team.
Yeah.
Man City are depleted by COVID-19. And we had Jesus on the bench instead of starting. We had Kyle Walker on the bench instead of starting because of COVID-19. And they just finished isolating. And then you bring in an Luke Shaw instead of Alex Telles, who has done very well in the past. I think Solskjaer doesn't have his head on his neck right now. And he had no business losing against Man City in that game. He lost to a very disciplined Man City side. Solskjaer came up front, dazzled, but didn't make a difference. Man City had their chances and took it. In fact, before the 2 goals came, Kevin De Bruyne had already hit the crossbar. You know, so they knew what they were coming to do. They weren't coming to play.
Yeah.
And Man United, I think, felt like they are depleted side. We are getting better, overconfidence, and made it happen. And they lost. And they lost, like Solskjaer said, to a better side. You know, and he finished by saying we need to get better. What went wrong in that game? They weren't using their chances. They weren't focused. They didn't know what they came there to do. Man City knew what they came to do at Old Trafford, and they did it. De Bruyne almost made it happen a few minutes when the game started, hitting the crossbar, and then they got 2 goals. And surprisingly, it wasn't goals from Gabriel Jesus, Aguero. It wasn't goals from Kevin De Bruyne.
Suspects that you know.
It was from Fernandinho and John Stones.
Yeah.
You know, so they knew what they came to do. They had their game plan. I remember last season, in the first leg against Man City, Solskjaer thought he had everything going on for him. And then Man City came to the game. And he was looking for a striker. Where is their striker now? As in, Aguero was on the bench. Jesus was on the bench. And he was looking for because he had planned his game around holding Jesus down, holding Aguero down, and it was Kevin De Bruyne that was the dummy 9. And they beat Man U silly that day. You know, so I think that shows that sometimes the coach makes the difference.
Yeah.
Guardiola is a more experienced, better coach than Solskjaer might ever be. You know, he came again, didn't use a particular 9, used Kevin De Bruyne as a dummy 9 again, and it still made it happen.
And if he felt like Manchester United they didn't learn from the mistakes Chelsea made against the same Manchester City side, who we felt were depleted by the COVID-19
I think you should be saying
cases.
that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did not learn. He did this same move. It's like a chess game. He had this same move against you last season in the first leg against Man City. He used Kevin De Bruyne as a dummy 9. He did it again. And he still gawked it again.
Sad one for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and of course the fans are still supporting and hoping that they can win something in the EPL and maybe the UEFA Europa League. Well, another man who was once in England who coached Tottenham Hotspur, and right now he's a coach right there at Paris Saint-Germain in the French Ligue 1. His first game in France did not go according to plan as the champions lost ground on leaders Lyon with a draw at Saint-Etienne. Yes, 1-1 it ended between Paris Saint-Germain and Saint-Etienne.
Well, PSG have always been top dogs in the French Championnat, and I don't expect them to do anything wrong. Don't forget that he didn't lose that game. He actually drew that game. It's his first game in charge, and you cannot assess him based on a draw yet. You know, let's see what happens in the next game. This is just the first, this is a cameo appearance, if you ask me, and it's a draw. It wasn't a loss, thankfully, to that. And Le Championnat, the French Championnat, I've actually acquired a world-class coach. And with a team like Paris Saint-Germain, with the players they have, the caliber and the money they pay, I think he will do well. I refuse to assess Pochettino in the Le Championnat based on a first match and a draw. Even if it was a loss, I won't assess him yet. That won't be fair. It won't be fair.
Okay, well, for PSG, they are now second, 3 points behind Lyon, who defeated Lens by 3-2 earlier. Let's see the highlights from that game between Lyon and Lens. Of course, we'll move on from that one. And talking about the game between, that's in the Italia Serie A now, the game between AC Milan and Juventus. Well, that game ended in favor of Juventus 3-1, where Federico Chiesa scored twice. As champions, Juve defeated AC Milan in that one. But then AC Milan still remained top of the Serie A by a point from city rivals Inter, who earlier lost 2-1 to Sampdoria. And Juve, who have endured a mixed start to the campaign, are now up to 4th, 7 points behind AC Milan. Yes, we thought it was going to be an outstanding game yesterday and a possible victory for AC Milan. I didn't think so. AC Milan. I thought it was going to be a victory for AC Milan.
I knew it was going to be an easy win for Juventus. The minute I heard Zlatan would not be playing. I'm sure you would agree with me, Udoka, that if Zlatan was in that game, it would have been a different ball game. I'm not saying Juve would not win, but would have been a different scoreline with Zlatan on the field of play. It would have been Zlatan against Ronaldo. But he didn't play, and I knew immediately that Juve would win the game. However, my end note on that is that if Zlatan had been in that game, Ibrahimovic, Juve might have won the game, the old lady. However, it would have been a different scoreline. If it was 3-1 last night, it would have been 3-2 or 4-3 or 4-2. But my guy would have made a difference. The king of Sweden would have made a difference, really.
Okay, well, good one for Juventus as they got that vital win. And of course, gradually they're creeping up the table. But then that's where we'll draw a wrap on today's show. Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Thank you, Wale, as always.
Thank you very much.
I will not throw so many shades because of Manchester United. You've gone through a lot.
Your day will come too.
Your
day has been coming safe.
Arsenal has been going through a whole lot of hard times, and I refuse to because
discuss it.
Yes, but we just
I admire you.
Job. We have to do the job.
I admire you.
Yeah, Arsenal fans are very patient human beings.
Yes.
Okay.
And their BP doesn't rise. They don't die of depression.
And they say they'll end up becoming faithful partners, and most of them are still very single.
Yes.
I don't know.
They will marry Arsenal.
Okay. That's the end of the show. I am Udoka Njogu. Thank you, Wale, as always.
Thank you, Udoka.
Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. Remember, big stories live here. Do enjoy the rest of your day and continue to stay safe.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Is very important because most people don't know what people go through. You know, celebrities will always try to put up this strong front. People see us like, oh, I look up to them. They don't cry, they don't suffer, they don't go through the depression, they don't have any problems. So for me, as a person, I always like to share my experience with people because I want them to learn from how I've used those experiences to become a better person.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well,
here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
That's very easy. I'll just share one. That's very easy. See, guys, a lot of people see me now slaying and doing all the things. They're like, Brian, because see, you be fine boy now, you know as a be now. You got it easy, or things better when you day. But it's not always like. Let me tell you guys something, man. Guys, my first 2 years as anything, as a model, as an entertainer, as an actor, I didn't get one job. I'm not talking about 2 weeks. I'm not talking about 3 months. I'm not talking about one. I'm not talking about 6 months. I'm talking about 2 years. So 2 years I was sitting at home. Not like I wasn't working. Not like I wasn't going for castings. Not like I wasn't doing whatever others were doing. I didn't get anything, guys. So put that to what you're going through now. You get, because some people get out of school and they're like, I've not made it, man. It's been like 6 months, man. Nothing happened. Bye-bye. 2 years. But here we are. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody has their own timeline. Everybody has their own story. So don't use that to say, don't be looking at somebody else's success and say, because it happened to Rami once, happened to me in 1 week. Baba, no.
Nobody knows I went through the hardship of life and I went through my ups and downs. And I just had only one person who was actually there for me, which was my mom anyways. So I had a rocky university days. I think people don't know that. I actually went to 3 universities and ended up finishing in a one shot.
I drove into a filling station and I was meant to get fuel, 4,000. Do you understand? And probably the guy that was selling, he used to be my fan when I was working, in the radio as a presenter. But like, oh, Baba, now you Casey Brown, Baba, Baba. He got confused. He gave me full tank instead of 4,000. Do you understand? So, and then I don't have up to that amount to fix it up because in real, I don't get up. All I have with me is 4,000 naira for the fuel and 8,000 naira to buy a fuel cleanser to put in my car. And the guy, so I bought the fuel. I told him, okay, fine. I'll bring you 8,600 because he was begging me, God will sack me, it's not my fault. I was okay, fine, I'll bring you 8,600. Bro, I got so busy. I forgot about even giving the guy 8,600. The guy went straight to my Facebook and was like, stop living a fake life. You came to our filling station, you came to buy fuel for credit, they don't want to pay, come and pay me my money, blah, 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 stop faking a fake, stop. I was like, this same dude that was begging me, my boss will sack me, it's my fault. And I was like, I will pay. I entered my car. As soon as I saw that thing, I zoomed straight to the station. They said the guy has been fired. The manager there was begging me. They called the guy in Ikorodu. He went straight and dropped that post himself. I didn't do it. And the manager said, for this, because I told the guy, I said, one article online about this filling station will cost you guys a bad reputation. They said they will not pay him his balance, a salary that they're supposed to give to him. But I end up pleading for him. Do you understand? So that is what we get every now and then.
I've worked over 12 jobs in my life. Wow. Yeah, I cleaned the lavatory on the plane.
Have you said that anywhere else?
I think on Big Brother I did.
Oh, okay.
I was like, stop telling them all those things. I'm like, it's part of my journey. It just reminds me of where I came from. I wasn't born with a silver spoon, but of course my parents were comfortable growing up. But I had to work hard. I had to work hard. So being where I am today, I always think about what I did back in the day, how far I've come, and this is only the beginning. I know that the sky is just the starting point. It's definitely not the limit. So yeah.
There was a time in my life I had just moved out of home. I wanted to be a man on my own terms. So I moved out of home, left the family business, and I went to quote unquote hustle. I moved in with a friend of mine who lived in Shomolu. I was so broke because I had nothing. I took nothing from home. That I had to walk from Shomolu to Surulere every day for a year and a half. I had no money. I could barely afford 1 meal a day. My job at that point, even after graduating from university, was distributing flyers on the streets of Lagos. What that taught me about myself was that I had a never say die attitude. And I have the strength and resilience to face any circumstance. I came out of that stronger. Like sometimes I look back now and I realize if I could have survived that time, then really there are only a few challenges that will come to me or come my way that I wouldn't be able to survive. And with that kind of confidence, I think everybody, when you figure out what it is about you that is special, with that confidence, you can surmount almost every issue that comes your way.
Friends
is God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am your host, Irene Ubani, and here with me is my co-host,
Moremi Ako, and our guest for today is a delectable business entrepreneur and a coach. She was recently listed by Forbes as one of the top most powerful 50 women in Africa.
She is the CEO of House of Tara International and was also mentioned as one of the young global leaders by the World Economic Forum. She's no other person than Tara Fela-Durotoye. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Certainly,
very much.
You are definitely one to be reckoned with.
Oh.
What makes Tara Tara?
That's an interesting question. I think from a personal standpoint, I'm someone who's wants to live a life of purpose, a life of impact, a life that empowers others. And I think that has also reflected into the business model that House of Tara has created. One of our core values as a business is empowerment. And the reason why is because it's also a reflection of the things that I'm passionate about. It's reflective of my values as a person. So everything that we do at House of Tara, it's focused around empowerment, it's focused around impact, it's focused around ensuring that the continent is better. So our vision is to be a globally respected beauty company of African origin. So Africa is in our framework, impact is in our framework, empowerment is also in our framework.
And how was the vision birthed?
So I started as a bridal makeup artist, as many people know, going from house to house. Obviously, weddings a big thing in Nigeria. We have, for everyone who's getting married, there are multiple levels. You know, you have your introduction, you have your traditional marriage, then you have your white wedding, and then you have a night party when your in-laws come and take you. So, you know, it was birthed out of a place where brides wanted someone who could dress them up on their wedding day, and really, it's really about doing the makeup for them. And I started a business doing that. But as the business began to grow, there was a lot of evolution that took place, and evolution around what more are the customers looking for? What more do the brides want? We found out that our brides moved from just bridal customers to everyday customers who wanted products. Our customers also evolved to people who were at the wedding, who saw me do the makeup of the bride and had interest in becoming makeup artists, wanting to train and learn. We also had people who also wanted a product that was right for them, their skin color, considering the temperature of our environment, the weather of Nigeria. And so the evolution came as a result of what the customers and the consumers were now responding to, wanting, to desiring. And so moving from bridal makeup artistry to then building a business where we have training schools, and we've succeeded in training more than half of the makeup artists who are in the industry today, with 19 centers across the country, from Kaduna to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Ibadan, or to Ilorin and to Enugu, and training people and churning out people who could start their own businesses as bridal makeup artists. But then also, as they go out to start their businesses, they needed products. Right, and we created our own line of products. So we have Tara range. We have almost 300 SKUs in our entire range of products, from powders to foundations, eyeshadows to lipsticks. But also, in terms of empowering them, we now started to train them how to not just build a skill as a makeup artist, but also start a trade where you're selling your products to your customers, because that's exactly what happened with me, and then making increasing your income by also not just being a bridal makeup artist, but actually having products that you could sell to your customers. And so our business began to grow from not just the school, but also creating a marketing model or a sales model where we have empowered over 15,000 young women across the country who are trading in the Tara products in different parts of the country.
Interesting. It's amazing because I can remember that from when I was in law school, I saw people actually do what you talk about. Oh, I sell Tara products. Oh, I sell Tara products and I get commission. But that's fantastic. So let's talk about influence. Were your parents entrepreneurs in any way? Did that influence that entrepreneurship spirit in you?
No, not at all. My father was a civil servant and so was my mom. But I think what was interesting was I was intrigued by the response that the society gave to, because obviously I was a pioneer bridal makeup artist in Nigeria. People were fascinated by that as something that I was doing. And so the influence didn't really come from my parents, because my parents were not entrepreneurial in any way. Both of them were actively working for the government. My mom was a civil servant. My father was also a civil servant. The question is, who did I see that was an entrepreneur that I wanted to mirror? There was someone who came, a very famous Nigerian entrepreneur called Victor Oshibodu, and at the time he was, well, still is, but obviously the chairman of the company now, founded a company called Vigio, and it was more of a corporate, I think, products company. And he came to my secondary school to talk about his entrepreneurial journey, right? And at the time, people were not planning to become entrepreneurs. There were more people who were fascinated by being lawyers, doctors, and what have you. I listened to him. I can't remember what he said, but all I took away from an inspiration to want to be, to want to do, to want to create a brand, because what he did was to talk about his business, but there was a lot of focus around the brand that he had built. And I think that was a seed that was sown on my entrepreneurial journey at that early stage.
Now, still talking about, this entire journey of yours, we understand that you grew up under the tutelage of your stepmother. How did that influence your decisions and choices up until today?
So my stepmom was an amazing woman, and this one of the things I always say, sometimes you find a situation where you are married to someone who's already had children, and whether he's a widow or divorced, whatever, you have the opportunity to be impactful, right, on the life of the children who are in that house today. And sometimes we take that for granted. I was someone who I believe really, really benefited from having a stepmother who my dad married, right, and she raised me, and she did an amazing job. Unfortunately, passed away many years ago, but amazing. She studied fine arts. And so she loved the arts. She loved gardening. My father used to call her upstairs farmer, because every balcony in every home that we lived in always had plants and flowers. She was extremely stylish, very fashion forward. She loved to read. She loved to cook. She was a thorough homemaker. But I think what was most fascinating about her that I came to realize as I grew older was she was an amazing wife. And some of those things you learn by association, not necessarily by what she was teaching. And I think to a large extent, her desire for a radiant life, her desire for plants, flowers, care, kindness, beauty, fine arts, because I mean, makeup artistry is really about the arts. Were part of the things. Her love for Adire and the prints, because she used to make Adire at home for chair covers, for table mats, for dressing, everything. And I think that those are the things that shaped my desire for a fuller life. So for me, life is beyond my business. Life is more family, but also nature and all the little things that can make life fun and amazing, colors. And those are the things that I think I picked up from her, but also the role of an amazing wife in the life of a man. And that's another thing I picked up from her.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so the House of Tara is now a very mega brand in Africa. So how were you able to expand to have so many branches? And at what points did you know that, okay, it's time for us to expand?
So our expansion strategy was born out of a franchise model and a distributorship model. So distributorship model and a franchise model. Franchise model for us is we have a retail operations system that people wanted to buy, but also we have a brand name that they also wanted to buy, and that's one of the things, strategies for our expansion. So we're able to expand to other places beyond our first store, our second store, because we had people who were interested in our franchise, and that's how we expanded. Distributorship model, like you said, I wasn't in law school with you, but somebody was talking about Tara, right? Mm-hmm. And through that model, you can expand from a micro standpoint, where you are doing consumer to consumer, where you're doing one-on-one direct marketing. So somebody who's in your school is talking to you, somebody who works in your office is talking to you, someone who goes to your church is talking to you. That was one strategy for the distributorship model. But then also for the franchise is, I'm going to open a retail store that is going to be called the House of Tara, that would do exactly the same thing any other House of Tara would be doing. And what we're essentially doing is replicating a retail operations system that currently works. And that, for us, was our expansion strategy.
And what's your take on consumerism and in terms of business structure? Because we realize that for some business owners, when the founder either dies or doesn't have interest in that business anymore, it feels like that's the end of the business. So what exactly is it for the Tara brand?
It's interesting how you called me a coach earlier on. It's very interesting, right? Because I've never called myself that. But I think the reason why people call me a coach is because I'm very passionate about ensuring that my business outlives me. And then businesses that are upcoming, who are not as, I've done this for 23 years, right? And the people who are doing it for 10 years, the people who are 8 years, what can you put in place today to ensure that your business outlives you? So I'm very passionate about that subject. I've done a lot of study around big African entrepreneurs who have not outlived their businesses. Some of them died and the businesses ended. I mean, recently read an article that was written by Time magazine in 1958 about the title was Self-Made Millionaires of Nigeria. And many of them had mega businesses with franchises from some of the most important brands that we know till today. And some of those brands were created before Ralph Lauren, before Walmart, Walmart, and Pizza Hut, like the American brands. But those brands don't exist anymore. So you now hear about the people who founded the companies, but you've never heard about those businesses anymore. And so for me, it's such a passion that we need to build businesses that are sustainable. And why? Because we have some serious social issues across the continent around unemployment. One of the reasons why we'll continue to have unemployment if we don't have businesses that not only grow, but are sustained over multiple years, right? So the minute that business ends, jobs are lost. New jobs cannot even be created when those businesses begin to expand. So government can never employ enough people for us. And so every one of us who have small businesses need to think about how do we build our businesses to become medium-scale businesses so that we can begin to employ 200, 300 people. And this problem that we have as a continent of unemployment and with such a strong youth population can be changed. And it's my passion. And one of the greatest ways to do that is by building systems and building structure. Structure systems is what we need as a continent to build businesses that are sustainable in the long term.
Now, and from your research, what have you found over time that those businesses that have stayed and stayed through this time and have excelled, what were those things that they got right?
A few of them I think from the top of my head is really have strong leadership, right? It's one of the gaps also as a continent, it's strong leadership and leadership in terms of not just management, but how do we lead our companies? How do we lead our people? That's one. The second one is innovation. We need to be able to look at our customers and be sensitive enough to know what the customers are asking for. What do they need? And so for us, when I think about our evolution as a business, there were times where our customers sent us messages, and messages not necessarily sometimes in what they said, but how they were responding. And the sensitivity of that is part of the reasons why you can then create innovative products that become satisfying. But I think lastly is building processes. We don't have a culture where for example, how does your mother cook a particular soup? When your mother's soup is cooked, can your sister cook the same soup and it tastes exactly the same like your mother? Very unlikely. That's happened all the time. The reason why is because we're not taught to use measurements, right? Teaspoon. If I ask you how many teaspoons of salt do you use, you say you don't know. You just sprinkle. Just know, right? And that's a culture. But Auntie Jemima syrup is now being sold in Nigeria. The reason why is because somebody had a recipe. Auntie Jemima's recipe was was learned by somebody else who then created a product, and today that product has been scaled across the continent. So it's about processes. What are processes? What are the step-by-step steps that we're taking every day to ensure that we have the same result and outcome, consistent outcomes? And so innovation, strong leadership, and building systems in our businesses such that the outcomes are the same every time.
All right, we'll take a quick break and please stay with us. You're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you are watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa, and our guest for today is somebody I admire so much. It's still Tara Fela Durotoye. Let's talk about integrity in running a business in Nigeria. It is key. Can you tell us about some of your experiences in terms of integrity, maybe from people to you or from you towards people?
So I think it's a bit of based on from a personal standpoint and then from a business standpoint. Personal standpoint in terms of being a person who integrity is really about keeping to your word. So you say something and you do it. And sometimes as an employer of labor, sometimes you make commitments to the employees and to the company as a whole, and then you find out that you're stuck in a rut. And then the question is, should you stay with what you've already promised? And for me, it becomes a question of integrity where I'm not able to. And so there are times where I've reminded myself, well, you've said so, so therefore you have to do so, even though it's not. And then there are moments where I feel like people took advantage of the company, for example, but then we put a policy in place that ensures that somebody can take advantage of that policy. And unfortunately, I can see that the person taking advantage of the policy, but nothing to be done because we've already committed to it. And these are some of the things that we talk about when we're building structure. You know, I run a masterclass with entrepreneurs, and one of the things I do is to say, well, you don't create policies when there's a crisis, right? You sort out that, you don't change a policy when there's a crisis. You allow that policy to fly, and then after that, you can begin to think about ways to adjust the policy. But if you've said, for example, people can date, like you've said, employees can date while they're working in the organization, and then something happens where two people are dating and you feel the company's at risk because of that, then you want to change the policy. You can't change the policy, right, until subsequently, right? And so these are some of the things that I've seen from integrity standpoint. Another issue is around, for example, running stores across the country where in different cities have different things. People come and say, oh, well, we are local government or we are semi-local government. Mm-hmm. And they want to take this and they want to take advantage of businesses because they feel you don't have enough knowledge. And the team knows that we don't offer bribes and we would never offer a bribe, or rather we suffer for it. I mean, I've had situations where we've been taken to somewhere in Lagos State, for example, to say, oh, you have to because you haven't done this, you have to do this. And the question is for me is, can I pay a bribe? Yes, somebody could tell you that this is an easy way out, but I'd rather not do that, because also it's an example that I'm trying to set as an owner of an organization, as a leader within my community. So it's an interesting question to ask, because it's a real crisis here, a crisis of values as a people. And I think it's going to take us one after the other to do what we have to do on a personal level for that to change. So if I run an organization that has 300 employees and people know that I insist that we must do things right, then those who leave the organization to start up their own businesses sometimes carry away those values, and we can have a potential ripple effect of it. Yes.
Now, in terms of financial management, because I feel like it's also it's intertwined with the issue of integrity. Now, you have been able to come up with other branches across Nigeria and across Africa as well. This requires a level of financial stability. Have you been able to grow that while managing the issue of integrity?
So I don't think, I haven't had a situation where growth for us is dependent on our single customers buying. It's not dependent on a government, for example. Our growth is not dependent on an institution. As long as you run a business that you're at a key man risk when your customer is maybe one institution, then that affects you. But for us, it's ordinary African women who just want a lipstick and who wants an eyeshadow, who want a powder that suits them, and they come and buy our brand. It is those women, and there's so many of them that I don't know personally, who are making choices. They are the ones who are giving the company the financial capacity to be able to expand. Anyone who's buying our franchise, what the person is basically saying is, I'm paying for your brand name and I'm paying for the brand that you've built. That gives us capacity to continue to expand organically. And I think that's really about our consumers constantly buying the product because they're proud of the product, they're proud of the quality of the product, but also it's about franchises, buying more and more franchises, and therefore giving us the potential to expand.
So talking about the products, you've been running this business for many years. In your own perspective, would you say that Nigerians, or would I say Africans, have embraced our local products than foreign products?
So when I first started, this was a question, are Nigerians really ready? And I was shocked. I was shocked because the first product I started with was makeup brushes, and it was really for makeup artists. But I did a launch, and at the launch, people were surprised that it was just brushes. They were actually expecting lipsticks and powders. Between that time and now, which is almost 20 years, right, I've seen a significant growth in the interest of Africans for Africa, right? I remember when we launched in Kenya, the reception that we received as a brand at the time was a reflection that Africans were already ready. As much as we still have, we have entrance of international brands into the market, but the local brands have begun to compete at the same level as international brands, which I find to be totally amazing. But it has come as a result of the evolution in the industry, the participation of makeup artists. I mean, now what we've done as an industry is makeup artists have triggered the interest of the consumers by teaching them what is possible, by doing those YouTube videos, by doing the Instagram lives, by showing the step-by-step, quick makeup, 5 minutes makeup. Every time the makeup artists are doing that, they're changing the culture. And by changing the culture, people become more interested. So if makeup artists are saying, I'm using Tara, then the consumers want to use Tara as well.
Of course. And we see that you are very vested in training young leaders, particularly ladies. What inspires you to do all of this?
I do that because I'm also someone who's been, they say to whom much is given, much is required. I'm one who other women have invested in, other women have given their time and their mentorship and their sponsorship, and I feel like I have to pay it forward. So it's come out of a place of paying it forward. Give and it shall be given back to you. So for me, I need to give it. I owe it to give it. I'm blessed so that I can be a blessing. And that is one of the things that gives me the desire to do so. And impact is such an integral, and I said at the very beginning, impact and empowerment is such an integral part of who I am in fulfilling my purpose. And so there's a purpose element, but there's also people have invested in you, and it's time for you to pay it forward. Yeah.
Of course. Great, wonderful. We can say that young people now struggle between knowing what to do. So, okay, I want to be a lawyer today. I want to be a beauty entrepreneur tomorrow. I want to be a journalist the day after. So what's your take on transitioning, especially for young people? What's your advice? What would you say about not knowing what to do?
I don't think that's new. I don't think it's the young people's thing. Just telling that story, I remember, yes, I think I know someone who's, there are few people who knew what they wanted to do, and then they went straight in and they've never changed. There are a few people like that, but I know more people who have gone through evolutions, and women who are older than me who have gone through evolutions. And then those who haven't gone through that evolution in terms of changing a career path. And so I would say, well, calm down. Right? You have time. I remember Mrs. Awushika's story, starting off as an accountant, right? And then studying chemistry and then going to be doing accounting and working in an accounting firm, and then moving on from there to now owning a furniture company, and then building so many companies at the same time, now chairman of the largest bank in the continent. So I think that evolution is real, and I think that people just need to find what their purpose is, and your purpose is at the time where you currently are. What is it that inspires you? And I think that my counsel also is, let's not be so driven by what others are doing, but what I am supposed to be doing. And if you focus on what you're supposed to be doing, you would know instinctively. And if you know instinctively, have the courage to do it, even if it's not even if it's not sexy. Yes.
I like that bit. So what would you say to that young entrepreneur who wants to start off his or her business at this point in time and is listening to you?
I would say look for solutions. Those who solve big problems make big money. So look for solutions, solutions that no one has thought about or have not leveraged, and work on that. The Nigerian youths are brilliant, absolutely brilliant, innovative, creative. And let's bring that to bear and solve some of our social issues as a continent and as a country. And if we do so, then people will pay big money for solving big problems.
Certainly. Tara Fela-Durotoye, it was a pleasure having you on our program today.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And that's all on Ladies Talking Business on this special episode. For those of you who joined us, thank you so much. From me, Irene Ubani, it's a thank you.
And from me, it's a thank you as well.
Until next time, bye.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayuwa Mesale, and today I'm joined by Isi Ofodile.
Hello.
How are you?
Guess what? Lagos is back to the normal grind. Everybody's coming back from their holiday, and guess what? Everything is almost back to normal. I'm not looking forward to it.
Neither am I. I actually enjoyed the roads without the traffic, honestly.
Exactly.
I don't even know how I'm going to cope with
the traffic.
The traffic going forward.
Especially
from next week.
Especially, exactly. From next week, everybody will come in and, everybody's trying to get one or two things to start the year, to jumpstart the year. And in the process, there's going to be gridlock. And that's one thing, manpower, time, everything is going to get very, very, how do I put it now? Choked up for us again.
Seriously.
But it's okay.
So today we have our co-anchor Dublin as our guest today. As far she's the expert of things.
Exactly.
All things customer service. Uti Elu, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Uti.
Hi, Uti.
Uti, Happy New Year.
How are you? Happy New Year, Issy. I haven't seen you in forever.
Exactly. And you look good as usual.
Thank you. It was my goal to look rested today and not to look tired. So I hope I'm not looking tired.
No, you are not. You are not looking tired at all.
You aren't at all.
But how's the week been for you, Uti?
What's my usual buzzword, Owa? I'm always busy. So yes, busier. But it's been interesting times. I'm working on some very interesting stuff, so it's been great.
Okay. Please, I hope our nanny is back so that we can have you back in the studio.
She's not, so in fact, I am like, oh my gosh, right? But I mean, having had 3 months practice during the lockdown and all of that, I think I'm a pro right now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
My son will have to be the judge of that.
You're not looking as flustered as you were when the initial lockdown happened.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right, so today we have an interesting conversation, and our very own Uti is the expert. So here's what we found as today's quote. We see our customers as invited guests to a party, and we are the host. It's our job every day to make every important aspect of the customer experience a little bit better. That's from Jeff Bezos.
Now it's our job to make it very interesting, but there are some customers that come in very angry.
That's why Uti is here.
How do you cope with such a customer?
Uti is here to answer that question. So how important is a satisfactory customer or a satisfied customer experience to business growth and sustainability? Now, that's our conversation tonight, and our very own customer service experience, everything expert, Uti Elu, will be discussing this, but we'll first of all go on a break for what's in the news. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then to mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're still watching Ways now. Old Rock Day is an annual celebration observed on January 7th of every year. Those who love and admire the beauty of nature will find this day a bit more than a normal day. Can you remember the Earth's utmost part? Of course, yes, it's rocks. Rocks are a part of nature that is present in the world even before existence of humankind. The rocks are being used for various purposes, including tools, weapons, musical instruments, mining, and jewelry. Old Rocks Day is observed to celebrate and know more about old rocks. It is also the perfect day to start collecting the old rock and an opportunity to appreciate old rocks and fossil.
Back in the days, the early men used the rocks to also make fire. So it's rocks can be used for so many things. And I think the headbanger song, rock music, also emanated from there as well, because it has the boom, 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 just like you're hitting the rock. So it's, the only place I've actually seen rocks was when I went to Abuja. So I have not seen any. I know there's another place where we have lots of rocks somewhere in the west. Okay. There's also another place in the west as well.
Yeah,
Oluma Rock,
yeah,
exactly. So these are the places I know that we have rocks in Nigeria currently.
I know we have a lot, even Lokoja. Yeah, we're blessed actually.
But we don't have enough time to actually sit back and enjoy nature because of the challenges we have.
Absolutely, and insecurity remains one of the biggest challenges.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, let me start with you. What did you find for us in the news?
Okay, in the news today, there was a video that went out about Alibaba when he was talking to somebody in one of the TV stations, and he said that if you don't believe that there is COVID, thunder fire you. So I think this to say this, I do believe that there is a problem with COVID currently, and I do know that COVID is in Nigeria, and Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the governor, has said that COVID-19 second wave is worse than the first one, and more patients need oxygen currently. So there is a problem currently going on in terms of them trying to get more people to use the oxygen. And individuals are having challenges with this because of the COVID-19 scare.
So what he said
yesterday, we had a guest who also talked about the second wave being a contagion. It's more contagious compared to the one that came the first time. So people need to be very careful currently.
Yeah, I think I hear him, and I mean I'm happy you referred to yesterday's show, because Dr. Tosin Majakudumi actually mentioned that unlike this new wave, the first COVID wave that came, I mean, if you had 10 people in a room, only 3 people might catch it, but now about 7
because
people would,
it's more contagious.
Because and people are needing a lot more medical attention, unlike before where you can just sit it out in the house.
Yes.
So people just need to be careful.
And there was something Alibaba said, that if you have to struggle for air, oxygen, then you would not, you would know the value of staying away and keeping safe, and also, wearing your face mask, following the COVID protocol in terms of, keeping safe and those around you as well.
All right, so Uti, so what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so my story, the headline reads, Nigerians to pay 15,000 and other charges to correct NIN details, says NIMSI. So of course, this is back to everything that's been happening recently with the national identity number and the call to link it with our SIM cards. So NIMSI has pretty much, this is the National Identity Management Commission, has been in the news consistently since the end of last year. And the story is just talking about the changes that, or the payments that will have to be made. Now, NIMSI is calling these payments service fees, and NIMSI have identified about 18 fields in the data set that is collected for you to register for your national identity number that are updatable. So of course you can't change things like your gender, but you can change your name, you can change your phone number, so they've identified 18 fields that can be changed. And they've stipulated a fee of 500 Naira for all of those fields, except for the date of birth. If you're going to update your date of birth for any reason, then the fee is at 15,000 naira. Now, so there's been a lot of somewhat uproar about this. I was trying to look at social media and see what people were commenting about this. And the reality of it is, people believe that this is NIMSI trying to raise money. But the reality of it is, anywhere else in the world, you would get your date of birth right, and when you're registering, this is the information that is provided by the owner of the information. You provide the form, you fill the form, you provide your data. Now, for me, this highlights a bigger issue. We have so many different databases. We have your passport, we have your BVN, we have your voter's card. Now we have this national identity number. Nigeria specializes in collecting data that is not linked to anything, data that is almost impossible to validate. And when we have situations like people who are applying for jobs and there are age cutoffs, people create all sorts of dates of birth for different reasons. And it wasn't until I started working in financial services and I saw that you ask someone their date of birth and they don't know. So there is a challenge there, and the fee is for that purpose. There's another fee, which is 5,000 naira for replacement or renewal of the card. Replacement is understandable, but for renewal, it's your identity. The only thing that could potentially change or that would require that sort of a change to get a new card would be your picture. So why do I need to renew this card? Maybe every 10, 20 years, just for the sake of updating my face, then I would agree. But this literally is just telling Nigerians what they have to face to update these details. There's quite a lot of details on the NIMSI website, so whoever needs to do that can get more information there.
I think they are also encouraging people to actually falsify their ages if they have to change it.
Staying on NIMSI.
Well, there has to be a holistic approach to it. That's what it is. All these databases need to be harmonized. It will allow, again, to check all the things that they're trying to check. You can't be 18 in one database and then on your BVN you're 40 and then everywhere, you're somewhere else. But of course, we've also talked so many times on the show about how the fact that keeping this data separate is also for a reason.
Staying on NIMSI, so the headline says, staff commence indefinite strike. That's according to Premium Times, that they learned that the strike commenced in the early hours of today, that's Thursday, across the nation. The president of the Association of Civil Servants of Nigeria, NIMSI branch, Lucky Michael, confirmed the action to the paper via telephone. And the reason for the strike is quite interesting, Uti. Mr. Michael said that the welfare of its members was paramount for the strike to hold, saying that they are being exposed to COVID-19 despite all warnings from NCDC. Some staff have contracted the COVID-19 virus and the management is not doing anything, he said. He said the workers receive very poor remuneration despite the risk they have been exposed to. So staff members were infected with COVID-19 and adequate measures have not been taken to curtail the spread, and the safety of the staff should be prioritized while offices' environment should be fumigated immediately. So that's the call. You remember that the federal government gave deadlines for them to register and generate NINs for the citizens, right? So the number of people that invade their offices or that come to their offices on a daily basis exposes them, to COVID-19. And he said that they are not given protective gears and they are just working. And some of the members have contracted, the virus, and nothing is being done to them. So I think it's a valid reason for them to go on strike. Honestly speaking, I even think that putting a deadline to something like that is tied to phone numbers, you are already creating a room for and you are complaining that the new wave is more contagious. Why can't we find a more creative way to get this registration done virtually without having to go to any physical office? Then even if at all you go to a physical office, maybe on a scheduled, scheduled appointment base or something like that. Because I don't know how we're going to do this. On one mouth, you say, stay at home, do not go to crowded places and all of that. And on the other hand, you're saying, go and get registered and all of that. How do you expect it to work?
Why is there such an urgency? That's my question. When we registered for these SIM cards, you were required to register, provide all your information, provide your biometrics.
Print everything.
Why is there now such an urgency to provide a national identity number? It doesn't even add up.
There is
and in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of a highly infectious disease, I got a call from one of my service providers the other day, and they said, "Oh, you need to come in." I said, "Oh, but I've given you my identity number." And then they said, oh no, we need you to come and update your picture. So we need you to come into the office. In the middle of a pandemic, you can shut my account down. Thank you very much.
I think we'll leave it there. So, Uti, we're going to be discussing customer service. And when we return from the break, that will be our conversation. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, every business has one thing top of mind, and that is how do we satisfy our customer? As this not only ensure a repeat sale, it also creates a brand ambassador and promoter for the brand. As businesses, a lot of us, or a lot is put in place to ensure customers leave the business premises happy. But as we saw yesterday online, I don't know how many people caught that video because she's deleted it, in a particular eatery where a top event planner visited, not all staff are equipped, yes, to manage a customer's expectation because she did a video and the manager in that branch did not manage her expectations well. So today we want to learn first, as businesses, what do we need to do to attract customers and retain them? Secondly, as a customer, what keeps you glued to a business? Is it solely tied to service? Yes, that's the question. Please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I'm going to bring in Uti in 2 minutes. I want to hear you. What will make you stay with a brand? What will keep you with a business? Like, go back and keep patronizing them all over again.
When they're polite to me, when they give me good service in terms of what I've asked for is being given to me, prompt service will make me go back. And another thing is that in Nigeria, there is something we usually do. We go into a place with whatever baggage we have in our heart and we, just unleash it out on the customer service individual that is there. And sometimes the customer service individual is also human. So what I do also is when I walk into a place, I greet the customer service individual. I even try to make the person smile so that I will get good service. So it's so important. Yes, it's a symbiotic relationship.
It's not about that.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
So hold on.
For me.
I'm so happy that Uti is inside this conversation. It's not about that. You see, this you have to separate this Nigerian mentality because this is the typical Nigerian thing.
I was going to talk about the Nigerian mentality as well. The Nigerian mentality is so important because of the culture we have. Utielu, talk.
No, she's not going to talk yet. I've not called her yet. It is me and you. Now, let me explain something to you. I don't know how you are paid for a job.
Exactly.
You are behind a desk of a business. You represent a business. I remember one of my husband's friends went to a particular place and said, immediately he walked in there, he said, I've come to pay your salary. It's a place where we pay monthly subscription, a cable network. He told the person there, I've come to pay your salary.
Exactly.
Imagine if you understand that money that is coming out of that customer's pocket is your salary.
Totally.
Do you think you're going to act, whether the person greets you or not, is regardless.
Totally.
Do you understand?
I
But
agree with
let me bring
but like
Uti.
I said, it's a two-way street.
I beg.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Wait, let me bring Uti in. So Uti Elu, in case you do not know, let me reintroduce her to you. She has over 15 years experience in various disciplines, including customer experience, customer service, customer loyalty, customer engagement, and training, both in public and private sectors across 2 continents. So all things customer, she's your go-to expert. So thank you again, Uti Elu, for doubling as a guest and a co-anchor. So Uti, did I do well? You know, right now you're my customer. So did I do well, making you feel good about the brand ways?
Yeah, you sure did.
All right, so
you sure did. It was a good experience.
It's so interesting what Isi just said, right?
Exactly.
And I see this play out all the time, Are we supposed to, as a business, to expect the customers to be nice to us before we deliver on the quality of the service that we deliver?
That's not the angle.
Wait.
So I mean, the simple answer to that question is, think about just how you want to be treated.
Thank you.
You always want to be treated in, the way you would want to treat someone else. Let me put it that way. So why should it be any different when it comes to business? Well, the important thing there is the person can walk away. The person can decide, considering that you're not a charity, you're not an NGO, you're in business to make money, then you now need to decide how you want to manage those people that come into your business, how you want to manage the people that interact with your business. There's so many different, elements to this. There's so many different angles and approaches to this. But the reality of it is, in today's world, where we have social media, where we have technology, where we have devices, in all of that, the competition is so heightened. It's not like before when there was 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 businesses in your local area or in your state that offered a service. Now your competition is global. You can lose business to another company that has never heard of you halfway around the world in China. So the reality of it is, why are you in business? What are your objectives for doing business? And then that drives how you deal with your customer. Because we had an interesting conversation today when Temi was sharing some of the experiences. And I said, well, this is classic. The customer assumes I'm always right. The customer expects that they're always right. Guess what? The customer is always right. What is the key thing there? Is that customer your customer? Your customer, the one that is for your business, is always right. Not every customer, however, is your customer. So I'll stop there.
How do you then identify which one is your own or not? This one that we want to sell market.
So Uti, what's the role of competence and customer service and customer experience? How do we marry these in customer service relationship?
Okay. So, I mean, that's a great question and probably speaks to the story that Uwa was referring to yesterday. Sadly, I didn't catch the video before it was taken down, but I understand that there was an issue with the manager of the business. Competency is key. But again, before I even talk about competency, I just want to clarify certain things because these phrases are used interchangeably.
Exactly.
Customer service, customer experience, different things. Customer service is reactive. There must be a customer, there must be a need for you to deliver service. Customer experience is proactive. So there's a choice that a business makes that the leaders in a business or the owner in a business needs to sit down and define how they want to treat their customers. When you don't do that, it's like wanting to build a house and not having an architect design you a plan. Exactly. And you just say to the builders, build me a 4-bedroom house. What are you going to get? Some builder is thinking he's building a bungalow. Another builder thinks he's building a duplex. What you end up with at the end of the day is just the waste of materials. That's the same thing when it comes to customer service, when it comes to dealing with customers. Every business has to have a customer experience strategy. Now, why is that important to answering your question? It allows you to understand what competencies are required to deliver that customer experience. Now, 2 very different examples. The lady who is selling groundnut on her head in traffic, she has customers, she's selling it. The supermarket who is selling groundnuts, they also have customers selling the product. but the experience is very different.
Absolutely.
The lady who is in traffic, her own urgency, her experience is it's quick. It has to be fast. The car is moving, traffic is moving. The guy doesn't want too much story. Have it already packaged, ready to give it to me, have change ready, and I move on. I'm not interested in whether you greet me, you ask me how is my day.
Exactly, on to the next customer.
But when you go into a supermarket, right, you have the peanuts, you expect to stand in queue, you expect to pay, you expect the lady to smile at you, give you your receipt, package it for you in a bag, and give it to you. Two very different things. One is speed and accuracy, another one. So that's customer experience. Because imagine if the girl is standing there greeting you, asking you how was your day, and then traffic changes and everybody's honking. She probably will lose a sale. So when you bring that into competency, you have to have the right people for the job.
Exactly.
There's a common misconception that anybody can do customer service. I mean, typically that's where most people's careers start, right? You go into a customer service job, that's where you get your experience, you cut your teeth. But the truth of it is that not everybody can do customer experience. It takes a certain kind of person to be able to deliver service. When you go into a restaurant or you go into a shop and you see a difficult customer or an irate customer, some people will think to themselves at that point in time, man, I can't do this job.
Exactly.
So many people tell me, Uti, I can't do your job. So the reality of it is there is actually certain characteristics within people as to whether they can actually deliver good customer service as a role, as an expectation, as a job. Then there is also the requirement of the organization. You must teach people. If in that restaurant where we had that occurrence yesterday, there was a proper definition of how you should behave, how you expect it, not necessarily telling you the words to say, because some organizations will do that and then it starts to sound robotic, but understanding what the business's objective is for their clients. What is the experience? When they come into this restaurant, how do we want them to feel? How do we want them to interact with our products? That's why these businesses are branded. This is why they're designed in a certain way. All of that goes into the experience. But most of the time, we just leave it, or we have the basic, smile, greet the customer. And then when the person is encounters a situation that they've not been trained for, then you have those kind of experiences. And in this country, a lot of people haven't been trained for it, especially when you're dealing with Nigerians as the customer.
I totally agree with you on that.
You would expect that a manager of a particular, branch of a business must have gone through different stages of training for you to even rise to the position of being a manager, right? So I don't know how I'm going to ask this question. In terms of crisis management and customer satisfaction and customer experience, right? The way you have that experience, within that strategy, should there be something separate, for crisis management? Or how do I even explain the question? Because in this situation, right, there was a global problem that the business had all around, all their branches in Nigeria. But is it that the manager of that business was not carried along? So where do I tie, let me put the question, where do I tie communication in terms of crisis management per time? And how do you even get the right people to think on their feet when it has to do with specific situations and challenges especially when maybe if you have challenging customers. This one wasn't really a challenging customer. But if you do have a challenging customer, how do you tie up that communication line well, to be able to handle the matter?
Great. So, remember why it's important to distinguish, or another question that highlights why it's important to distinguish service from experience. You can't have customer experience without having the branding and communication side of it. They work hand in hand, right?
Yeah.
So customer experience, there's that question that says, when does customer experience start? When do you start to experience a business? Well, it's when you have a need. If you need a phone, if you need to make a call, you need a phone. When you need a phone, how do you buy a phone? Probably ask someone, or you go online, or you go to a shop. The communication or marketing team of that organization is the one that ensures that that information about that phone is on the website, it's on the internet, that when you get to the shop, you can find the shop. The shop is branded, right? There are signs on the shops. That is all down to the branding and communication element of the business. So in this question that you've asked, yes, in customer experience, there will be someone responsible that says, when there is a global problem, or when there's a problem that affects the entirety of the business, it is possible that the manager wasn't even aware there was a problem until the customer brought it to their attention. So has somebody notified everybody in that business that this problem exists? Has somebody told each person in that business that when you encounter this problem or you encounter a customer that has this problem, this is what you should communicate to them and this is how you should deal with it?
Yeah.
Because a huge part of dealing with customers is expectations management.
Exactly.
There is no every human being is a customer somewhere to someone. And there is no person that expects that things won't go wrong. So it's not about the fact that there was a problem. It's about how you manage the problem, how you manage the customer's expectations in relation to that problem. So even when you come across a difficult customer, one, you're adequately prepared, which comes back to competency, right? I know this problem exists. I know why it exists, because when that happens, typically, what do they say? This issue has happened. Oh, why has it happened? This is why it's happened. You have, not necessarily a script, but you're informed as to what the issue is. You probably are given some guidelines as to maybe timelines for resolution. When will this problem end? If this problem exists, what does it prevent our customers from doing? What alternatives have we put into place?
Yeah.
This is all customer experience. But what you find is that staff probably had none of this information. And then he's faced with an irate customer.
Exactly.
He doesn't know what to say, and he reacts. And that's what happens typically with Nigerians. We just react.
Exactly.
And let's not forget that we say this, with all pomp, that he's a manager. This is an eatery in Lagos. This person is probably not paid 100,000. If he's paid well, he's probably paid 150,000. You get what you pay for, by the way. So when you don't pay your staff well, don't expect them to move mountains for you.
Exactly.
If that happens, that is because that person intrinsically is that kind of person with good work ethics.
Okay.
But don't expect them to move mountains.
Uti,
So again, when we say manager and we have all these expectations, it's important to note that there's a certain type of person that works in that kind of job. And it's not to say that they're not exceptional people, because I've worked with some very amazing security guards who are, earning very, very small amounts of money. But the reality of it is that person was in that situation and it could have been handled better.
Okay, so let me just take a few comments, then we'll now go on a break. Because this is what you talked about money, Uti. Money should not be your motivation. If it's a company that you're supposed to be, hold on now. If it's a company that you're supposed to be giving smiles to people, and when they employed you, they said this was the amount they were going to pay you a salary to be smiling to people. You don't have a choice. You have to be smiling to the people when they come, right? And you must
I didn't mean that money was the motivation. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, so what do you mean?
What I meant is the substance of the person, right? So if you wanted to hire a doctor, you wouldn't ask for OND holders, or you wouldn't ask for people who have law degrees, right? You would ask for people who are suitably qualified, who have all the required skills to handle this.
Yeah.
In a lot of job roles, you see the kind of qualifications that are being asked for or needed may not necessarily be at the level at which you will have an expectation for that job. So most times when you have people hire shop girls, they just look for somebody who has finished secondary school.
Yes.
Now, the finesse that person is going to have, unless you have really taken the time to train that person, drill that person, and by the way, have hired somebody with the right basic characteristics coming in, it's not going to work.
Okay.
So it's not about money being the motivator for the person to do well. It's about hiring the right
person, for the job. Okay. All right, so we're going to take a break. We're going to take the questions. When we come back, we'll take the comments from our audience and we'll continue the conversation. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria. Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Now, if you're just tuning in, we are learning strategies to retain customers, especially now that cash flow is quite tight. Yeah, so people's money, you have to be very strategic about collecting money. So how do we ensure that if anyone is spending at all, we are their first choice in terms of the kind of business that we do? Please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So I learned something very, very interesting today. I was just saying it during the break that I have customer experience. That's the strategy I employ in my business. But I never called it customer experience, until Uti broke it down.
Yes.
That it is only when the customer asks a question, that is when it now changes to service.
Exactly.
So the experience, when people walk into your business environment, what is the feeling? How do they feel?
Exactly.
That's very important. We are learning. You see why we say on ways. Hey, we have experts. Hey, okay, let me take some comments and I'll come to you, Isi, for your question. With public relations, I would always visit a particular store. That's from Rosalind. She says if they have good public relations, she would always visit the store. Then Rolake says online customer experience seems to be much better for me these days, though I have had a few bad, but compared to physical outlets, I prefer online for service experience. That's from Rolake.
She said if it's in Nigeria or if you have
in Nigeria here,
Okay.
But me, I've had bad experience with online, no.
In Nigeria.
They look so good online. By the time you get to the store, it is completely opposite of what is. Only one particular store that I checked online, and by the time I got there, the ambience was good, the environment was good, but their relationship was very,
mode of interaction.
just buy what you came to buy and leave. And no personal, like making me feel like a queen.
Oh, you see where I'm coming from? Okay.
I beg you. Ask your question.
Okay, so Uti, Elu, so there is something you talked about the customer being irate in the place and having the organization groom that individual to be able to handle the irate customer. So in this context, I'm asking, what's the relationship between etiquette and customer service?
Okay, so etiquette in terms of how you compose yourself, how you comport yourself. A lot of the time, the focus of customer service is always smile. And it's great to smile. But I always tell people, imagine if a customer is angry, is irate,
and you are smiling,
and all you're doing is smiling. It's not going to end well, is it? So the idea
was so funny.
The customer will give you like these punches.
So there's the customer being angry. There's the customer again also walking up to you, and you smile, and then the customer asks you a question, then you can't deliver. So it's not just about the way you compose yourself. Etiquette is important. Yes, we must know how to approach engage our customers. We must know how to compose ourselves. So when you're dealing with an irate customer, how do you behave? When you're dealing with a timid customer, how do you behave? So again, this comes to the trainings and the way businesses manage their staff.
Thank you.
You must teach your staff how to understand what customer they're dealing with. Have you ever met, in fact, probably yourself, you've been a knowledgeable customer. You go into a shop or you call and the person on that end of the line, you're the one telling the person what to do.
Exactly.
Again, the person needs to understand there are different skills with which to deal with each of these different types of customers. So you have to understand what, etiquette is all about how you carry yourself, how you speak, how you compose yourself.
Manners.
In each of those situations, you have to know how to behave.
Yes.
You have to be trained in how to behave. So I once had a situation where an employee had a customer who wanted her phone number. So because she knew that she couldn't give him a phone number, company policy did not allow it. But she didn't know how to communicate that. So she disappeared and left the customer standing there.
Aww.
And the customer waited for over an hour before he left. So somebody else brought it to my attention and says, oh, did you know that this customer was sitting here because he was waiting for this person to give his number? And then I called this person and I said, but what happened? Well, that she didn't know what to say to him. She didn't know what to do. And I thought, okay, why didn't you ask? It is a simple conversation that says, thank you so much, sir. I'm glad that you enjoyed me serving you today. But I'm not able to give you my phone number because it's against company policy. So again, it's all about you understanding how to deal with irate customers.
Exactly.
You trying to interrupt an irate customer, you trying to interrupt an angry person, it's never going to end well.
Never. So
it's important that everybody is trained, just like you go and learn etiquette, you learn which fork to use, you learn how to, drink tea or whatever it is. You've got to learn how to deal with different types of customers.
Okay, so Uti, small businesses, right? Should we go with small businesses or big businesses?
Go with both.
Where do you think the biggest challenges are when it comes to customer experience and customer delivery, satisfaction, and all of that? Is it in the bigger companies or in smaller companies? Because I think at this point I really can't decide which of the business, because some really, you see some really small companies doing excellently well with their service delivery because they know that they're growing, and while others will just be they don't care whether they're growing or not. So if you were to give like an advice on how to start the process for a small company, right, and maybe they don't have so much funds for training and all of that, what would you recommend to them? And are there things that you also do to help small businesses, with their customer experience strategy?
So small businesses are my favorite, actually. Big business is great because there's money, but scalability is always difficult. It's easier to teach 2 people than it is to teach 2,000. It's not impossible to teach 2,000, but it's invariably more difficult. So with small businesses, half the time you're dealing with the entrepreneur, most times you're dealing with a sole owner type business. They're just starting out maybe, and you find that there's so many things to deal with. A lot of the time now with a lot of small businesses, what you find is they're more concerned with the glitz and glamour of social media than the customer experience. So you see this page, the posts are fantastic, then you DM them and it's a different story. So it's important for small businesses to get it right from the onset. One of the things that is so key to customer experience, in fact, customer experience can't exist without it, is culture. What culture have you built in your business? Because with knowing the type of business, the type of culture you have in your business, it determines the kind of people that you will hire.
Exactly.
So it once you get that culture right from the get-go, so when you have a vision for a business, you know exactly what that business is. As the entrepreneur, as the owner of that business, you can see in your mind's eye what your business is. When you start to create that business, a lot of the time we focus on product, we focus on capital. But you also have to focus on the customer. How is the customer going to experience your product? Typically what we think about is branded bags, our social media sites, our website. But you've also got to think about who your customer is. And people, when I say this, people think, oh, it's a grand thing. No. Let me take cosmetics, for instance. So many people are selling makeup on social media. The lady who's going to buy a lip gloss that is 500 naira is different from the lady who's going to buy a lip gloss that is 17,000 naira.
Exactly.
You as a business need to decide which of those 2 ladies are your customer. Because those 2 ladies have very different expectations. They all have expectations of good service, don't get me wrong. But when I'm spending 17,000 on lip gloss,
you better serve me coffee.
I expect you to tell me like a goddess.
I have the capacity to do a lot more.
Exactly.
For starters, I have the capacity and I have higher expectations. The person who's buying lip gloss for 500 naira is probably thinking, oh, fantastic, I found something cheap that I can use and it's quick and easy. So you have to determine, A, is my customer the lady for 500? Is my customer the lady for 17,000? Or is my customer both? When you're building your business, you need to start to think about those things right from the beginning, because the experience you want to give has to match. And again, this is not necessarily about the cost of the product. This is just an example. But you must ensure that when you're creating that experience, you know the difference. So that when you encounter that 17,000 naira lady, It's not just about, saying yes, ma, and everything, yes, anyhow you want it. No. Because you will encounter someone who says, this is how I want to do business. But that's not how you do business. So we had a great example today when we were talking
when
about
Timmy sent the chat.
Yeah, about a graphic designer who says, the person chatted him and says, I want to call you. And he says, no, please chat.
Chat, yes.
He says, but I prefer to call. And he says, no, this is how I prefer to work. Clearly, this person is not his customer. Now, what most people will do is because they want the business, they will call the person. Once you call the person, you've set the expectation that you have accepted that you will keep calling the person. But this is not your business model. This is not how you do business. So in that situation, it's important that you understand who your customer is. When you encounter a new customer or a new lead, a potential customer, you explain for them from the get-go, this is how we do business. Now, obviously, this example is the services example. You explain that this is how I deliver service.
Yeah.
The customer then has a choice to say, okay, I will accept that this is the way you do business, and I will do business with you. Or I accept that the way you do business doesn't work for me, and I'll go and find an alternative. So that from the get-go, you are creating the ability for that customer to have success with you, your product, and your organization. Most of the time, we chase customer at the detriment of business, which is why when they now say the customer is always right, you can't agree with the customer because the customer is the wrong customer for you. So there's subtle things where we say, am I chasing money? Yes, every business is in business to make money. But if you're getting money from the right customers who understand how you do business and still want to do business with you, you will have the most success. Could you imagine if somebody went to shop on Amazon the first day and said, no, Amazon, I must come to your store. And Amazon says, well, actually, you can come to our warehouse. Then that person keeps going to the Amazon warehouse. Can you imagine? Amazon says, no, I'm online. If you want to shop with me, you have to shop online. There's no store to go to. But smaller businesses think, I need the business. I'm just starting out. So let me bend over backwards. That's where the problem starts. Then the day you can't do it anymore, it's not about the fact that you changed your model for that customer. That customer just thinks, you're no longer a good business.
Yeah.
So Uti, there is something that just struck me when you were talking about company and culture and customer service relationship. So you also said something about, let me go to this. What about customer service or customer service officers who are specifically trained for a particular position or a job? How do they relate? We have individuals who are specifically trained for a particular customer service job, maybe to interact with the customer, or those who are at the back end who are just taking calls. Is there a relationship between them, or is there something that can they, what's the right word to use for this one now? Can they do the job together?
Can they do both? Yeah.
Exactly.
So
they have to be
first
specific.
to remember there, right, is that in every organization, there's a popular quote that says, customer service is not a department. It's everybody's job.
Okay.
So every business exists to serve customers. It doesn't matter whether you're the cleaner who's cleaning the business premises, who has no direct contact with customers. It doesn't matter whether you're the driver who's driving a salesperson who, again, has no contact with the customers. So no matter where you sit within the organization, and this is where experience too is important, every member of the organization needs to understand how they fit in. If all the parts of an engine of a car don't understand how they impact the other parts of the engine, the car is not going to work. So I need to understand that if I don't do my job, even though I don't talk to customers, I don't see customers, my failure to do my job will impact the customer. And this is what you find in most customer-facing roles. I'm sure you both will have experiences where you've called the contact center and the person on the other end of the line appears so clueless.
Exactly.
It's not because the person is clueless. It's just because that thing that you need fixed, there's somebody else in the background, what we like to call the back office, the support teams. There's somebody there who's responsible for doing that thing. Now, perhaps that thing might take 24 hours, but you keep calling every hour. Guess what? That person on the phone is going to run out of things to say. It's going to sound like, you don't want to help me. You're not useful. You're not helpful. But the reality of it is, all they're waiting for is for someone in the background to say, oh, it's been fixed.
Exactly.
Because people need to understand that the person who is on the phone in that contact center, their primary function is to engage you. Their primary function is to speak to you. Their primary function is not necessarily to resolve all of your issues. They're there to resolve your basic inquiries. They're there to be knowledgeable enough about the business to help you understand what the process will be for resolving whatever it is that you need to get done. But their job will not necessarily be to actually carry out that task of resolving it. So it's actually a difficult task to be a front-end worker because you constantly are trying to defend the actions of the back office, who typically don't understand the urgency for you as the front end. So everybody plugs in. Everybody should be trained. And this is why the culture, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, who's the source of our quotes for today's show, you know, in Amazon, their mission is to be the most customer-centric company on earth. So whether you work in IT in Amazon or you work, you know, online customer service, everybody understands that that is our goal. The culture we're creating is to drive that mission. So everybody in the business has to have that same vision. How does business ABC want their customers to feel? What do they want their customer to experience? Does everybody have that vision in their head? That's what ties it together.
So Uti, I loved what you said about culture, right? Understanding that you want to build a culture within your organization. Now, what role does the culture of the community or wherever your business is positioned at, what role does that play? So for instance, in Lagos, there's a different culture in Lagos compared to Kaduna, compared to Jos, compared to Ibadan, right? So how, in creating that customer experience strategy, how much of the external culture should you consider when creating that experience? Because I'm just thinking, the lady that would buy a 17,000 naira lip gloss, right? There should be an ambience, there should be a lot of things that she would experience when she walks into the store compared to the 500 naira one. Can I merge both customers in one? Wouldn't the 500 naira one feel like, I'm intimidated, I can't enter inside this place, you know? Shouldn't I just focus my business on maybe the luxury brand or the luxury customer and just leave it? Can I do both? So how much does the external culture play in creating a strategy for your customer experience?
Okay. So I'll take the two questions one after the other. In terms of culture, right? Key to customer experience is the customer. Key to being able to create an experience is to understand the needs of the customer. First of all, you have to understand the personas of your customers. If you imagine in every organization today, let me tie in the question you asked. So there's a lipstick brand that sells a 17,000 naira lipstick and sells a 500 naira lipstick. Of course, one brand can do that. You see so many luxury brands in every product category has something in different cadres. So you will have what designers like to call a diffusion line. So they've got their $20,000 bag, then they've got one that is $1,000, different markets, but they're still selling it. So it's how you position the products within the business. So there are different elements and different sections. Of course, the person who buys the $20,000 bag will probably get a bag that's in a cloth bag, probably comes with a lot of bells and whistles. And the person who gets a $1,000 bag will probably just get, you know, the nice branded gift bag. So there are different ways to build strategies in for the same business. But if I come back to that element of culture, you must, before you plan any experience, understand your customer. So a Chinese customer, their culture is different in China compared to a Nigerian customer. It's important in Nigeria to call everybody ma or sa. If you build a culture in Nigeria that says, oh, we're first name basis, you might hit some roadblocks.
Yeah.
You will get a few customers that tell you, no, I am doctor, no, I am Mrs. You will get that. So you must build different, within that customer experience strategy, there's an element of what we call personas. So you build personas for your different type of clientele. What age range are they? What gender are they? What are their aspirations? You hear things like, oh, a brand is aspirational. I want to associate with that brand. They've built that because they've looked at the kind of clientele that they want to attract. So you build the different personas, and for each of those personas, you then design what we call customer journeys. So what is it that from the point in time, remember a lot of businesses think that, oh, my experience or my business starts when the customer walks into my premises. No, you have to think way before that. Your business starts when the customer has a need. If I am hungry, I want food. When I want to get food, if I want to go out to eat food, if I've never heard of you, I can't come to you.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Communication. I must be visible, whether it is online, whether it is word of mouth, all of these things are strategy, which is what is customer experience. So I know before we run over time, there's so much to say, but there's a lot of things to think about in all of that. And for small businesses, it doesn't have to be daunting. I mean, I work with so many small businesses to help them build their customer strategy. And it's little shifts. These kinds of conversations that we have sometimes over a meal, and people change their complete structure of their business.
Exactly. Absolutely. I think we can wrap it up there. Thank you so much, Utielu. We are going to keep this conversation going because, I mean, for anybody that understands what the future is like, you have a lot more competition compared to before. Exactly. So now is the time to really be strategic about your business and don't just leave it. Yeah. We are sorry you can't take comments. We've run out of time. Thank you again, Uti. Thank you, Isi, for doing this with me. Now, Ways was birthed from the need to impact, and this year, we are starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment. Now, if you are a company and you have available allocations for us for internship, please reach out to us. And if you are looking for a place to intern with, reach us out and follow us on all our social media platforms. As we have said, we keep saying it is an all year round engagement. So keep telling your friends and let them reach out to us. I've gotten a lot of CVs. We're still hoping we'll be able to find allocations for them. We've gotten some companies as well to partner with us. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. We see our customers as invited guests to a party, and we are the host. It's our job every day to make every important aspect of customer experience a little bit better. That's from Jeff Bezos. We'll see you tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Good morning, Nigeria. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. I am Anetta Felix, and with me today is the ever handsome, enlightened.
You should say that every morning, actually.
Right?
Yeah, we should start the show by, with that. Hey, you look very handsome this morning, as always. It puts me in a great mood, so thank you. And you look really good
You're
also.
welcome. Thank you very much.
All right.
So yes, the
Sleep
name
good?
again is Osaragi
Ogbon.
Yes, I did. I did sleep. I did sleep good, thank God. How about you?
I did. I got a couple of hours.
Fantastic.
Good
I hope you slept good as well, you, the rest of your family, because today we're about to dig into the big stories in Nigeria, stories about NIN. If you haven't registered for your NIN, I'm very sure you are quite agitated because, NIMSI workers are on strike at the moment, as well as, talks about the COVID-19 vaccines and, people clamoring for the president to take the vaccines live on air. Let's see if they survive to, verify if the vaccines are safe before we go ahead to take them.
Yeah, it's also going to be great to see how much motivation that also gives to Nigerians, across the country, for those who maybe also had doubts in them, that, or maybe COVID-19 is not real. So we've seen other world leaders take the vaccine on screen. Mike Pence, I remember seeing him do, take his, and a couple of other people. So I'm sure that the Nigerian government, while taking theirs live on screen, on TV rather, would be interesting. I'd like to see what, the president's arms are like when they inject him. Good morning. Anyway, so yes, we will be talking about NIN and the workers going on strike. Of course, a follow-up on the conversation with regards to Deeper Life School. Apparently, the principal and 6 others have been granted bail by the court. And so we'll be having another conversation about that this morning to see where we go from here. What next after, the bail has been granted these persons.
Exactly. And just to make sure we have a bit of a balance, we have a human rights activist as well as a lawyer to give us both the ethical and legal implications of this. Would you say this would, affect chances in future of someone else speaking out when, issues of abuse happen, when that they can just go on bail, they can just, get off on a bail. Absolutely. And yes, do they have a right to actually get bailed? All these issues we'll be digging into this morning on The Breakfast, as well as the big story in the U.S. Yes,
Donald Trump being banned from social media, his social media accounts, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for a couple of hours. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg spoke and said he's going to be banned for maybe about 2 weeks until after the inauguration. There's loads of controversy with regards to that. There's people who feel it's unfair. There's people who feel, yes, definitely deserves it.
Yeah.
And probably should have been banned months and months and months ago.
They feel the ban is even coming late. Like when the damage has been done, 4 people had already died, lots more injured, the Capitol building desecrated, But anyway, we'll be digging into all that with Tony Usidiame just in a couple of hours.
All right, so stay with us. First of all, as always, we kick off with our review of what's going on in the newspapers this morning. As many of these stories that we can share with you, we would definitely unravel for you. And of course, today in history, there's also something about a drug cartel boss that we will be sharing with you. Welcome once again to The Breakfast. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome once again. It's time for Off the Press. It's where we have a quick review of the major stories making headlines across the country this morning. We, of course, before the end of this, will be joined by our guest, Jide Johnson. We're having a little issues connecting with him this morning, but we're, of course, good to go. The show must go on.
Yes.
So, yes, starting with stories on the Punch newspapers this morning, let's see what we can find and share with you. NIMC workers accuse federal government of covering up COVID-19 in agency. And that is one, that is a huge shocker. We'll talk about it. Buhari, Osinbajo, and SGF to take COVID-19 vaccine on live telecast. Also on the Punch this morning, federal government suspends power tariff hike, says 55% users subsidized. And also poor power supply strangulating manufacturing, and that's from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Top of the paper you can find over there, 5,552 megawatts power generation successfully transmitted to discos, and that's from the TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria. Other stories on the Punch newspapers this morning. You must have heard about the fuel tanker crash in Lagos yesterday, and that's one of the things you might find over there. The pictures are right there on your screen. We also can find here Lagos building 10 oxygen tents to battle COVID-19, and that's from the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Also, Ogun Church ex-guard arrested for stealing offering box. All right. I would want him to be forgiven anyway. All right, because that's what the Christianity teaches, I guess. All right, court decides Obaseki's fate over alleged certificate forgery on Saturday. Amotekun probes alleged killing of 3 Oyo youths. That's also in the news this morning. And one last one I'll share. It says here, nude party, Kaduna arraigns PDP spokesman and others for attempted adultery. That's interesting, actually. I'm going to just quickly share thoughts on the federal government covering up COVID-19 in the agency story. These, of course, are allegations. There's expected that there would be more conversations about this, and maybe staff of the NIMC would be able to share why they think this way, or what they know that the federal government is not saying. In what ways that COVID-19 may be very, very present among their colleagues that the federal government is not revealing. But one thing, that I feel we've always lacked in Nigeria is that level of accountability where the government takes responsibility for every Nigerian life and takes responsibility for failing to protect every Nigerian life. In saner climes, it's expected that you would see people say that if PPEs are not provided for health workers and for government workers, it is the government's failure, and the government should take responsibility for whatever happens to those people. But currently we have the NIMC workers on strike because they say, well, we don't have protective equipment and we can't work under these conditions. You don't expect us to be crowded by hundreds, daily and without any level of protection. And so we're not willing to put our lives, at risk simply because we need to register phone lines for the Nigerian government. And so, it's really about how much accountability and how much responsibility the Nigerian government takes for every Nigerian life and for every staff. Who is going to be held responsible if somebody dies, if any of these workers dies because they weren't protected enough while carrying out their jobs? Do we have a society where the government can, or people can say, hey, the government failed to protect Nigerians here and should be sued?
Now, on this issue, really, reading the story on our national dailies, we saw the president of the Association of Civil Servants in Nigeria saying the issue was that they discovered COVID-19 in 3 staff that work at the NIMC, and that they were told that these staff proceeded on vacation. But they came back and, interrogations, and, they found out that these guys had COVID-19 and were in isolation centers. So they're accusing the government of covering it up, saying, that these people had COVID-19, they came back from isolation, so to speak, and you're putting other people at risk. Adequate protective gear is not provided. COVID-19 allowances, hazard allowances provided to other health frontline workers are not provided for us. you've given a deadline. About 164 million Nigerians who have not registered for their NIN are thronging, offices of NIMC nationwide. So there's so much at play here, the health risk and all of that. We'll find out just how deep this issue runs when we discuss it in detail with our guests on the program. Let's turn now to the next. Would you like to touch on any story?
We probably would just, quickly also to share thoughts on the, I think we already mentioned the president and vice president and of course, the SGF taking the COVID-19 vaccine on live television. Now, and I was saying, yes, it's a good thing, mostly because of how much it encourages other people to, want to, take the vaccine. It also encourages other people to understand that COVID-19 is not fake. It's not a hoax, And if the president, with all the millions of followers that he has in northern Nigeria and across the country, will take the vaccine on live television, then yes, it will encourage a lot of people. But the hitch, and is what I've seen some people talk about or complain about really is with the number of vaccines that are available for Nigerians. We will bring up these things as part of our conversations this morning. We're talking about 100,000 vaccines that, they're expecting at the end of January for 200 million people. Yes, obviously it's not going to go around, 200 million people, but it's really going to create conversations about why just 100,000? Is that what we can afford? Is that what has been given to us? What was the process of getting these 100,000 vaccines? Why couldn't we get 10 million? The government is also saying, talking about vaccinating 40% of the population in about a year. Is that really possible with the pace, that we're working with? And so there's numerous questions about, these vaccines. And also, most Nigerians would say, why do we have, a select few getting the vaccine first? Why politicians? Why, it almost starts to seem like the Nigerian thing where, a select few, the ones who are fortunate, the ones who are privileged, rather, will get the vaccines before the regular Nigerian. I
think there are two sides of the coin to this argument, with vaccines and public office holders taking them first. First things first, there are a group of people who say, let's see if the vaccine is real. Let the president take it live on air. But you go on social media and you see people saying, even if the president takes the vaccine, so to speak, I don't think there'll be a vaccine. They just want to deceive us. So I don't think and even if the president comes out to take this vaccine on air, some people or a lot of people will believe that because some people are very set in their opinion that COVID-19 is not real and that the vaccines are unsafe for them or that it's 666 is the Antichrist. There's so much conspiracy theory out there regarding the virus and the vaccines.
Good luck to those ones.
Good luck to those ones because the facts are clear and people are dying in Africa and generally
Lastly,
around the world.
Amotekun, which is a part of our conversation this morning with the death of 3 Oyo citizens, or people in Oyo State. It was started for as a great cause, and I'm not trying to shoot it down this morning, but I believe that it's not too early for us to remind the Amotekun that they are responsible
why they were constituted,
for protection of lives and property of Nigerians. And you cannot turn into the cancer that Nigerians are running away from. You cannot turn into a security agency that Nigerians have always questioned. You cannot start doing the same things that Nigerians have always complained about. So it's not too early to remind them, and I'll just leave it there.
It's just such an irony that it's just such an irony that organizations or institutions that are aimed to secure Nigerians, turn around and be the ones that hurt us. Anyway, let's see what the outcome of this investigation would be when, the police eventually releases a statement. Let's now go to the Nation newspaper. Still talking about COVID-19. It says 30 minutes COVID-19 test kits for hospitals, says PTF. 30 minutes COVID-19 test kits for hospitals. A story here about the NIN registration says NIMC workers strike, stalls NIN registration, and EFCC to arrest touts. 3 feared killed in Amotekun Oyo clash. 2 million Nigerians are IDPs, says Minister. There's one about, the Lagos State, the NSAS protests, vandalization of public property. The Lagos State Governor Sanwo-Olu here saying rebuilding Lagos will take a long time. Many other stories here, including that of the U.S. elections. Trump surrenders after failed coup. Okay, we'll see just how detailed. We'll find out details of that in the news. Pelosi and others seek president's ouster. Electricity tariff strike hike on hold. So the minister is saying it's a minor adjustment, and they're holding off implementation of the electricity hike to the end of January. Also, Ghana elections, condemnation trails soldiers' invasion of Ghana parliament. I don't know why this has become an occurrence right now in global politics. First the US, now Ghana. But this has been condemned. And those are basically the main stories on the front page of The Nation this morning.
Okay.
I think taking a look at, more specifically on this one about rebuilding Lagos, it's such a shame to see how that NSAS protest was hijacked. And I don't think this conversation can ever be over. Maybe not until we're able to get justice for victims of, police brutality, SARS brutality, and we're able to just put in place or restore the infrastructure that was damaged. Millions of naira, went down the drain when hoodlums allegedly, took over the protest and, saw that lots of infrastructure, BRT buses burnt, public infrastructure destroyed. But anyway, let's hope that we're able to move forward this year from that.
So talking about that one, and this has always been my perspective. Yes, it was entirely wrong that level of damage was done to, the beautiful Lagos. Those young people, who, were violent and destructive, not the, peaceful protesters now, should be blamed for that. But at the same time, there's also, I would always remind everyone that the government also holds a very, very large share of that blame for, first of all, having that many young people uneducated and bored and angry.
And idle.
It's a failure of government that, created that number of people that were idle and uneducated and couldn't be peaceful and understand the idea of a peaceful protest. It's the government's failure that has left that many people on the streets doing nothing, and that level of hunger, existed amongst them. It is also a failure of government to not be able to protect Lagos State when a curfew was declared. So when you say, oh, there's going to be a curfew, everybody stay home at this time, and you have no plans for security, you have no plans to protect the state, it's also the failure of government, that happened. And so, yes, they, were unruly at that level, but government still holds a very, very large percentage of the blame. And when, yes, you talk about how it's going to take a long time to rebuild Lagos, sorry. But these are the effects of a long time of anger and frustration and hunger that has existed among millions and millions of Nigerians. And so when they eventually get a chance to express themselves, sometimes, unfortunately, might be this way. And you have to take responsibility for it.
And just imagine the protest didn't turn out the way it was, hijacked by, hoodlums. The social changes, the political changes that might have occurred in Lagos if that protest was not disturbed, because in just a few days, SWAT was, or rather SARS was disbanded. So we can only just imagine how Nigeria would be in January 2021 if that protest went on without external influence. But I guess we'll just have to hold on.
But I would also give it, some credit. It did get to achieve some things.
Yes, it did.
Like you said, SARS is, out of the way.
Now, still on this COVID-19 story, there's details here on the front page of the Nation newspaper saying over 1 million Nigerians have been tested for COVID-19. We're saying that about, Atiku has been listed as the first Nigerian to be vaccinated, but I don't think that's true. I have friends in the US who had COVID-19 that received the Pfizer vaccine, but I think they mean to say the first prominent Nigerian, so to speak, to have received the vaccination. Federal government plans oxygen intervention in states, no cause for alarm over new virus strains, no information on virus expiry dates, and politicians won't get vaccination priority. Still circling back to the issue of politicians and taking vaccines, just trying to explain that or what the ministries and agencies are trying to put out is that the government, it's not like they're getting a priority, it's just to prove, for them to take it and prove to you that the vaccines are safe. But good luck to anyone who doesn't believe that.
But they would also argue that, the leaders would always be given some level of, consideration and priority, which you can't really argue with. It's not just in Nigeria, across the world, it's almost the same thing also. And that would be their argument. I'm only just expecting that, yes, there will be Nigerians who would say, no, man, if you're going to vaccinate, the population, then let it be everywhere. And another fear that I have is, I've seen, that private laboratories charge as much as 50,000 naira for a COVID-19 test.
As much as 54.
Exactly. So if we eventually get vaccines, are we confident that these vaccines will be given out free to Nigerians, or people have to pay, their life savings to get a vaccine?
Exactly. This is a concern.
Nigerian.
This is a concern. I mean, one of the guests we interviewed, one of the doctors we interviewed on the breakfast yesterday or so, talked about corruption. There's this issue of corruption in Nigeria, and he mentioned that when these vaccines are eventually in the country, available in the country, are Nigerians in dire need of it truly going to get it, or just like donations and aids and kits that are written explicitly not for sale, and you eventually find those items in the market for sale? Yeah. Would these vaccines eventually end up on the shelves of pharmaceuticals, on pharmacies, and people charging exorbitant amounts for them?
So we're hoping not. But what we're talking, or what I'm saying this morning is, based on the Nigerian experience, and how things mostly play out here. There is always going to be, that person who wants to make money off, some of these things. And hopefully, we can beat it this time. I'm also going to quickly share on the electricity tariff hike that has been suspended, which, some people would celebrate. It's been suspended to the end of January, I believe. But this is, for me, a stereotype. It's the way that some of these agencies in Nigeria behave. They test the waters, see people's reaction. When it's not looking like they will be, people will accept it. Then they suspend it for a bit, and then eventually bring it back. When they can find a good enough excuse to force it down people's throats. The question that I would always ask is, was this not thought through in the first place? When someone decided, we're going to increase the hike in electricity tariffs. Was it not thought through? Before you now suspend it a couple of days later, didn't you think maybe this is the wrong time? The reasons it has been suspended now, didn't anybody think of those at first? And so if anybody did, then why did they go ahead with it in the first place? Was it simply just to see how Nigerians would react and then know whether to take it back or not?
Another question, very important, is why doesn't the government institute policies, make laws that everybody will literally clap and commend the government for? Why must the government take actions, proactive or reactive, that would generate anger, that would generate outrage, get people on the streets, get people on social media chatting angrily and condemning the government? I can't wait to see when the government does take proactive steps and makes laws and policies that everyone can be grateful and thankful to the government for. But let's now move on to the next paper. We'll have the Guardian newspaper here. It's on, the economy. Economists here seeking policy overhaul to aid growth. It said Nigeria's 2021 growth projection falls below African and global average. Professor Teller calls for policy to address 10-year needs. Federal government should leverage youth potential. World Bank consultant advises. A professor underscores the need to develop local industries. This one cannot be overstated. So there's a need here to overhaul policies to aid the growth of the Nigerian economy. Also here on the Guardian newspaper, it says how airlines, travel agencies, others share 5 billion naira palliative. And anger as NIMC strike stalls NIN registration. Northern Christians and group slams GNI, others over attack on KUKA. It's so sad how, for these issues specifically, someone writes an opinion piece and we can all see the merits, we can all see the facts, we can all see the truth, but then you have government agencies speaking up against it. If you're not pro-government, you need to shut up. We have that kind of a mentality here, and that's so sad. Here, court decides Obaseki's alleged certificate forgery case January 9th, and that will be tomorrow. Government suspends implementation of new electricity tariff till January 31st. and Congress affirms Biden's victory after U.S. Capitol violence.
All right. Well, it's always expected that there would be dissenting voices, and not everybody would agree with Bishop Matthew Kukah, and not everybody would agree with his perspectives. But in the midst of all those who don't agree or who decide to attack him, I'm sure in themselves they also know what the truth is. So whether you openly agree with him or you agree with him inside your heart, and then on the outside you write articles condemning him and attacking him, I'm sure that inside of you know what the truth is. And you know where it bites you. You know where the things that he's saying actually do make a lot of sense. So I normally would just say it's expected that not everybody has to agree with with you. Before we go, also once again, NIMC, electricity tariff hike.
Yes.
What's special about the 31st of January? I mean, what would change by then? Would Nigerians have more money then? Would Nigerians be able to afford electricity better then? Are there going to be, like our guest said yesterday, are there going to be palliatives? Are there going to be, ways that the government has come in to ensure that it is now, okay for Nigerians to afford these things? There's no difference between now and the 31st of January.
Indeed.
Absolutely. There is. It's just about 2 weeks or maybe 3 weeks maximum. 3 weeks. And I don't see how it's going to be different.
Except if they're saying that they're taking time to, try to see how they can amend it to favor Nigerians. But now it's just a suspension.
The last increment was suspended for 2 weeks, and then it was brought back, and then it stuck. So the suspension never really makes any difference.
Indeed.
If we're, referring
What's
to
even
history.
worse is that in that NIMC statement, they're saying that by June 2021, Nigerians should expect to pay more for power. But that's where we'll draw the curtains here on Off the Press on Plus TV Africa, The Breakfast. Stick around with us, and when we return, we'll be giving you updates on interesting things that happened this day, January 8th, in history.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. Now let's talk about what happened today in history, the 8th of January, and we're going back to, first of all, 2016. He is popularly known as one of the biggest drug lords in the world. Most people would remember Pablo Escobar, but after Pablo Escobar's reign and after his, death, there comes the guy Joaquin Guzman. He's popularly known as El Chapo or Shorty because, of course, his height is only about 5'6". He was captured today in 2016 after escaping from a Mexican jail, a maximum security jail in Mexico. He was a former leader of the Sinaloa cartel and also considered one of the most powerful drug traffickers in the world. Had a net worth about $2 to $4 billion. He has a very, very long and interesting history. When he started his drug trade, eventually he started sometime in the 80s, 1980, I believe, or actually sometime in the 60s, and then eventually joined one of the cartels in 1980, then started his own cartel after the arrest of Miguel Felix Gallardo, who he worked under in the 80s. The Sinaloa cartel was founded in 1988 by Guzman, and it oversaw operations of cocaine, methamphetamine, and heroin, which were produced and distributed across the United States and Europe. And of course, that led to a very, very long decades of him being a wanted criminal, wanted drug lord in Mexico and in the United States. In 1993 was when he was first arrested. And then in February 2014, when he was arrested once again, but he always kept escaping from jail. The last time he escaped was sometime in 2015 when he snuck out through a tunnel in a bathroom in the Mexican jail. But of course, once again, was arrested today in 2016. There was an $8.8 million price on his head, hoping that he would be found. And so, yes, this is his story. It's a really, really long story. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to talk about El Chapo. But if you look deeper and you read very, very well about El Chapo, there's so much. He's rumored to have killed 2,000 to 3,000 people in the time that he was a drug lord. So, yes, today, January 8, 2016, El Chapo was captured. He eventually, of course, not long after that, was extradited to the United States and currently faces a life term and 30 years extra for his crimes and for his, of course, the things that he was charged with, drug trafficking and the likes, and of course, murder. He's currently in jail in New York.
I think what strikes me about his story is about how not just even him, drug lords generally, they are ruthless, they are violent, they kill anybody in their way, especially when it comes to people they love. Anybody they love and you mess with them, you just have it coming for you. And how they profited so much from the addiction to cocaine, especially selling to the U.S., selling to consumers, heavy consumers in the U.S. He profited so much from sales of cocaine that he was the 10th listed as the 10th richest man in Mexico with a net worth of about $1 billion. Just amazing.
It's but it's really about the drug business, corruption. And all that it encompasses. So it's not just him now. It's also there's also smaller drug cartels and smaller drug lords in Mexico and in the United States and in Europe. And so it's not, he of course will be the most popular one because he runs a full cartel, but the drug business is something that, generates billions and billions of dollars every year in the United States and in Europe. And so, yes, most of them originate from Mexico because, well, that's where most of it is made. But the business itself, same with human trafficking, generates billions. Same with porn, generates billions and billions of dollars every year.
And it's just amazing to see how he perpetrated his trade, by establishing a shipping empire to make sure that he's controlling every chain of production, from growing it on the farm to, distributing it, and how they were so clever with finding ways to ship these out. And also, taking a look at just how many movies have been made about drug lords and, the cartels, it's amazing. El Chapo series, we're talking about Narcos, so much movies.
Oh, I love Narcos.
Lots of movie producers, really cashing out from those historic stories. Let's now turn to another occurrence in history. Today, January 8th, in the year 2002, President George Bush signs the No Child Left Behind Act into law. It was an act or law in the United States that created updates to the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965. That act created new standards and goals for the nation's public schools, and it's implemented. Now, this is why the act even became so popular and distinct. It implemented tough corrective measures for schools that failed to meet them. So if you fail to meet the standards of the No Child Left Behind Act, the schools were punished. It included provisions applying to disadvantaged students. The act required states to develop assessment in basic skills. They would receive federal school funding. Students would get assessment at all levels. But the act has been heavily criticized. It, they say that the act was basically, drew a lot of criticism. It even led to political resistance. The act let military recruiters have students' contact information, gave them access to students, required highly qualified teachers to all schools, but it was an unacceptable drop. It led to an unacceptable drop in the American public school system, but it was eventually replaced in the year 2015 with the Every Student Succeeds Act. It retained parts of the No Child Shall Be Left Behind Act, but attempted to make it less punitive to schools that were underperforming. And the bill affords states more flexibility in regards to setting their own respective standards for measuring schools as well as students' performance. And that's basically what happened January 8th, 2002, President George W. Bush signing this act into law.
All I can hear here is, about a country that takes education seriously. Yes, there are other nations in the world, in Europe, in Asia, that you can say, oh, these ones maybe have, really, really high education standards, and are very, very interested in their leaders of tomorrow. But, it may have started as a good, idea, but definitely had its own issues. What's most important is that they felt, that it was important that no child, would be uneducated, and of course they would increase by maybe extremely high standards the expectations from education from teachers and from schools. It also, increased the level of qualifications that were required for teachers in these schools, and so yes, once again, may have started, as a great idea, but maybe had too much, that the standards were too high. What's important, once again, is that they were interested in doing it, and I think it's something that we also should start to, have such ideas. Let's have such, acts and policies implemented here in Nigeria. Yes. Let's look at the millions of people that are out of school, and kids that are out of school. We currently have the highest in the world. Let's look at that and see how much better we can do with getting these kids into school. Everybody drives around Lagos, Enugu, Benin, Abuja, everywhere in the country, and you see these kids, 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds, wiping your windscreen, hawking, and it's sad seeing that these people that deserve an education and deserve to be protected and educated by their government have been failed. It's not the easiest thing to accept, but that's what the truth is. They have been failed. And so we should have more policies that ensure that every single child is educated, not the school feeding program. Yes. That's not, well, okay, they want to feed children in school, but it's really not, it's not a policy that will encourage more kids to go to school. Let's have, if you want to, create free education, to a certain level across the country, and that is law, then let's do it. If we can afford it, then let's do it. I'm sure that we can afford it.
We can do it. We can do it in the country.
So more policies with regards to education. Let's stop having strikes for 9 months. Come on.
Terrible.
What percentage of our budget do we put into education every year? These are great questions that we should be asking when we nominate leaders and when we have people trying to get into certain positions. What new laws, do you think you will be putting in power or in place with regards these sectors of our lives? The National Assembly, the ministers, the presidency, governors, how much, interest do you really have in education? Before, of course, you campaign. And these are questions that we should ask, really. When people are campaigning, when people are trying to get into office.
But it's weird that, even the standards for getting into public offices are not even as high as, the average Nigerian, because you find out these people, they usually have one controversy with their certificates, maybe, certificate forgery, they forge their WAEC, they forge their... So, you need people who actually are educated. Maybe let's even look at people who have master's degrees, people who know the value of education to be in positions of power. Because if you have somebody whose WAEC certificate is in question, how do you expect such a person to prioritize education for the young man or the young boy on the street? So the quality of our leaders, just like Iyaitok was saying yesterday, is very important. So that's it. That's what occurred today in history, January 8th, 2002, and as well as the arrest of El Chapo, right?
Yes, in 2016.
Exactly.
After he, of course, once again escaped from prison for the third time. Notorious prison breaker. All right, we're taking a short break. When we come back, the NIMC workers have decided that they will not be putting themselves in harm's way, and they are going on strike until the government makes better moves at protecting them in the pandemic, and of course, provides better working environment for their staff. And so we're going to be talking about that with Babajide Benson and getting to see how this affects NIN registration and what level of responsibility the Nigerian government should be having to its workers. Stay with us.
This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply
platforms of convenience for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware?
Let me explain. No, it's okay.
Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cane to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace.
Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliative right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast, where the conversation right now is about NIMC. NIN registration nationwide is on hold because NIMC workers are accusing the government of covering up COVID-19 and its infections, among staff in the country. They're saying the government has failed to provide them with protective equipment. They're saying they're not receiving COVID-19 hazard allowances like other frontline workers are. And so everyone who is not registered would have to wait a little longer to do so. We're now being joined by an analyst. His name is Babajide Benson, to help us discuss this matter. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
Welcome. So let's delve right into this matter. Talking about NIMC registration, what do you think about the accusation that the federal government is covering up COVID-19 in the agency and putting workers at risk of an infection?
Well, it may not be unfounded. There's no smoke without fire. I listened to a news item yesterday where one of the aggrieved workers talked about one of their staff being infected with COVID-19 and having to take care of himself or herself. Now, whether that is true or not, it requires some attention and acts of responsibility on the part of the federal government. Because my belief is that you cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. You're asking people to socially distance, to wear masks, and to obey all the other guidelines of COVID-19. In the same vein, you're threatening people that if they don't do something they could have done in the past 4 or 5 years, within 3 weeks, then their lines will be disconnected or what have you. So the federal government has brought a problem upon itself at a time like this.
Jide Benson, this was always going to be a problem. I mean, if we've been following this, story for, since when it broke, when the NIN rush started, it was always going to be a problem. There was already conversations about the safety of the Nigerian citizens who were going to be trying to get registered. They tried to make it digital at first. That doesn't seem to be working out very well. So how come all these aspects weren't thought of, before they made these decisions?
It's interesting that you asked me that question. So I'll take you out of here and I'll bring you back. Years ago, one of the big 4 consulting firms globally with offices in Nigeria, PricewaterhouseCoopers, they ran a campaign called Connected Thinking. But what appears to happen on the part of government very many times is connected on thinking. I do not know how a government that has an identity management commission cannot work with the NITDA, Information Technology Development Agency, to make this a tech-based registration. I mean, by dialing a code, it should be possible for people to be able to register with their phones. So let's excuse the government that there are a lot of illiterates in Nigeria who do not understand how technology works. How about you extremely decentralize where people, the registration process and where people can register? The palaces of obas and chiefs in communities across the country, the 774 local governments, the banks, the telco offices, the constituency offices of elected representatives, other government agencies, and what have you. So while some people are able to register on their phone digitally, others are able to do it physically. Because what it does, it reduces the workload of the NIMC officials. It reduces the number of rising COVID-19 cases. If there's a link that people can go to on their phone, they'll be able to do this. Everybody can take a pic. A lot of people, let me not say everybody, a lot of people can take pictures with their smartphones. The details that the government is asking for is going to be provided by the people. The pictures are going to be taken on site. So I can take a picture with my phone and upload it onto a portal. So the government has brought this onto itself, not, should not relax. They are the ones now giving the opportunities with these threats for the numbers to rise.
And would you say that this, this whole situation, the deadline given, by the federal government for Nigerians to register their SIMs and register themselves for NIN, would you say this whole situation has given NIMC?
And now saying, okay, this is our time to get back at you. You have ignored us for a long period. But then the government can have an escape route, which is to extensively decentralize the procedure for registration. What has happened yesterday is an embarrassment to the government. And it's going to give people the opportunity to heave a sigh of relief that, after all, the members of staff of NIMC are on strike. So government cannot go ahead with the date it has announced to say that they're going to disconnect people's lines or block people's bank accounts. So whilst this is good for, whilst it's an opportunity for people to heave a sigh of relief, it's an opportunity also for the NIMC staff to hold the government by the jugular. And the government should have done some house cleaning before he came to the public with this agenda. I still think that the approach was wrong, and it should be reconsidered.
Can we also, Jide Benson, would you also say that maybe we could give government kudos for their efforts at least, trying to get Nigerians registered? They're maybe facing a lot of deadlines, as it seems, with regards to insecurity and being, able to be truly accountable for every single Nigerian. So would you say, with the pressure that the government is under to ensure that some of these things are sorted out, it might be, hard to avoid some of the, the rush that we're seeing today?
At the last time, personally, and I'm sure that a lot of people are on this table, there has been SIM card registration, there's voters card registration, I have a driver's license, I have a passport, and I have done the NIN. I think there's one other. So at the last count, I'm sure that every Nigerian would have at least one of such. So where it's just a multiplicity of registrations that we're having. The person who is driving is captured in one database or another. The voter is captured in one database or the other, through NIMC, through telco. So it doesn't have to be NIMC. I mean, the claim of security is just an excuse. If you've listened to the government, they've said those who already have it should link with their telcos. And those who don't already have it have a deadline. How about you say those who don't have the NIN registration, whatever other government recognized registration can be presented, they can achieve the same objectives with some of the prior registrations, whether it's the voter's card or the telco registration or BVN. Yes, that's the one I forgot earlier on. There's the BVN, there's the driver's license, there's the passport, there's the voter's card. So all of what the government should be doing is to link all of this together. Some of these agencies actually have no business existing.
And now, I actually agree with that, because really, if there's, you have your BVN, like many people do, many people own bank accounts, even though some, don't, and all these, several other means of identification, I do believe that they should all be merged and such. The NIN, the NIMC can cooperate with other, agencies, can cooperate with these other, agencies of government to make sure that you're not having, extra stress on your agencies and on Nigerians. So now about the NIN registration, right now the NIMC workers are striking. What then does that mean for the registration deadline? They've extended it to January and February, and they're saying if your SIM is not linked at that time, it will be blocked. What then does this mean for that deadline? Would this be further adjusted, or do we all just get to suffer?
What it means, first of all, like I said earlier, is heaving a sigh of relief by those who have been trying tooth and nail to get registered. The members of staff would also heave a sigh of relief because they've had to work extra hours in more dangerous times for longer periods. So everybody can now assume a state of to thy tent, O Israel, because now there's, in quote, a force majeure. There's something that has made those dates impossible to achieve. If you're taking out yesterday and taking out today, we don't know for how long this is going to continue. It means the government will now have to start to have discussions with them through the labor minister or minister of state for labor or any other delegated representative. So I think that this gives the government an opportunity to rethink or reconsider the approach to the NIMSI registration. As I said, there's need for extensive decentralization, local communities. How about you adopt something similar to annex structure during elections? You may not be that granular, but it's important that you look for other areas. People don't have to travel miles to get to NIMSI. For instance, Alausa has been a chaotic situation in the past 1 week or thereabouts. And you're asking elderly people, you're asking young people, you're asking old people, all people who are within the COVID-19 age bracket and outside to go to one place to go and register. All the local government offices in Lagos and beyond should be busy at this time. All 774 of them should be busy at this time. A lot of sister government agencies should be co-opted into it, whether it's the NITDA or the NOTAP. NIMSI should go borrowing, if you like, borrowing offices from sister agencies, and that's the way to achieve this. So if the government can adopt that, they will find out that even the call by the NIMSI officials won't have much of an effect on the activities of the registration.
Right. Before we go, I also want you to speak on something that I had mentioned earlier, and that is the perspective where a government should always be willing to be held responsible for the lives of each and every one of its citizens and its workers, public health workers, in every ministry, department, or agency. When a government doesn't provide protective equipment for its staff, of course, we've heard about the billions and billions of naira that have been spent during this COVID-19 era in Nigeria. Without these PPEs being provided, without a safer working environment for staff, do you think the Nigerian government has that same mindset of being responsible for every one of those lives and will take responsibility for every single NIMC worker that gets infected with COVID-19 in this process and maybe dies?
No. So unfortunately, while the government mouths and gives the impression that it cares about everybody, in reality, the reverse is always the case, or the opposite is always the case. I mean, what is happening at the NIMSI registration centers is an indication enough that the government doesn't care or the government is not in control of the situation. I mean, another thing that could be done to make this thing in alphabetical order. We know the names in Nigeria, we know the alphabets in Nigeria that would have a lot of people whose surname starts with those letters, maybe the A's or the O's or the S. How about you create a special center for those people? How about you create a special center for, say, maybe females or males or students or what have you? Schools are yet to resume. How about you make some schools registration centers for a week before schools resume? So the government clearly says one thing and does the exact opposite. There's a lot more talk than action. These are very perilous times. Whilst the government is doing a lot of campaigning that people should be mindful of COVID-19, that's approbating. Government is reprobating by not managing the situation well.
Thank you very much, Babajide Benson, for your time and thoughts on the breakfast this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning to you. Of course, he has made pretty solid points. There's one thing that I would always continue to push about government's responsibility and being able to hold the government accountable where necessary. We would want the Nigerian government to understand that every single one of its workers, level 0 to level 14, whatever level you want to call, the government should be responsible for their safety, and the government should be able to be asked questions about the safety of these workers. If you've put them in harm's way during a pandemic, then the government should be held responsible. Yes. And so PPEs, come on. these are some of the things that we should have,
readily available.
Right from day one, right from February 2020.
Yes, and something I need to emphasize is just the irony, the double-sidedness, the hypocrisy, so to speak, about how the government will come out and say, make sure you do you practice social distancing. But at the same time, you're asking them, go out, 100 million of you, go out and register. So what is the message really? But let's get your thoughts on this on social media. Follow us at Plus TV Africa, and let's keep the conversation going. We'll go on a break here, and we'll return to discuss with two doctors about COVID-19 and vaccines in Nigeria.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stopped paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities
in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show. What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. Now moving on to talking other issues with regards to COVID-19 still. Faisal Shuaib, the Executive Director of the National Primary Healthcare Agency, Healthcare Development Agency, I beg your pardon, has stated that the President, Muhammadu Buhari, and Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, will be encouraged to, of course, take the COVID-19 vaccine on a live television broadcast. It also, of course, is known that the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, has been one of the first prominent Nigerian to receive the COVID-19 vaccine in the United Arab Emirates. We've invited this morning in studio Dr. Tuyi Mebawondu to join and share his thoughts with us. Good morning, Doc. Thanks for stepping in.
Good morning.
We also have virtually Dr. Augustine Ekbe joining us. Thanks also for your time. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. I'm going to start with Dr. Mebawondu. It's not the first time that we're hearing of something like this in the last few months. We've also seen other world leaders take the COVID-19 vaccine. So I want to start your thoughts on how this might help and it might, encourage other Nigerians to take the vaccine. Is it a good move by the Nigerian government?
Well, I think, honestly, people are putting a lot of emphasis on photo ops. Now, let's be frank. Let's look at Nigeria. There's been quite a lot of distrust between the government and the governed. Besides that, there's a lot of issues and rumors concerning the COVID, disinformation about the vaccines, and a lot of doubts. Now, what I was expecting from government, essentially, is to deepen communication to target, especially the vaccine hesitants and anti-vaxxers, people that will say that, listen, I'm not going to take your vaccine because of this and this and that, okay? Now, if you give your top government, maybe rightly so for the photo ops, people might even be doubting what you are giving them. You don't know that, you see, I think when we cheapen things, we don't get the desired results. But because huge numbers of the religious group and religious leaders are against this vaccine. For me, I would prefer that you convince those people and give them those vaccines instead of considering giving Shivajo or giving Buhari first. Now, the second aspect of it, you want to deploy vaccines. Okay, we said we are going to get 100,000 doses at the end of this month. That is just for 50,000 people. Okay? Now, you have not told us exactly the strategic way you want to deploy these vaccines to be that effective. Now, 50,000 doses of vaccines, how many people can you reach? Now, are you putting the dynamics of the places where we're having this large number of positive cases and deaths of COVID-19? Lagos, FCT, Kaduna, and Plateau. These 4 states account for more than 70% of the cases of COVID vaccine. I think we must be able to apply some simple science to deploying the vaccine. It's not just photo ops of saying that, listen, Oshibajo take, Buhari take.
So you're basically saying that the federal government should give these vaccines to people, to leaders that the people trust, like their religious leaders, their traditional leaders, to prove to them that the vaccine works.
You know why that is important? Because most of the opposition against the COVID and even the vaccines are coming from there. Okay? That will be more symbolic.
So when you win them over, you win the people.
It's more symbolic than you saying that.
All right. Let's bring in Dr. Augustine Ekpe. Dr. Tuyi Mebawando has described it as photo ops, which are not as effective as should be. Do you agree that this, is just a, like he described it, a photo op, and more should be done with regards public orientation and, getting more people to understand the situation we're dealing with?
Yeah, thank you for having me again. I agree with him with regards to the fact that he thinks that it's photo op and all of that. And we know how the Nigerian government is and how things work in Nigeria. But in addition to that, I want to slightly deviate from his thoughts, because I know that there are some people who trust the government, even though a large chunk of people, of course, do not trust the government. And for those who trust the government, having the president and the vice president take the vaccine in open would be a plus, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah. To add again to what he said with regards to bringing in religious leaders and all of that, I agree with that, because, like he pointed out, most of the arguments against vaccination and all the conspiracy theories have been propagated mainly by religious leaders, as we all know, and moved on social media very widely and randomly. So much so that even though some of us are not in Nigeria, it almost feels like we're in Nigeria in terms of the theories and things like that. You find people who are educated, people who are not in Nigeria, who are medical doctors, frontline workers in the UK, for example, and then they are holding on to some of the theories back home because of their pastors and all of that. So yeah, for me, in summary, it's a two-pronged approach. Let's get the president and the vice president come on air, take the vaccines. Those who trust them would, go for it. And then let's also use the other approach of getting to religious leaders and all of that, yeah.
Dr. Augustine, you work in the UK and you're a frontline worker basically dealing with, COVID cases on a daily basis. First of all, have you received the COVID-19 vaccine? That's one. And how will you experience or basically explain your experience working with COVID-19 cases in the UK?
Yeah, I'm glad to say that I'm booked to get the COVID vaccine on Monday morning. I deferred it because I thought some people needed it more than myself. But since millions of people have started getting it and there are some slots available, I've accepted to take mine on Monday morning. So yes, I'll be getting mine on Monday. In terms of the experience, I just want to use this opportunity to tell Nigerians in particular and other people in Africa watching that the COVID-19 is real. People suffer from this condition and people die from this condition. And we have seen people die from this condition. And so, people should take it seriously, undertake those activities that have been told them that helps prevent getting the infection. For example, social distancing, wearing your face mask, and things like that. These would help reduce the risk of getting infection. Because the thing is, even if you don't fall sick of the infection of the COVID-19 infection, you can make other people fall sick, and the outcome might not be friendly. It could be fatal, literally. Yeah.
All right, back to Dr. Mebowondo. Something you already started talking about, and that is the inadequacy of just 100,000 vaccines, which is, like you said, 50,000 doses. Why do you think, the number is that small? Is it, because we haven't been able to afford more vaccines, or this is just a test for now?
Again, even countries that actually have the money to procure the vaccines, they have limitations. America, just barely 100 million doses. Even that 100 million doses, their target, they've not even been able to achieve 1 million vaccination. It's a complex thing. So there's a money aspect of it. There's a production aspect of the vaccine. And the fact that the vaccine is approved under emergency use authorization, okay? So the whole phase, the unfolding of the vaccination is not really open to us because we've not studied it for such a long time. So initially we knew that it's going to be a huge challenge because there's this vaccine disparity. When a new technology or a new thing is developed, the big countries, the rich countries take those things first and start figuring out how it's going to get to us, okay? Now, WHO and some group, they put on what they call COVAX, WHO, Global Alliance for Vaccine Initiative, and CEPI. Okay, they put up the group and some donors. Okay, wait a minute. There's going to be challenge in this developing world. What then do we do? So with the partly money they could get, they said, okay, we're going to give you, for Nigeria, 100,000 vaccine. Now, it's not vaccine. It's not vaccine that prevents disease or COVID. It's vaccination. You see, once you've not moved from vaccine to vaccination, you've not done anything. You can as well have 100,000 or 1 million or 10 million vaccine doses in Nigeria and not achieve vaccination. So the critical discussion that Nigeria should be engaging in now is that how do we move from vaccine to vaccination? So it's key. If we don't do that, it will be like every other vaccine that has landed in Nigeria. Polio, we have to look for support everywhere to get it eradicated. Yellow fever, the same thing. Everything the same. We have to look for. And of course, more than 170 vaccines under development, variously all over the world. Okay, where is Nigeria? Which one is Nigeria developing?
Indeed. Dr. Augustine, you are in a country where 1.3 million people have received the COVID-19 vaccine. That's in the UK. But it's a different ball game in Nigeria. And let's talk about production. 7.8 billion people worldwide, globally. That's according to stats for January 2021. Do you think Pfizer, we're talking AstraZeneca, and the rest of, the other bodies that have created vaccines can make up to 7.8 billion to vaccinate the entire world? Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The thing is, the Pfizer vaccine is an mRNA vaccine, and one of the advantages of an mRNA vaccine is that you can do large-scale production in a short time compared to traditional vaccines and all that. So if it's reaching 7.8 billion people, yeah, I think it's possible. It might take a while, definitely, but it's possible. But the real question is, will Pfizer want to give their vaccine to Nigeria? Does Nigeria have the money to buy this vaccine? Because you must understand that while there is like Dr. Mebowondo said, that's 2 doses. If 50,000 people take 2 doses, that is finished. So 50,000 people out of a population of 200 million people, and then he raised the critical issue of vaccination. We know the Nigerian factor, where they would leave the vaccines in a storehouse. Vaccines that should be within certain temperature range will be left there without power supply, without anything. Somebody might want to donate it to his village people, even when it is expired. These are the issues in Nigeria. Yeah.
That was actually hilarious.
But critical issues there, to be honest.
Dr. Tui, I want to bring up more of the Nigerian factors here. One of the things that we spoke about earlier was we've seen that private labs currently are charging 50,000 naira plus to get a COVID-19 test. Eventually, of course, the Nigerian government, has stated that they plan to vaccinate much as 40% of the population. There is a time frame, I think, about a year or 2 years. Do you think that same Nigerian factor can be avoided so that we can, whenever we are able to afford these vaccines in the country, or maybe we are given, by international NGOs, we would be able to get the poorest of the poor Nigerians to afford these vaccines or to get them for free?
It's been a huge issue. Health must fulfill, a proper health must fulfill some criteria. You know, it must not be discriminatory, accessibility, equality. There are a lot of factors, you know, in such a way that no matter where you stay, your level of income, your state of physicality, you must be able to access the best health that's available to the richest man. That is the concept of universal health coverage. But look at Nigeria, even ordinary vaccine, COVID test is being manipulated, is being corrupted. Now, you know what? Imagine what will happen to vaccine. Now, our discussion exactly should be actually be, how do we now get this vaccine to meet those criteria, and not whether Vice President took it or President will take it. Yes. I mean, I don't. So, tell you what, when the vaccine gets here for that 50,000 people, like Dr. Augustine mentioned, people will put politics into it. No, it must be geopolitical zone. People will put connection to it. The vaccine will not be available. You have to bribe somebody. Look at NIN, ordinary NIN. You have to look for 5,000, 3,000, 15,000, depending on where you are, to get NIN. So what do you think? Because again, there's a huge law of demand and supply. There's economics and the business side of all these things. The law of demand and supply says that I have 50,000 people I want to give this thing to. And in a population of 200 million, we are not going to get nothing done. And then don't forget that if you want to achieve that herd immunity that will protect the large number of population, you need about 70% coverage of the vaccine, okay? So the truth, let me, I then refer to Dr. Augustine again. The truth is this. What we need to do, honestly, is to focus on those non-pharmaceutical interventions. If we have 300 billion to spend, let us spend as much as 250 billion on those non-pharmaceutical interventions to deepen those non-pharmaceutical interventions. That is exactly what can save Nigeria as it is. Trying to deploy vaccines, minus 70, look at the Pfizer one, minus 70 degrees centigrade. Where are you going to get that in this kind of place? You know? And then look at the condition of storing those vaccines for it to be effective. Do you want to give vaccine that is not going to be effective? And then the other aspect of it is that you need that close monitoring, because any medication under emergency use authorization needs a close monitoring to follow up on side effects, okay? You need that to happen. What have you put in place to ensure that close monitoring? Should there be any undesirable effect, what are you going to do? Because human mind will amplify those, if it's one single negativity in 100,000, that single one will be amplified and will be used to justify the doubters and the conspiracy theories.
Yes.
So it is key for us to look at how to move from vaccine to vaccination.
Yes, Dr. Augustine, let me bring you in here to ask a question that is, bugging the minds of Nigerians. There's been so much talk about vaccination, production of vaccines and all of that. But some, medical journals and papers, in the course of my research, I've been trying to find out, will the COVID-19 vaccine ever go away? And there's a very unlikely chance of that, according to what I've read. You're a doctor. There's so many vaccine, preventable diseases. There's typhoid, there's measles, and the rest of them. Do you think that coronavirus would be one of those diseases that would never go away?
In theory, I do not have an answer to that question, because there are a number of factors that affect whether or not diseases eventually go away. And truly, in history, we've realized that only a few diseases have actually gone away. Most diseases, as you have mentioned in your remarks, even though there are vaccines for them, they are still with us. So that's the given. Sorry. Are you there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So most vaccine diseases, even though there are vaccines for them, they are still there. And then, unfortunately, they have not gone away. So it's a difficult question. But personally, I do think that this coronavirus might not go away, because it's gone far. Over 78 million people have been infected with this condition. We have people, especially in Africa and in other poor parts of the world, where issues like social distancing, even though it would be cost effective and would be more productive in those areas, they can't undertake it. For example, in Nigeria, most people have to go out daily. They have to go to the market. They have to hug people in the market, more or less, to be able to buy and sell. Do they have hand washing facilities? Do they even have good drinking water? Not to talk of water to wash their hands and things like that. Hand sanitizers. How many people can truly bring that money to say, I want to sanitize my hand and things like that? So I do not really think this thing will go away, in my personal opinion. But then in theory, we never really can tell. I mean, who knows?
All right. One last one for Dr. Augustine Ekpe. You, of course, live in a country where millions of people have already been vaccinated. I want your thoughts on, or want you, quickly share with us very, very briefly, what steps, had to be put in place to ensure that, number of vaccinations go through so fast, even if, yes, there's still a lot more that needs to be done. And what are those steps that were put in place to ensure that it was, done so quickly and that Nigeria maybe might learn from?
So the thing is, I live in a place where there are systems that have been on for a long time, proven systems. There are mechanisms through which people can, say, for example, send vaccines. There are apps, for example, that we can book for our vaccinations and things like that, which is not the case in Nigeria, as we all know. We don't have systems in Nigeria that work and things like that, so it will be very difficult. I also want to quickly raise at this point that it's not just about vaccination. There is what is called the threshold, the herd immunity threshold, which is the percentage of the population that has to be vaccinated for a vaccination program to be effective. So it's not just about giving 50,000 people vaccine and we say we are vaccinating. It's not just a social event. There are scientific undertones. There are standards that have to be met. And this varies from disease to disease. For the COVID, nobody is definitely sure, but the guess is around 70, 75% here and there. But nobody knows for sure because nobody has achieved herd immunity yet. So you see, Nigeria is still a very tricky one because first we think about the economics. Do we have the money to get the vaccines? If we do get it, can we vaccinate at least 70% of 200 million people? So it's really a difficult question to answer.
It's a lot of work that needs to be done. We'd like to thank you, Dr. Augustine Ekpe, for your time this morning. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
And, I don't know if I could also ask, when you're coming back to, serve, your country and work in, Luth or, any of these hospitals here. Would you be willing to come back and help us out here with the experience that you've had?
Yeah, I worked in Nigeria before I left, so yeah, I did work in Nigeria for a couple of years before I left.
We miss you. Come back, please. Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you too, Dr. Tuyi.
Yes, my pleasure. Again, it's very important that we need to communicate this vaccine properly. All these fake theories about CCCs, Antichrist, if people understand what vaccine is, they know that where are you going to put number in vaccines? Either you use a weakened virus or a dead virus to stimulate your immune system, or you use the mRNA. mRNA is like a messenger. If you send a messenger here to say, drop this particle and go away, you drop it and go away. mRNA stimulates the body and say, produce antibodies for this, and then it goes away from the body. That's the same thing. Or you use what we call a small part of the virus, to stimulate. But what we're doing now is mostly mRNA, and reduce a weakened virus, essentially. So if we understand these dynamics, all these lies about vaccine, Antichrist, this and that, new world order will probably vanish.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tuyi, for your time. We really appreciate you coming into the studio this morning. And yes, you're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, where we've been talking all things COVID-19 vaccines and more big issues up ahead. Do stay with us.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and right now we are going to be talking about the case of alleged abuse, sexual abuse, maltreatment and starvation of a young boy in a Deeper Life High School in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. Now the update in the case is that the police has actually, the magistrate court in Uyo has released the officials of the school, the principal and 6 others on bail to the tune of 500,000 naira. And we're discussing this with Barrister Victor Okpalola, to have him weigh in on this and let us know the legal implications of this matter. Good morning, Barrister Okpalola, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yes, I'm sure you've been following the story. Deborah Achibong came out on social media December last year, alleging that her son, Don Davis, had been abused, maltreated, starved, in the boarding school. And right now, they've been pursuing the case. The court has granted bail to the officials of the school. Would you say this is justice in this matter?
First, I don't know the evidence that were attached along with the motion for bail that was filed, and the counter affidavit that was filed by the state. But the first thing we ought to know is that bail generally is at the discretion of the court. That's the first thing. And bail is contractual. There are certain things the court look at when there's an application for bail, when the court wants to decide whether to grant a suspect bail or not. And the court is always mindful of the fact that, first, everybody is presumed innocent until he or she is found guilty. But notwithstanding, there are certain things the court look at to determine whether or not bail should be granted to a suspect. And one of those things the court look at is the court looks at the weight of the offense It looks at whether or not the suspect, whether they will jump bail, whether they will interfere in the process of investigation, or they will intimidate witnesses. All these things are are what the court looks at. And looking at this, we will have to look at the charge in which these suspects were charged. They were charged for acts against a minor, that's a person less than 14 years old, indecent act. All these things are not capital offense. Even the court, in some certain instances, has granted bail for suspects who are charged for murder. Murder is a capital offense. They have granted bail. For instance, that was in the case of Dogo versus Commissioner of Police. This particular matter is not a capital offense matter. Even if it's a capital offense matter, the court still has discretion to grant bail or not to grant bail. This is not a capital offense matter. So the court, weighing certain things which I've already listed, which were also which have been judicially backed in the case of in numerous judicial cases thereabout. The court can decide. It's a discretionary matter. The court can decide to grant bail.
Okay. Let's also say good morning to Achike Chude. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so let's get your thoughts here. The principal, as like we've said, and 6 others have been granted bail. What is, and something that a lot of people would be, wanting to find out, what is the likely charge that, will be placed against these persons? It's within their rights to be granted bail, and of course it's at the discretion of the court, like Mr. Okpatola has said. But what are the likely charges here? Could it be negligence or some other things, might be, brought against them in this case?
Well, I think it would depend on the specifics. If they're not, obviously, not all the people involved, that the 6 people that have been granted bail will be accused of charges of exactly the same thing being leveled against them. For instance, the principal of the school, who has a supervisory role over the entire school, will not be given a completely different charge. We just talked about negligence. I believe that negligence will be part of that, because she has a duty of care for the children that are put under her responsibility. Discharge his responsibilities. This is what the court will be looking at. And then there are those who were directly involved, in that process too. I guess that there would also be different charges for them. But overall, it is very clear that the human rights and the human dignity of the child has been assaulted. And so I believe that charges that we prepare against these people will also reflect the fact that the dignity of the boy was also assaulted in the process. Of course, so these are the that are going to be prepared against the child. It depends on the specifics now.
Okay, just to continue, apologies for the audio, by the way. The persons mentioned here, the principal is one of them. I'm guessing that the person in charge of the boarding school itself, the prefect, and whoever they are, will also be a part of those who have been arrested and was granted bail. But what does the principal really have to answer for criminally?
Well, of course, I'm sure the lawyer will also weigh that. The reality is that the principal has a duty of care. The principal has a responsibility. These children, and they are minors, remember that, have been put in this care for a purpose, for the purpose of education and the molding of character. So when you have, certain things happening under the principal's watch, whether she was there directly or not, is irrelevant. But if they are expected to put the structure in place that respects the human dignity of the dignity of all the students that are there, ensure that there is protection, protection and security in their lives, and to ensure that again their dignity as the human beings and the students of the institution are also respected. Now, when there's a violation, it's like what we have in the country really. When things seem to go bad, we tend to look for people to take responsibility. In a home, when the home goes bad, we want to hold the father or the parents responsible, because these are the people that have the duty of care towards the children. They are the ones that make the major decisions that are fundamental to the well-being of the home. It is the same thing with anybody in a position of authority. So the principal is in a position of authority, has certain mandates, under the responsibility attached to him, and is in a position to fulfill those responsibilities. And the failure to do that has resulted in the abuse that has happened, of the skills that
All right, Achikechide, we'll come back to you in a bit, but let's bring in Barrister Opatola here. Now, we all agree on one thing, the offenses or the charges are bailable, but what message does this pass across in terms of enabling the culture of silence? Because these things happen every day. Sexual abuse occurs every day. In boarding schools, I'm very sure that a couple of students, are facing these issues, but just keeping silent. So if this kind of situation would occur, an abuse of a child, abuse of his rights, and the court eventually grants bail to the alleged perpetrators, how would this discourage, other parents from speaking up in future? Because they could just say, well, the court is going to grant them bail, so my child would have been exposed. So how does this impact, the level of the culture of silence with regards to issues like this?
The first thing we need to understand is that the fact that they were granted bail does not mean the court has exculpated them, or the court has declared they are innocent, or the court has said that they've not done what it is that they're charged for. So bail, when somebody is granted bail, it does not mean he's innocent. When person is not granted bail, it does not mean the person is guilty. For instance, now, the court can decide in its discretion not to grant an accused bail because the court wants to protect himself, like the court wants to protect the accused himself. That's just an instance. There are situations where the court will reason that if I grant this man bail, then his life is in danger. That's just an instance. So the fact that the court grants an accused bail does not go to determine his innocence or his guilt. So it does not perpetuate, or it does not mean that because some of them are granted bail, it does not mean that it fosters of it encourages the culture of silence. They have not been declared innocent or guilty yet.
Victor Opala, while the investigation is being carried out, I'm guessing during the time when they have been granted bail, there will be further investigations. There will be more questions asked by the prosecution. Let's, ask, about what questions must be asked, to establish guilt for either of these persons. What are the things that must be looked at, to establish their guilt or culpability with regards to these issues? Achikechide, apologies, about the sound quality coming from you, so we're going to have to maybe reconnect with you and bring you in before we wrap up the interview. But Victor Opala, let's hear from you first.
The first thing, the element of this offense is based on the criminal charges that is brought against them. For instance, now, one of those things that will make the teacher and the principal liable is that the state must be able to connect them to what it is that was actually done to the student. For instance, now, the state must be able to show beyond reasonable doubt that first, the school has a responsibility of care for the student. That's for this particular student that was molested. It has to show that the school has a duty to take care of this particular student, and the school failed in that responsibility. So in regards to that, when all these are proved beyond reasonable doubt, and it also has to be shown that the student in which we're talking about actually went through this molestation in the hands of the senior student as was actually claimed. So all these things must be proved beyond reasonable doubt in court.
Thank you very much, Barrister Opatola, for your thoughts. Sadly, I think we've lost Achike today. At the moment, might be going through a lot emotionally. How would you advise them to proceed? Just in 1 minute, please.
No. Yeah. Well, I think the judge has told them to stay the course, and then because the matter has become a sub judice, it's in the judiciary, and so I don't think they wanted too much public, engagement with the public over this matter. But beyond that, just quickly, when you talk about this culture of silence, the reality is that we must praise the woman, the mother of the child, for what she has done, because she was not just trying to save the child, she was also trying to ensure that what happened to the child does not happen to any other parent. And that is good, and that this is one of the wonderful things we know about social media, the ability for people to have the courage to come out publicly. Because like you said earlier, this is happening everywhere. So the fact that this has come out to the open, it has encouraged a lot of parents to also be more diligent in ensuring that they keep, their eyes on the ground with regards to what, and their ears on the ground with regards to what is happening to their children. So rather than stifle the culture, or lead to the culture of silence, I want to believe that this will encourage much more parents to realize that what is at stake is critical, and that the development and the future of the child, is at stake. So they must speak up.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Achike Chude, as well as Barrister Victor Opatola, for coming on The Breakfast this morning. So there's just one more segment to go. We're talking President Donald Trump and his social media ban. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat are taking actions against him for inciting the public as regards to the U.S. elections and the invasion of the Capitol building. We'll be discussing that with an analyst after this break.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
And welcome back to The Breakfast. It's going to be the final conversation we're having this morning. We're going international now to talk about, I think he can be called former President Donald Trump. And of course, his social media accounts that have been suspended. We've been joined this morning by Mr. Tony Usidiame. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for stopping by.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. I'm going to quickly just share, from Donald Trump's Twitter handle. This was tweeted on the 19th of December 2020, and it says, Peter Navarro releases 36-page report alleging election fraud, more than sufficient to swing victory to Trump. A great report by Peter, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. He ends by saying, big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. He also tweeted, the big protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m., January 6th. Locational details to follow. Hashtag stop the steal. This was the President of the United States. Would you say that social media accounts, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, were right to have suspended his accounts?
First and foremost, let me say that with the freedom of expression that the Constitution in a democratic setting guarantees citizens comes a responsibility for how you use these media. And when a president, or anyone for that matter, uses the social media to circulate fake news and incite people to violence, of course, the social media platforms have a responsibility to censor or to suspend or ban, depending on which they've decided to opt for, that user for contravening the community guidelines. Don't forget that social media platforms under the free speech principles are self-governing, self-regulatory. So they have the power based on the rules that they have set for the community to sanction erring users. And I think that is what happened in the case of President Donald Trump. And the social media companies were well within their rights to do that.
Right. So the mob of U.S. citizens, they stormed the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday, and Facebook has now banned Trump indefinitely. Twitter has followed suit, blocking some of Trump's tweets for violating Twitter guidelines. And they're saying that Trump incited the people, stirred up violence, and that's why they're now banning him from social media. Do you think this is the solution?
Of course, like I said, the freedom of expression that the Constitution guarantees citizens also comes with responsibility. In America, there's what is called the First Amendment. This is the freedom of speech, freedom of expression. In other countries like the UK, there's something called the Article 8. And most democratic countries have similar provisions that guarantees citizens the right to express themselves. And there's nothing wrong in having dissenting views, unpopular views. But when those views are capable of inciting people to violence, then the social media companies have a responsibility to put a stop to it, as they have done in the case. So like I said before, if people are allowed to continue without any kind of moderation, we're only brewing anarchy, as we almost saw at the Capitol a few days back. So people, especially people in positions of authority, like the president of a country, must lead by example. And I think making an example of him would be a lesson to the rest of us that we cannot go about spreading false news and inciting people to violence without there being consequences. So I think it is a step in the right direction for the social media companies. Don't forget that if they fail to do this, they're also exposing themselves to legal suits because of damages that may arise as a result of the activities of their users. And I'm sure these social media companies wouldn't want to find themselves in that kind of situation. So I think it's a great example that they've made of the president for the rest of us to be more responsible as to how we use social media.
How do these levels of censorship by the social media platforms work hand in hand with a country's laws? Nigeria, sometime last year, went. There was a lot of conversation about the social media bill and how they were trying to control fake news and create laws that would control social media usage. And so how do you think that social media censorship by the companies themselves can work with the laws of a country that maybe wouldn't need such extra laws being placed by a government?
Yes, I remember I was on your TV station to talk about that issue a while back, And what I said at the time still remains, that the free speech principle allows the state to impose only a limited set of civility norms on social discourse. The responsibility for moderation falls largely on the social media companies, who are the intermediate companies in this case, themselves. Now, don't forget that the countries, Nigeria, for instance, America as well, already have laws that deal with things like seditious libel and the likes. They can call on those laws rather than attempting to introduce new laws that would be seen as an attempt to take away this very important right of citizens. So the state has to allow the social media companies do their work, as we have seen in this case. The American legislature can decide to take other measures as a result of the actions of the president. There are already talks about impeachment based on this inciting action that he has done. But the social media company have done their own job first by suspending him. And I think that is the way it should be in a democracy. If you allow the state too much power in this case, then it would be seen as taking away the rights of citizens. And we don't want that in a democracy.
Thank you very much, Tony, for your thoughts on this matter.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Sarige, it's so important to actually realize the power of social media, to influence people. In Nigeria and in the US, we saw how it was used to enable the NSAS protest and, of course, the George Floyd, the killing of George Floyd, protests against police brutality in the US and Nigeria, and how President Donald Trump used social media to incite people, that he had been cheated out of the election, calling for people to go out in his defense. And, the Capitol building was invaded, people dead and all of that. But hopefully, the social media giants have taken the right step in the right direction, and Biden will be inaugurated Wednesday, January 20th, 2021.
Yes, it's important, that this morning the news comes up next at 9 a.m. For now, it is goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us all through the week. This is officially the last breakfast for this week.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Thank you for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa. The Defense Headquarters says its troops have continued offensives against Boko Haram and ISWAP terrorist elements in the northeast. The coordinator of the Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, while giving an update on the military's offensive against criminal elements in the last 1 week, says that several terrorists were neutralized at Tumbungini in Borno State. General Enenche says that structures belonging to the terrorists were destroyed, including their logistics base. It says several other locations, including Manawaji, Kotekura and Bulama Isamari in Borno State, were attacked by the Air Task Force, annihilating scores of terrorists.
Between 31st of December 2020 and the 6th of January 2021, that is yesterday, troops of Operation Lafia Adole sustained their ground and air operations by adopting continuous vigilance and offensive postures. Within the period, the Air Task Force of Operation Lafia Adole neutralized several ISWAP terrorist elements and destroyed their structures alongside some logistics items in airstrikes conducted at Tubungini, general area of Borno State. This was achieved after a series of area surveillance missions indicated that the structures and logistics items camouflaged under dense vegetation was used as staging area for the criminals and their leaders to meet.
It was a moment of pandemonium as residents scampered for safety and panic when a tanker exploded at the early hours of Thursday morning in Lagos. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Miri Chinda was at the scene and reports.
The tanker explosion, 9:15 a.m. today in Lagos, Nigeria. This vehicle was carrying PMS when its head detached from its body, causing an explosion at Akpakun Bridge along the Oshodi-Apapa Expressway.
We were informed about the crash and we mobilized. Fortunately, it was right in front of Oshodi fire station that this incident happened. So the prompt response of the fire saved the day. The major issue there is the impact on the road infrastructures because the level of inferno has greatly affected many parts, the median, the pillar to the on the bridge, and even the road itself. So we are trying to control the situation, blocking the traffic, not to allow any vehicle to pass through because of the heat.
The remains of the now empty tanker has become a public spectacle as eyewitnesses recount their experiences.
The fire was so terrible, it's so terrible.
The trail, I don't know when I break now, we can't just stay.
There is no life lost here. Now that's according to the FRSC. The Commissioner of Transport along with the FRSC blamed the accident on reckless driving.
Thank God we didn't lose any life, but you can see the damage that's been done. That bridge, we would do an integrity test tomorrow, because the bridge is quite hot right now.
Until we test those drivers that are involved in this, we might not be able to confirm if they are not under the influence of alcohol or drugs. because it takes a man that is insane to carry a tanker that is loaded with 40,000 liters of fuel and be competing on the road for what?
It's about 2:20 p.m. Now, that's exactly about 5 hours, 5 minutes ago since the tanker explosion right here at this bridge. Men of the fire service had tried to ensure that they had cooled up the area by wetting the hot floor of this road with a lot of water so that it would be safe for motorists to begin to ply the road to, of course, forestall traffic on the other end of the road. From Lagos, Nigeria, Mary Chinda reporting for Plus TV Africa.
A magistrate's court in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State has granted bail in the sum of 500,000 naira each to the principal of the Deeper Life High School in Uyo and 6 others who were dragged before the court over the alleged involvement in the alleged physical and sexual assault of an 11-year-old student of the school, Don Davis Achibong. The State Police Command arraigned the principal, Mrs. Ndidi Solomon, and 6 others, including Joseph Nsebasi, Akpan Johnson, Ego Wilson, Joseph Ikenna, and others before the court after concluding its investigation into the case of sexual assault that has since gone viral. The accused persons were arraigned on 4 charges bordering on sexual molestation, maltreatment, starvation, and negligence. When the case was read, counsel to the accused persons applied for bail, noting that the alleged offense was bailable. The magistrate granted all the accused persons bail in the sum of 500,000 naira each, while the 2 minors among them were released to their parents. The case was adjourned to January 20 for accelerated hearing. The magistrate warned all parties involved in the case to avoid unguarded media comments and that could negatively affect the court process. And the International Human Rights Commission, IHRC, has joined other international rights organizations to demand an immediate and unconstitutional release of human rights activist Omoyele Sowore. The Nigerian country representative of the IHRC, Friday Sani, while speaking in an interview with Plus TV Africa in Abuja, condemned Showore's arrest by security agencies, saying that his arrest and detention is against international practice on the freedom of assembly. Sani further added that Nigeria, being a signatory of various conventions and treaties on human rights, should strive to uphold citizens' rights and encourage freedom of association.
A situation where security agencies are beginning to indicate not just a personal interest, but a vested interest in a matter of the state is worrisome, is so disturbing, and you are free today, you may be the next victim. So what is wrong is wrong. It should be condemned the way it is. The position of the International Human Rights Commission worldwide cannot be less than the position of Amnesty International among other international organizations. It is wrong, it is unacceptable, it is illegal, it is against international best practice. So I think our position is that it should be released unconditionally.
And also in the news, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has hinted on a possible renewal of its strike barely 1 month after calling it off over the federal government's refusal to meet agreed demands. Plus TV Africa's crew spoke with some residents of the FCT to know how their views are about threatened renewal of the strike that has made students stay at home for more than 10 months. Some parents explained that the threat shows clearly that ASU is fighting for personal interest rather than the interest of the Nigerian students and the educational sector.
It's quite unfortunate. You know, you say you want to develop infrastructure. What infrastructure are you developing when the student that will be the beneficiary, they have been at home? Some of them are becoming miscreants, some of them are joining bad groups, some of them are becoming prostitutes on a daily basis, and you are developing infrastructure. It's a contradiction. There is nothing they can say that can convince me that they are fighting for the student.
10 months is a long period for a student to be at home doing nothing. So all I'm pleading now is just for the federal government and ASU to come to an agreement to make it possible for these children to go back to school, because it's very important.
We were told that there was an agreement between the government and ASU. Then between a very short time, we are hearing a different version from ASU. I think I want to say something about responsibility. The government has a very good responsibility. ASU too has their own responsibility. So for the agreement, I think our advice that the federal government should try as much as possible to honor the agreement.
I'm an undergraduate of Federal University of Technology, Mina. I'm in 400 level, but I can't commit to long projects because of the ASU strike. This is so tiring and it's so painful. And I know my colleagues out there, they are out there doing nothing. You can't find a job because they know you're an undergraduate and you won't be there forever.
Government are being selfish. That's why most of them, they study abroad. You can see, I'm coming from the Ministry of Education. A lot of people are leaving the country. Our educational system is very bad. ASU should consider people, consider other families, and government should, settle things with them. You understand? And ASU should also make things easier for the government.
The National Identity Management Commission officials across the country on Thursday began a strike over the fear of COVID-19 spread in the agency. President of the Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, NIMC unit, Asekohai Loki, told our correspondent in Abuja that the virus had been detected in 3 officials of the agency at its headquarters. He said the workers were annoyed because the management of the commission was aware of the development but kept it from workers who could have taken necessary precautions to protect themselves. Loki also said the workers would meet with government on Friday to discuss the COVID-19 scare and other issues that led to the strike. Recall that the federal government had on December 14, 2020, ordered telecommunication firms to disconnect telephone lines of subscribers who failed to link their national identity numbers to their subscriber identification modules. Millions of Nigerians who do not have the NIN have been trooping to the NIMC offices, disregarding COVID-19 protocols such as wearing of face masks and social distancing. Welcome back. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has recorded 1,565 new cases of COVID-19, bringing the total number of infections in the country to 95,934. It reports that 95,934 cases have so far been confirmed, 77,982 cases discharged, and 1,330 deaths recorded in 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The 1,565 new cases are reported from 25 states, including Lagos, with the highest at 807, the FCT with 236, Kaduna 79, Oyo 57, Plateau State with 47, Rivers 37, Katsina 35, Edo and Sokoto State both with 30 cases each, Delta with 26, Kebbi with 23 cases, Ondo with 20, Enugu State 18, Abia 17. Others are Ogun State also with 17 cases, Benue 16, Bayelsa 15 cases, Bauchi with 14, Niger State 13, Kano 10 cases, Borno 6, Imo 5, Ekiti with 4 new cases, Osun with 2 new cases, and Jigawa with 1 case. An executive director of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Faisal Shuaib, has said President Muhammadu Buhari, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, and other prominent Nigerians will be among the first set to receive the COVID-19 vaccine on live television to help drive awareness on its safety. Shuaib, who announced this at the weekly press briefing by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja on Thursday, said experience has shown that vaccines were always better than health immunity. He said for COVID-19, it would take approximately 10 years for one to be able to achieve herd immunity, and many people would have died if herd immunity was to be relied upon. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, said on Thursday that more COVID-19 patients needed oxygen in the state. Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed this after meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari at the presidential villa in Abuja. At the end of the meeting, the governor briefed State House correspondents on his administration's commitment to addressing the second wave of COVID-19 and the increase in the number of cases of coronavirus infection in Lagos. Sanwo-Olu said the government has built about 10 oxygen plants and commissioned about 4 and provided all the facilities in a public building to meet the respiratory requirements. He said the second wave seems to be a bit more infections than the first one, considering the number of people who had tested positive for COVID-19 and the fatality rate across the country, especially in Lagos. The governor urged citizens to take responsibility and to know and appreciate that COVID-19 was real and also to obey all preventive protocols. Nigeria on Monday recorded its highest daily COVID-19 cases as the world continues to battle the virus and reactions continue to trail the latest figures among Nigerians. Jacinta Obiuku reports.
Since early December 2020, there has been a spike in coronavirus cases in Nigeria as the country continues to record relatively high daily infections. Few days ago, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, reported 1,204 new coronavirus infections. Before then, the highest figure was the 1,145 cases recorded on December 17, 2020. On a breakfast show, we had a public health researcher discuss the federal government's position that there is no plan to impose second lockdown, the implications, while considering the possible hunger.
I can understand the reluctance in instituting another lockdown in Nigeria. The first lockdown, if you look at it holistically, came with its own challenges. So economic implications and financial implications. We are not in no way ready for a second lockdown, whether the citizens or the government. And the reasons are obvious. We don't have a proper database for indigent persons in Nigeria. And I think it was one of the difficulties of the first lockdown, in the sense that those who are really in need could not be reached in time.
Nigerians have also reacted to the daily spike of the virus.
As you can see me with my face mask, that means I don't want another lockdown.
The COVID-19 stuff is true, so it's just for us to be careful.
We also spoke to the NCDC official to find out how they arrived at the figures since there is no lockdown.
Lockdown entity is different from how we track and get cases and deal with them and report them. That does not disturb how cases are captured. For instance, cases are captured when people show symptoms and they call attention of the health personnel either through the helpline or they go to any facility and the healthcare workers who are aware and they suspect case, either because the person is showing classical symptoms or he's showing symptoms and they get history of somebody who is positive, who is in contact with that person.
On the rumor that the more the number increases, the more aid NCDC gets from international communities, this is what he has to say.
No international community has any money to give anybody now. Everybody is affected by this global pandemic.
Recall that NCDC warned in December that there will be a spike based on carelessness of many during festive period. It's still a call for all to take the observance of the protocols seriously. Jacinta Obiuku for Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back. And now for stories in other parts of Africa. South Africa says it will deploy its National Defence Force in the Western Cape to assist police with enforcing lockdown regulations. One of their main focus areas will be the beaches along the Garden Route, which people are still visiting. Head of the Provincial Health Department, Dr. Keith Cloete, said on Thursday that the details of the military deployment were still being hashed out. Beaches in most provinces are now closed to prevent the spread of COVID-19. A new variant of the coronavirus is driving a powerful second wave of infections in the country. And according to Health Minister Dr. Zweli Mkhize, South Africa hit a green milestone on Wednesday after it recorded more than 20,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day. And 5 people believed to be Al-Shabaab members, including one leader, were killed in a joint U.S.-Somali airstrike in the vicinity of Sagzaweni, Somalia on Thursday. According to the U.S. Africa Command, no civilians were injured or killed as a result of the operation. The chairman of the Joint Task Force Quads, U.S. Air Force Major General Delegon Anderson, said the strike targeted known Al-Shabaab leaders who facilitated finance, weapons, fighters, and explosives. One of them was suspected of being involved in a previous attack against U.S. and Somali forces. Last week, 2 airstrikes killed 3 members of the extremist group and destroyed 6 buildings in their compound. In December, President Donald Trump ordered the removal of about 800 troops from Somalia, a move expected to be complete when President-elect Joe Biden is inaugurated later this month. And now for stories outside Africa, President Donald Trump conceded for the first time on Thursday that Joe Biden would be the next U.S. president, a day after his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol as Congress was certifying Biden's victory. Trump, who as recently as Thursday morning had continued to claim falsely that the election had been stolen from him, said that serving as your president has been the honor of my lifetime, in a video released on Thursday evening.
And to those who broke the law, you will pay. We have just been through an intense election and emotions are high, but now tempers must be cooled and calm restored. We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections.
Now for some entertainment stories, Kim Kardashian and Kanye West reportedly splashed $1 million each on themselves on Christmas presents, despite their rumored divorce. Reports claim the couple spent Christmas together at home and treated themselves to lavish gifts, with the rapper 43 buying Kim 40 a 5 2021 Mercedes Maybach GLS 600s, ringing in at $200,000 each. Kim reportedly returned the favor by gifting Yeezy several James Turrell pieces worth $1 million. The report comes after it was claimed by multiple sources that their divorce is imminent, following unconfirmed reports that Kim and Kanye have been having serious issues in their marriage for most parts of 2020 and have been living apart for several months. Now with Kim and the kids in, of course, Los Angeles, and Kanye at his ranch in Wyoming. Kanye and Kim, who got married in 2014, share 4 kids together. Daughters North, 7, Chicago, 2, and sons Saint, 5, and Psalm, 20 months old. Now in sports news, England's women's team manager Phil Neville is in talks with Inter Miami, the Major League Soccer club owned by his former Manchester United teammate and friend David Beckham, who sacked manager Diego Alonso on Thursday. Sue Campbell, the English FA's director of women's football, told the BBC Neville would lead the Team GB soccer side at this year's Tokyo Olympics unless he took the Miami job. Neville's England deal ends in July And of course, Uruguayan Alonso, 45, was Miami's first coach as they made their MLS debut last year. He was sacked after the team finished 10th in the Eastern Conference last season. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do join us. I am Osaogi Ogbawa, and thank you for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Someone has complained that the daughter was raped, a 16-year-old girl, and then all of a sudden the case was withdrawn. Well, I suspect something like blackmail, but because it's not logical for a parent to withdraw such a case, and it's also very dangerous for our society. It means that people will keep doing things and bad things like that and then get away with it. We should take rape cases more seriously.
It's unlawful and should be punished accordingly in line with the dictates of the law. So whoever does it, whether it's a prominent man or a lowly placed person, the law must take its course. So if it is investigated and it's found, or that man is found to be culpable, he should be tried.
Any society where the law becomes weak, the instruments are used against the poor. In this case, the society should stand, the law should stand in defense of one who is the base. If the society does not stand, then believe me, Nigeria is heading to a place where tomorrow, you and I probably will not have a say. Because here it is, the government has become the law. And the government is the institution and it has the institution.
The rest of the body of government and those people in power, I'd like them to understand that if they are in power today, doesn't mean they will be in power forever. It might be their own children tomorrow, or their sisters, or their brothers' children that will be assaulted in this manner. And the same way they are actually looking at this case without giving a considerable judgment to this kind of case, I believe the table will turn tomorrow that it will fall behind them.
I think she was being threatened. We know we are in Nigeria and such things usually occur. So I think if the government is serious and the law take its course and castrate the rapers and all that, I think it will stop.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa, and I'm Udoka Njoko. I've got Wale Scott on the show today, and as Friday, we look forward to a weekend of a lot of sports that will be going down. That is, if these games are not postponed, we'll get to enjoy the very best of sports. Welcome to the show, Wale.
Good morning, Udoka. We can only tentatively say these games might go on. We heard about games being stopped like less than 12 hours before the game is supposed to go on. So we can only... we don't want to take you guys astray and raise your expectations, you know. Every game we announce on this show is tentatively. Any game could be locked down anytime.
But one thing that is not tentative is food. Food has to, you have to eat.
Why do you always think of food?
Yeah, because I was going to ask you this question, because there's this thing about, do you like beans?
I know you like beans.
Yeah, but I was going to ask.
I never like beans.
Oh, you don't like beans?
Because when we're younger, my mom used to be like, whenever we do anything wrong, she's like, you're eating beans tonight.
Oh, really?
So I've always, in the back of my head, seen beans as some form of punishment, you know.
Wow.
I still eat it with rice, though, but I'm not a fan of beans, just because of what my mom did.
Oh, okay. You know, some people like to eat beans.
She made it seem like punishment for us.
Yeah, some people like to mix, they like to eat beans and bread. Some like it with gari.
What do you like it with? I
like bread, of course.
Okay, agege bread.
Yeah, agege bread.
Bam.
Then if I'm going to go away from bread, I take gari that has, they say it's
Ijebu gari.
Yeah, Ijebu gari and omitotuku, like very cold water.
Oh, yeah.
And sugar, milk.
You like the good life?
Yeah, of course, of course. think I'm going to have that after the show. Well, on a lighter note, for Victor Osimhen, we hear that his sister was the one who lured him to the party where he contracted coronavirus. And I'm wondering, should he even be saying this at all? Just accept the punishment.
I think Osimhen is just being unnecessarily childish. You see, sometimes you do some things and you're called a snob. Yeah. You're called a bad person. But if it's for your life, for the sake of your life and your health or your family, you can be called anything. You were upstairs in your room. Your sister threw you a surprise party. There was a crowd of people downstairs. And then she comes to call you and says, Victor, come see something downstairs. And then you get downstairs, or as you're climbing down the staircase, you look down and you see a crowd. You can actually walk back and tell your sister, I'm not being a snob, but there's COVID out there. I have seen people who are not even brands, who are not even stars, who are not even major players in society, actually get to a place and see more than 3 people there and say, I'm leaving. There's COVID out there. And if those people out there don't understand that there is COVID too bad. We heard Ali Baba, popular comedian, say, if you don't believe there's COVID, you are crazy. You see, there's no way to actually modify these words for a man who says there is no COVID. He's just crazy. You know, and so if Osimhen was coming down the stairs and realized there was going to be a surprise party for him, he could have gone back upstairs.
True.
But he says he was being respectful. He saw faces of family members he hadn't seen in a while there. The sister told him that everybody there was here to see him. They haven't seen him in years before he became the star that he is today. And he felt he would be disrespectful for him to have not gone downstairs to go and meet them at the party. Balderash.
Very true.
Balderash. Now he went back there and he has a coach who has his head on his neck, who doesn't play. We call him the General, General Gattuso. Yeah. He doesn't play. And then you get back, he already heard that you were at a party. He didn't have the details. You know, now we have the details now. But Gattuso didn't have the details then. All he knew was it was his birthday and there was a party thrown for him and he was there.
Yeah.
Now, he was going to face a query for being at a party during the holidays, not considering the COVID pandemic protocols. And then he gets back and he contracts COVID, which only vindicates the coach and says, listen, I was going to give you a query for actually being at a party, not knowing you were going to contract the COVID, virus. Which means he went from frying pan to fire. Simple.
We need to understand
so whatever comes to him at this club, Napoli, at this point, he's all by himself, yeah.
True, and we need to understand that the virus is real. I also learned that a popular celebrity has contracted the virus and he needed about 6 cans of oxygen to survive. So the virus is real out there. For you people saying that the virus is meant for rich people, there's no virus in Nigeria, we need to be aware and educated. This virus is real. So please stay safe, ensure that you wear your face mask, and of course, wash your hands regularly with alcohol-based sanitizers, and please practice social distancing.
The only good story is that every member of his family who he was with before he went back to Italy were negative. But that's not good news, please. Don't forget that there were other people at the party who have not been tested yet. And that's not to say that because they are negative means that you can do the same thing next time. Please and please. I've heard this story from some people. It's a funny story. They said the family members of Osimhen were negative because they are not really rich, and Osimhen is positive because he's rich. That's not a joke for me. You know, there are some things I can joke about. I'm somebody who laughs a lot, but I don't joke about things like this. Please, because they tested negative, we should be thankful that they are negative. But the story about they are in Nigeria here, they are not too rich, Osimhen is abroad, he's rich. That's why, please, COVID is real.
Yeah,
very
real.
Let's take all the necessary emergency steps you should take. And if you feel sick, please go through a hospital that tests COVID, who have been, registered to actually test for COVID. Go there immediately and find out if you do have it. If you don't, still stay safe, please. It's real.
Very true. Now from here, let's go straight to England and let you know that Bukayo Saka, who rejected the Super Eagles and said he will play for the Three Lions of England. He has been voted the Arsenal Player of the Month for the month of December. And Arsenal made the announcement in a statement released on the official website. The 19-year-old beat of competition from left-back Kieran Tierney and striker Alexander Lacazette to emerge the winner. He deserves to win the Player of the Year. 3 matches in a row, he won Man of the Match back-to-back.
I think Bukayo is a fantastic player. It's a shame that he's going to make the mistake that most people have made. He prefers to play for the Three Lions. The Three Lions are known to use you and dump you, especially if you're not light-skinned and not from England, you know. And yes, he's from England by every standard. However, he's dark-skinned. He has Nigerian descent. So it's not going to be convenient to be sure that he's going to lock down his shirt for so long. He can't compare himself to the Paul Inces of this world. He may not lock down his shirt. But in Nigeria, he will lock down his shirt, might become captain in future self if possible, you know. So he should do a rethink, really.
But I think it's late now for him to play for Nigeria.
But it's unfortunate that mercurial talent is going to be lost by Nigeria. Right? Like you said earlier, he deserves it. He's a fantastic player. And the truth is, or the painful part of it is that he's only rising. He's a little boy. He comes in looking like a small boy coming into a club. You're almost going to tell him go back. When he's coming to the field to come and maybe a substitute or something, you know. He's like a small boy coming to a club. Go ask him, where's your ID card? Exactly. How are you 18 yet? You know. But he comes in and he's something else when he gets to the field of play. He takes out a man that is old enough to be his father, you know, and that's how good he is. And for a man to win the player of the match 3 times back-to-back for a club like Arsenal, his best is yet to come, really. Saka is mercurial. And I think when we're looking at players for the future, he's got to be 1 to 5 across Europe.
I agree with you. I agree with you. When you talk about his future with the Three Lions of England, and I think he has a future with that team because he features regularly for Arsenal and for the Three Lions as well. He at least comes off the bench to play. But you compare him to the likes of Fikayo Tomori, who also chose to play for the Three Lions of England, and now he's nowhere to be found. I also hear that he'll be taken out of the Chelsea team, probably on loan or an outright sale from the club. So I feel more pity for Fikayo Tomori, but I'm happy for Bukayo Saka and Tammy Abraham.
I said I'll call to you. I don't know if you've noticed this, and I'm sure the viewer out there has never noticed this either. Most players who actually were born in England or in France, or anywhere else across the world in Europe, who actually tend to play for that country, the minute they start identifying with a country, that, okay, actually I'm from Nigeria, actually I'm from Congo, but I'm playing for England because I was born here. Give it 2-3 matches after that, they fickle out. The teams, the countries tend to, they are very jealous countries. Don't identify with anything else but our country. Everybody who played for France, Little Bleu, in the last World Cup and won the World Cup, who actually are from dual nations, tried not to identify themselves with. Even when journalists ask them questions, Mr. Blah, you are from Congo, or you have Congo, they're like, no, I'm French. Everybody denies that other country because they know that it will fickle out, they will take you out in 3-4 matches if you identify with any other country but that country. And luckily for us, though, Tomori and Bukayo have tried their best not to answer questions when it comes to Nigeria. So they have learned that lesson that, listen, the minute you start identifying with a dual citizenship, you start saying I'm English, but actually I'm actually Nigerian by birth, or I'm actually Nigerian, parents of Nigeria. Don't do that. They don't like it, you know. So if Bukayo Saka can stay on his own, the kid in him doesn't come out, and he says, listen, I know I'm from Nigeria. I heard from the books. I don't know anything about Nigeria. Never been there before. I'm English. He may have a little time with the Three Lions, but he should try not to identify himself with any other country but England. They don't like it. They're jealous.
We're looking forward to more brilliant performances from Bukayo Saka, and I'm sure he will deliver. From there, let's talk about boxing and let you know that Anthony Joshua has hinted that he'll be hanging his gloves in the next 5 years as he feels his career in boxing will come to an end. The 2012 Olympic gold medalist said he was not interested in hanging the boxing gloves longer than 5 years, adding that he might be challenging a lot of competent and world-class pugilists who might be too tough for him. Joshua, who has had 1 defeat and 20 knockouts on his records, will be in his mid-30s in the next 5 years. Is he about to chicken out of the ring?
I don't think so. When I first heard the story yesterday, I laughed about it. I said, okay, he wants to retire, yeah? I thought it was going to be immediate. So I was like, oh, he wants to run away from Tyson Fury. Because like I said on this show, I've predicted, I'm still sure by prediction, he'll be beaten silly by Tyson Fury. However, I now read the story and realized that, okay, 5 years from now, which means he still has Tyson Fury on his card. I think it's a good thing because don't forget, we have seen people go from grace back to grass. We saw Mike Tyson, who now grows marijuana for sale, what we call Igbo in Nigeria here. That's what he sells now, you know? That's how bad it is. But if Joshua says, I want to retire in max 5 years, which means there's a large possibility by the time he retires, he might not go broke. He's already planning for retirement, which is a good thing. That's the positive in what he said. As in, most of our boxers are not, Leonard Lewis, all of them are not doing well. We've seen sportsmen who were very, very, very rich. We've seen a Nigerian footballer who was so rich he bought a private jet, and
at the end of the day,
he's not doing very well right now, you know, and many more like that, you know. And so if an athlete who is rich, a millionaire in pounds, comes and says, I'm looking towards maximum 5 years, I'm going to retire, I'm sure he's making plans for retirement already. Most of them actually pretend like retirement came all of a sudden. People like Mike Tyson will tell you, time went so fast. That's Mike Tyson's words, verbatim. He said, time went so fast. What do you mean by that? Didn't you know there was a day this would end?
Yeah. There should be a plan.
Yeah, there should be a plan. So if the positive in what AJ has said is to many more people, not only sports people, many more people in different spheres who are doing very well today. It's a wake-up call for them to listen. When you are doing very well, always plan that this would end. There has to be a retirement period. Plan towards it. Yeah. So I think what AJ is meaning by saying that max 5 years I'll be retiring is that he's actually telling himself and the world, I'm already planning for retirement. It's a positive for him and for other people who are doing well today in different, whether you're a banker, whether you are a contractor, if you are doing well today, hear what AJ just said. He's planning towards retirement. Yeah. Retirement will come. If the work not leave you and the contracts not leave you, you will leave it.
Exactly.
You know, it's as simple as it comes.
Well, let's go to one club that's actually planning to finish very well, and this is in the English Premier League, and it has to do with Manchester United, and they have finalized the £19 million signing of Ivory Coast winger Amad Diallo from Italian side Atalanta. Now, the deal for the 18-year-old includes a further £18.2 million in add-on, and he has signed a contract until June 2025 with the option of an extra year. United agreed a deal to sign Diallo in October. Now he is a Red Devil, and he's getting set to blow the screens.
I want to hope that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is not just acquiring these players to go and put them on his shelf, you know, because Amad Diallo, I watched this clip this morning, fantastic player, can dribble, fantastic left leg he has, and I'm scared that if Diallo comes to Man United, is he going to end up with the under-21s again? You know, because the truth be said, he already has Mason Greenwood running the flanks for him. He's got Daniel James who can run the flanks. He's got Donny van de Beek who can run the flanks. He's got a Pelistri. He hasn't even used yet. Who's about the age mates with Diallo, who plays for the under-21s. When Pelistri was going to make so much noise, he's going to be a good part of the team, the first 11, and Pelistri came and is on the shelf in Solskjaer's office. He just plays for the under-21s. Now, Diallo has come with so much talent, Ivorian African boy, and is he going to get into the team immediately? Or is he going to be on the bench, or like Pelistri, play with the under-21s?
Yeah.
Why is he acquiring all these players when he has more experienced players on the bench he hasn't even used yet? He hasn't used Van de Beek enough for me. He hasn't used Daniel James enough for me. He brings in Pelistri. and drafts him to the under 21 team. He's bringing a 18-plus-year-old Amad Diallo, who possibly is going to go straight to under 21. Why all this noise when they're going to be on the shelf in Solskjaer's office?
Maybe he would be a stiffer competition for James.
He doesn't even use Pelistri for the Carabao Cup. Talk less of Amad Diallo, who has arrived, and he will tell us he wants to acclimatize and blah, blah, blah. I just think Solskjaer, I hope Solskjaer knows what he's doing. Because you are bringing in very young, very good players, and you draft them straight. Wayne Rooney started playing for Everton when he was 18 plus, as in first 11. We have seen players 17 plus, Sterling play 17 plus for the team, Martial. You are bringing these players in and you're not going to give them first, and they are very good players for the future. We can't see what they can do. They can't reach their potentials playing for the under 21 in the academy.
All right.
He has to look for space for them. Either he sells a Van der Beek or they go on loan, Daniel James, to give these young lads a chance to play in the first 11 and have first-class football and play against top teams and top players.
I'm sure Ole Gunnar Solskjaer will give these guys a chance.
He has no idea what he's doing.
To show themselves on the football pitch. And we're looking forward to see Amad Diallo don the jersey and, of course, get on the football pitch and show what he knows how to do best. Well, going over to Spain, we heard that Real Madrid coach Zinedine Zidane is isolating after a close contact of his tested positive for COVID-19. Well, that's a friend of his, and he said Real Madrid did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the report. And the story is that Zidane learned of the contact testing positive on Thursday morning and subsequently did not attend Real Madrid's training session ahead of Saturday's La Liga game away to Osasuna. Now, the report added that the Frenchman had undergone a COVID-19 test and is awaiting the result, although La Liga must approve his return to work, as it is the protocol to dictate that a person should isolate for 3 days and then get a negative test before returning to training or take part in a match. Zidane did the right thing.
Yes.
Stay away.
I think it's very unfortunate. We heard Pep Guardiola say that it's unfortunate that in the UK, every other business in the UK has shut down except for our business. I think it's a jibe at the government. Like I said earlier, I'm saying it again and I won't stop saying it. The UK government, the Scottish government, and many more governments across the world are hypocrites. They are hypocrites because you make so much money from football, you lock every other thing down and leave football at the detriment of these players and coaches. It's not fair. Now, we've heard over 40 cases in the EPL. We've heard Zidane isolating now. How can you expect these guys to go out and go with their businesses and go and play football and try and win and all that, get their job done, when every other sector of society is locked down? It's hypocritical. There's no word to it. They are all hypocrites. You claim to lock everything down but football because of the money you make from it. You don't care about their lives now. The footballers, the coaches, the guys who work at the stadiums, you don't care about their lives. Your own is to make money. Whether they catch COVID and die or not is not your business. We all just want to make money. And that's not fair. That's sadistic and hypocritical, if you ask me.
All right, still talking about coronavirus now. We heard that referees, assistants, and the VAR officials will follow players in being tested twice a week for COVID-19. Now, the clubs in the EFL are introducing twice weekly testing in light of the new fast-spreading strain of the virus. Now, that sees them fall in line with their Premier League counterparts. Now, moving over to basketball now, the Brooklyn Nets overcame the absence of star pair Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving to beat the Philadelphia 76ers 122-109 in the NBA. Now, Irving missed the game due to personal reasons, with Durant not available as he's currently self-isolating due to the league's coronavirus protocols. Joe Harris top scored with 28 points for the Nets, with Shake Milton getting 24 points for the 76ers. And Philadelphia 76ers now dropped to 7-2 with the Nets 5-4, meaning that Philadelphia 76ers have won 7 and lost 2, while the Brooklyn Nets have won 5 and lost 4. Let's see some highlights of the game, and we'll be right back.
Again from the corner. And if I'm Doc Rivers, I really like the shots that we're getting from the three-point line to Danny Green and others. They've been good shots, pacing shots. And how about that? LeVert,
Oh, the steal. Tobias Harris puts it down. Here's Chiozza off the fake. Try to pull it back. Harris for three. Yes.
Detroit and went to work there, and you understood last year. He's just trying to find his way, and if he ever gets loose, he's going to be a problem. And speaking of a problem,
just doing some business.
Hey, I got to give the fans what they want. We're missing Kyrie out here. We're missing a couple names, but Harris is not missing the. If you're feeling, you need to be careful right now. The Nets are feeling themselves and taking a couple good shots, just missed them, and on a play like that, starting to feel themselves.
Tobias Harris, met by the double, and Embiid shoots for three. Joel Embiid looked out of recovering from surgery after partially tearing the ACL in his right knee.
The spots that they're comfortable in, which is better for your team's offense as a whole.
That was number 5 at NBA.com/Pick'em. Ryan Anderson, Grant Hill will have it all for you. Three-pointer for Harris. And he just rolled. And what it is, it's slowing Boston down now. And you can see they don't have any real.
Tatum now with 7 to shoot. Tatum steps back, puts up the three, puts to the basket, kicks it out. Dragic to tie it. Won't go. Rebound. Adebayo. Back out. Dragic. Another good look. Bang! Dragic is right there. Marcus Smart on the drive. Tries to draw contact on the follow. It's gone. Pritchard backs it home with 0.2 of a second.
It's got to be right to the front of the rim.
Butler throws it up for Adebayo. Got a good tip on it, but that will do it. And the Boston Celtics win their 3rd in a row.
Well, great results, and of course, looking at the highlights of the NBA, and we saw Miami Heat in that one as well, taking a knee.
Yeah, just before the game, the lights were all put off, and everybody knelt down. Not for Black Lives Matter, not BLM. It was for the Capitol Hill massacre that took place, and all the players came out and said, "We're ashamed of what happened. We really wish we couldn't play this game today." And all the lights were switched off, and they knelt down, you know, in the spirits of the people who died, the 4 people who died during the Capitol Hill raid, and I think it's all good. There's no way people will say, why should all these things, politics, get involved in sports? We are human beings. We are citizens of a country. There is no way politics will mix up with us as human beings. We are all involved in this. We are members of a country, you know. So I think it's sad, but I think the game went all well. Despite all the lights off and the solemn thing they did, it was a fantastic game. Of course, it took the shine of the initial lights off and kneel down.
Yeah,
you know.
very true. Now, in other results, Memphis Grizzlies lost to Cleveland Cavaliers 90-94, and in overtime, the Denver Nuggets lost to the Dallas Mavericks 124-117 points, and the LA Lakers, with LeBron James, they still lost to San Antonio Spurs 118-109, and Portland Trail Blazers defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves 135-117. Now let's look at the standings for the 2020-2021 season so far. In the Eastern Conference, looking at the top 8, we have the Philadelphia 76ers, Orlando Magic, there is the Indiana Pacers, Boston Celtics, New York Knicks, Milwaukee Bucks, Brooklyn Nets, and of course the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now for the Western Conference, we see Phoenix Suns, LA Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers, Utah Jazz, New Orleans Pelicans, the Golden State Warriors, my team, Golden State Warriors, yes. And number 7 is the Portland Trail Blazers, and 8, Sacramento Kings. Well, we're looking forward to the NBA playoffs, and I'm just hoping that the Golden State Warriors will find their way into that one. Well, that's the much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. It was a great show, and of course, with my co-anchor Wale Scott, who sees bins as punishment.
I used to see that point. I still eat it now, but just a little of it will rise. But I will just sit down, wake up and say, it's beans I want to eat today. Not possible.
All right, I'm Udoka and Joko. I hope you enjoyed the package for today's show. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. For those juicy stories, log on to our website, www.plustvafrica.com. Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. And remember, continue to stay safe out there.
New York City has always been a place for big dreams and big dreamers, where anything seems possible and where immigrants have the opportunity to start a new life with the hope of striking it rich. That American dream is alive and well in Harlem along 125th Street, where African hair breeders start the day early in the streets and on the subway, competing for clients who want their hair done just right.
I love my hair being braided because it's a protective style. I'm natural, so I don't really like to put chemicals. I don't put weave.
It makes me feel like me, comfortable myself.
I can roll out of bed, my hair's already done. Don't have to worry about my hair being protected. So, the braids really do help last.
My hair is almost important as eating and drinking water.
Many American women pay hundreds of dollars to have their hair braided. So it is a lucrative opportunity for African immigrants, many of whom know the braiding techniques from childhood and who often have trouble finding work as new arrivals who may not speak English.
De façon générale, toutes celles qui arrivent ici.
All women who come here, who don't have legal papers and don't know anyone, regardless if they have a high school diploma or even a PhD, they start braiding hair until they can do something else.
African women come here to America, and that may be one of the only things that they can do here. They may not have gone to school, they don't speak the language, but they can come here and they can make a living doing something that they've been doing all their lives.
In a hair braiding industry dominated by women, there is one man who is making it big in Detroit. Salion Kouyate's family is from both Guinea and Mali. He came to the United States 20 years ago with a passion for hair.
My first love is the braid. When I see a woman with braided hair, a beautiful hairstyle, I fall in love. Like now, I am in love with these braids. They are well twisted, they're beautiful. So when my client goes home today, the love that I feel in my heart will be the same love in the heart of her husband. Braiding is my job, and my life revolves around braids. As soon as I touch someone's hair, I start braiding automatically. While braiding, I think about my problems, the solutions, my future projects.
It all started for Salion in Bamako, where his magic fingers made him the star of the...
In Bamako, and everyone wanted Salion to braid their hair with this style. He was willing to do it, and for free.
20 years later, Salion's clients say his fingers are still magic.
When he braids your hair, you can feel the love. He's not just doing your hair, he's making you look more beautiful.
This is the first time I had a man braid my hair. When he said he was going to braid my hair, I said, oh my God, I'm about to have a power drill in my head. But he's more softer than it is when working with the women. Because I done seen some mean women with their mean vice grip on top of my head. I can't even tell that he's in my head compared to the women. Every time he did a braid, I touch the braid that he does, and it actually feels perfect.
In New York City, that perfection and the beauty it reveals can come with a high price tag.
How much you spend every month to get your hair braiding?
90 or like 100. Either 120 or 100. Oh, I spend $150 to $200 sometimes on the hairstyles that I want.
Oh, these actually got a good price because I knew the person. Between every 6 months, I probably pay an average of $300 to go to the Africans.
It's about $700 a month. So 700 times 12. I spend a lot of money.
You look beautiful.
We see more and more women from various ethnicities that want to braid their hair. White, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, everyone wants to wear braids.
Before opening her first salon called Soraya's House of Beauty, Hassana Zompaligre had to learn her craft.
I was a shopkeeper in Burkina Faso. I used to buy goods there and sell them to my African sisters here. When I would come in their hair salons, it was always busy, with clients waiting. First, I didn't know how to weave, so they taught me how to finish the ends. At the end of the day, they sometimes gave me $100 to $200 US. I thought, there's money to be made here. One day, the owner asked if I could bring her customers. I told her I did not speak English. She told me, just ask them. Hair braiding, miss? So that's what I did. And when a customer was interested, I took her to my boss where they discussed the price. That's how I started in the world of braiding.
The salon is not only a place to look great. It is also a refuge from the outside world where women share stories and cultures.
The braiding shop is a place where people who come newly from Africa is a place where they can come and get used to the American culture, learn the American culture, and put their feet.
It is one of the few places where Africans and African Americans regularly mix.
The only place where we are able to actually come together as African American and African is the braiding shop. And the only place where, as African, we can actually have the opportunity to educate African American about our culture, about who we are, because many times you find ourselves that people think you people live in the bush.
It's an opportunity for American women to meet African women and be able to learn about them, learn about their culture, where they're from, because otherwise there hadn't been those opportunities.
This job is not just about the money. It's about putting joy in people's heart. It's a positive energy that you can give to someone who is depressed.
Ça m'a aidé à connaître d'autres personnes et d'autres cultures.
It helped me learn about other people and other cultures. Every time I braid, I discover something new.
Do you have those scissors for the $3.99 one?
So Ben has been coming here for more than like 15 years actually. He's kind of like family. I don't feel any hesitation. I'm very confident in being able to send my customers over there and they're going to be treated well. He helps me, I help him. Like he tells me, Christine, you got to put this product because you know this works really well. Because sometimes we don't know either.
Braiding is not just about beauty. Some women are turning to the style for health reasons.
So many people, even they go to the doctor tells them, stop putting chemicals.
I've always been used to having thick, long hair. And within the last months, I have had cancer. So the braiding, it helps me to keep my hair, to keep maintaining and to keep it growing and just to keep stuff out of it. I can wear it in different styles. It helps me more than harms me, more than any other hairstyle I get. That's about it. When my hair is done, it makes me feel better.
Bonjour les garçons.
Hello boys, wake up. How are you?
Every summer, Salion's children come from Paris to visit their naturalized American father.
Tu veux ça? Oh.
Ça? Peut-être.
Oui. Oh non, non, ça.
Online, they talk every day to their youngest brother and their mother in Paris.
This is my fourth child, my fourth son. I love braiding my wife's hair because it is fun. She does not really like her hair being pulled. It hurts her. So when I joke with her and pull it gently, we laugh about it. I often tell her, okay, today is Sunday. I'll braid your hair differently today, not like the others. So these moments, the time spent together for 2 or 3 hours, it's like part of our marriage. So hair braiding for me is a way to flirt with my wife. I met my wife when we were very young. She's hard of hearing, but this is what made me want to talk to her. I wanted to understand what she was saying. She lives today in France, and I'm in the United States. But I do not take any decision without consulting her. And God blessed us with 4 boys.
9 in the morning and time for work.
But no, King twist is 160, the short the length. But when you take a 170, it's a long one, like you said, the middle of your back. Okay, 170 hair include.
It's a 24/7 business. That's how it is in America.
Tell me some celebrities in America. We in France, we have Griezmann.
We have Pogba.
No.
We have Michael Jordan.
Salion spends part of the year in France where his wife is waiting to complete her U.S. immigration process. While they are waiting, he introduces his children to the American way of life. Braiding increasing popularity among celebrities in sports, music, and film offers greater opportunities for braiders such as Salion, who includes among his clients the Guinean musician Oumou Djoubate.
At the time, I was organizing baptisms, weddings and concerts, and Salion used to braid my hair and other women's hair. He did that up until he opened his own hair braiding salon in the United States.
In Africa, braids represent social rank or the celebration of important cultural events. But in the United States, braids have more traditionally been associated with revolt against racial injustice and with reaffirmation of African Americans' connection to Africa. That makes them a put.
My hairstyle was beautiful, and I decided that I was going to braid so many heads that this would never happen to anyone else again. Then I decided, okay, I'm going to open a business. And when I opened the business, I got a phone call from DC government telling me I had to shut down my business because I didn't have a cosmetology license. I opened a salon for social justice. I was fighting to make sure that African American women could go to their jobs wearing their hair braided, twisted, locked, or natural. And then that was the first fight. And then the second fight was that they could open up salons. Because around the country, you know, they made it illegal to braid hair without a cosmetology license.
Today, Pamela continues the fight to protect hair braiders. Her book, Where Beauty Touches Me, celebrates the diversity of braiding and its affirmation of the African aesthetic. This manual for families wishing to embrace the hairstyles of contemporary African beauty is so central to the contemporary identity that it is now sold at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. Despite those advancements, there are still challenges to being a professional hair braider in the United States. In New York, for example, braiding without a license is punishable by a $2,500 fine.
It's not easy for us. The government is asking us for licenses. Many women hide because they do not have the license.
In Maryland, local hair braiders banded together to block their state from enacting similar licensing laws. Julie Wakaria is a founding member of the Maryland Hair Braiders Association.
It started 3 years ago, where the African American salon owners decided to go to the Maryland House of Delegates and have them pass a law that will make the braider go to school for 1,500 hours, which didn't make any sense to anybody.
They moved quickly to lobby state lawmakers at Maryland's House of Delegates.
The law was going to be passed on a Friday. We had it on Wednesday. We woke up. We walk around and mobilize with phone call everywhere to every braiding shop we could get and try to mobilize people to go to the House of Delegates. We presented our case to the delegate. At the end, they were like, oh, we don't know what is that. What is braiding? We don't know what is it. Because, I mean, they really didn't have no idea. So they couldn't pass the law.
We decided not to do the bill because it would have foreclosed a lot of economic opportunity for immigrants. We were trying to regulate something that we really didn't understand, the cultural, the techniques, the safety procedures that are put in that really make this type of regulation unnecessary. Now you have lawmakers that are more well-informed, and frankly, as long as I'm in office, I'm going to fight any sort of attempt to regulate that industry based on the conversations that I had at that town hall, which was tremendously enlightening and invigorating, frankly.
Julie Wakaria says hair braiders themselves have health challenges, including long hours standing with their heads constantly bowed down and the repetitive movement of their fingers.
Many braiders have problem with the neck.
This Senegalese twist, this is messing up our face. Everybody is getting capitulum.
Je peux faire 12 heures.
I can work 12 hours a day. During these 12 hours, I stand on my feet almost half the time. And that depends on the style of the braid. But in general, I'm standing. And that has a toll on my back and my chest, those muscles there.
Like many jobs with long hours, there is also the challenge of balancing family life.
Tu peux rester là du matin jusqu'à 16 heures.
I come to work in the morning and leave at 4 p.m. Let's say a client comes in at 4 p.m. and wants a $120 hairstyle, and I've been here all day without a single client. I rent a chair in the salon and owe rent to the owner, so I stay and take the client. Even the owner has to pay her girls per week, take care of her rent, cable, and other bills. So yes, you take the client. And if you take a client at 4 p.m. for a 4 or 5 hour session, what time will you finish? What time will you be home in order to cook and take care of the kids?
There's never enough time for my personal life. I'm always here. I'm always tired. It's not easy. I cannot even travel because of business, even though I have an assistant. I'm always here. I can't leave the business, so that's that.
Being a hair braider presents unique challenges for men, where many African cultures judge it to be effeminate or religiously objectionable. Salion's family remembers the mockery he endured.
It was under this tree that he used to braid our hair and ignore the people who would call him man, woman. But Salian never got upset or angry. He would tell them, I would rather be a woman than a thief or a drug addict. This will allow me to get married and build a house.
Here in Mali, it was frowned upon for a man to do braids. And in our religion, it was considered a sin. I argued a lot with him. I even beat him one day because of that.
At first, I was told that it was a curse for a boy to braid hair, which made me have some doubts. Does my religion accept this profession? I kept questioning myself, even when I was learning how to braid and starting my own business.
In Islam, women should not expose their bodies to strangers. Having a Muslim man braid a woman's hair is a delicate issue because he's a stranger touching her hair. But there are no texts in the Quran that forbids or authorizes men to do that. There are none. It does not exist in the Quran. If the individual respects himself, is the breadwinner in his family and does that job while being professional, I would say yes. Yes, he can.
Is that the same color as that?
Yeah.
You sure?
I think this is better. For
me, a good customer is a woman who knows what she wants, who is not difficult to braid. And when I suggest some changes, she reacts positively.
It's something pulling right here, right here. What's this? Hot dang it.
What is it, hurt?
Yeah, you bet it does. But that's the pain you gotta take with the beauty. And it's my first time getting cheeky twist. Okay, what's this in the back of my head? What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh. Oh. Oh, God. I'm gonna need a big aspirin after this. Looking beautiful is painful and expensive.
And why do you still do it?
Because I like to look beautiful, and I'm priceless. Who, Jesus, who on this head right here? Who on here? Who right here? Who right here? Somebody right here on the brain. On the equilibrium. My cubicle vortex is not functioning right now.
I collaborated with African-American salon owners and taught them how to braid African style. And they showed me the African-American techniques in return. The styles that you would see during slavery, how slaves used to braid. They taught me that, and I incorporated it into the African braiding style. The results have made my salon very successful.
Hello, African Hair Braiding, can I help you?
Hair braiding made me thrive. It helped me buy a house here, buy a car, invest in my country, and bring my family and my brothers here.
Papa, la pizza.
C'est fini?
Did you eat it all?
Pizza.
Mon papa.
My dad passed away when I was 5. My mom had to work long hours to raise us. She used to drop us off at our uncles and aunts. We grew up with different families because she couldn't support us financially by herself. It's thanks to braiding that I was able to give back to my mom, give her a good life, a life fit for a queen. To my friends who laughed at me when I was little, I would like to say to them today, your teasing encouraged me to be better. The little boy has become a great hair braider. My only advice to any parent or anyone who sees someone doing something out of the ordinary is to never make fun of them. There are no foolish jobs, there are only foolish people.
Men or women, African hair braiders in the United States are unanimous. Despite economic challenges and restrictions on immigration, they are full of hope and courage, pursuing the American dream, one braid at a time.
Yo Malisa jo ba fila be malibasa jo. Ah Malisa jo ba fila be Malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be Malisa. Ah Malisa jo ba fila be Malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be malibasa jo. Nkoche dala kanuke, che lana kanuke, che ni che bala kanuke, bi korote la kaniola. Muso bara kanuke, muso bara kanuke, muso ni muso dala kanuke, bi korote la kanuola. Ali korote kanimena bi mogori korosi kanuna. Korote kanumena bi mogoye korosi la kanuna. Muso di la kanuke, muso da la kanuke, muso niche bara kanuke bi koroye la kaniola.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show. we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Welcome. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. How's it going, people? Anyway, we have officially conquered the first week of this year. So it is fair to say that we can conquer the rest of all the weeks of 2021. Who's with me? Anyway, start to do the things that you said you wanted to do, because 1 week has finished. Your list that you made last year, that you're going to do this, you're going to do this, and you're going to shoot this shot at that person. Try and start working on that. I'm just here to remind you, nothing else. But I'm not just a reminder. I'm also on an entertainment analysis show that does it better than nobody else, like I like to say. I do so myself. While CBT, we serve you with the hottest celebrity breakdown and everything pertaining to lifestyle. If it's hot, then we're talking about it. If it's not going to get on Tea Time table. To do that with me is Ifeoluwa Osunkeye, my yin yang that I love and hate, and Enola Baby. We used to, you know, her achievement level is very high, but yeah, welcome, guys.
She just wants to be posted at the Mercedes-Benz car dealership. At the gates.
Okay.
I may actually buy.
Wait.
I may actually buy. Amen. Amen.
That sounds a whole lot better.
What did you hear?
See.
Oh, you actually buy.
So I heard, you know. How you doing still?
I'm fine. Thank
Friday
you.
vibe,
I love Fridays.
Why?
What are you going to do?
You get to show your shoulder.
So you can go home and go and
watch Netflix
and do Black Friday
and count Dangote as not an achievement.
I thought we were a team. I don't know. I didn't know that you joined Ife too.
No, we're together on this. Okay, so what's up?
What are you doing Friday?
I have something planned.
Okay.
Tell us.
Girl, you need to start going. We're going to between Ife and I. You have to start going out.
The perfect line right now.
I'm serious. I think I told you yesterday now. I have plans now.
When did we talk?
Yesterday.
Want me to deny you?
Leave it. I have plans. Leave it.
Yeah, leave her. She has plans.
Me, I Kuku don't have plans.
Even me,
you cannot shame the shameless.
Okay, this is the first time you have plans.
No, it's okay. All the plans I've been having for the last 2-3 weeks.
You need like 4 years to catch up.
Oh, okay.
I guess somebody is bigger than the next shader that we're about to discuss, which is Shade Ladipo, who mocks reality TV star Tasha over her excitement after Nicki Minaj followed her on Instagram. Media personality Shade Ladipo has come hard on Tasha after she celebrated Nicki's follow. She said the media girl made this via her story on Friday, yesterday I think, while reacting to the news of the American billionaire Elon Musk, whose new position as the richest man in the world. So she now said, I don't know how you can praise someone at the same time diss someone, but she did that really well. And I quote, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and went back to work. Your fave is shouting in videos and crying because of Nicki Minaj's follow. Choose your fave carefully. No shades, she wrote.
It's funny how people say no shades and they mean absolutely 100 shades to you.
Yeah.
But, I don't know where she's coming from, because I get what Tasha was shouting about, because if it's me and my favorite Cardi B follows me, I think I'm going to be ecstatic too and start what?
Leave her alone.
How did I say
you're so used to someone. You're so used to someone attacking you. You're already ready. Like, okay, anytime now.
This is some trauma now. I don't like that.
I don't get it.
Like, I was ready for battle.
Leave Eniola alone. I don't mind you.
Are you not sure of yourself?
I am actually, but I'm just used to you.
Darling.
Use your full chest.
Your full.
Anyway, but I get where she's coming from, because imagine someone that you always watch on TV and admire, and that person suddenly follows you. I think everyone will be excited. So I don't know where this girl is coming from, because I'm happy for Tasha now because I'm happy for Tasha because she always admires and loves Nicki Minaj. So I don't know why this woman is attacking her. It does not make sense. I think everyone has a chance to found who they want to found.
Amazing. I just think. It's funny, but I'll go on. Basically, I get everywhere Shadi Ladipo is coming from because you need to be at a certain level where you begin to know that, you start placing yourself in a particular place where you don't begin to see things as achievements. With all of the things you've done, with all of the things you've achieved, with being one of the most hated Big Brother Naija housemates, to being one of the most talked about person who is always trending on Twitter, I don't think a Nicki Minaj follow is enough for you to go through. I don't know. It's just my opinion. Okay. Come on, Jay-Z follows me. Eminem follows me. Kendrick Lamar follows me. Have you guys seen me through
even Joe Biden, sir.
No, it's Donald that follows me. Call him by his first name. And then I like Benjamin.
Donny D.
I know DD. Yeah, DT.
DT,
you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I don't think it's enough for you to now, say, oh, I'm taking a break. Yeah, it might be a big deal. I'm not saying it's not a big deal because there are a lot of people who have celebrated when, even lesser artists follow them. I can remember the singer, Rebecca. When Wizkid followed her, she screamed and that video went viral. Everybody spoke about it. But I think it gets to a point where you don't need to show such vulnerability anymore. You need to just be at a particular level. I don't think anybody will follow a Davido or a Wizkid or anybody and then it will be like a big news.
I think in the video she was just kind of joking. It's not as if she was making it like one big thing. She was just trying to
Is sure that we should request a public holiday?
I don't think she was
There's
serious
nothing wrong with that. Let people live their lives, Shari. I saw a tweet today, this morning, that said, she basically quoted how people say, anyone up for video call, she tweeted that, and then she now said, just because you booked a hotel. Like, I don't know if you know those people like that, where they book a hotel and then they want video call so they can show off and all of that. And I remember quoting the tweet, and I said, let people live. And I think I'm going to say the same thing to Shadi and Yusuf. Let people live their lives. I mean, if things excite me, they excite me. I'm not going to argue or defend why things excite me. Sure. There's a lot of people that have followed Tasha that are important, that are relevant, especially in the social media space, and she hasn't done that. If Nicki Minaj is the person that's going to make her happy, and she's excited, and her and her friends want to hype themselves, let her do that. Nicki Minaj, I'm sorry, but Nicki Minaj is someone that does not follow a lot of people. She doesn't have up to 500 people that she's following. She has not met Tasha in person, that it was like as if they had something to do together and they followed her. She admired her from social media. It's a big brag. Like, there's a lot of celebrities in the world, and Nicki Minaj, the baddest rapper we have alive. Cardi B, people go and sit down. Like, the baddest rapper that we have alive is following you. It's enough excitement. Now, are you going to really compare Elon Musk to Tasha? Then you're just a hater. Like, they're two different people. Let's say Elon Musk and Tasha were in the same industry. And one is now a nonsense person on social media. The other person is getting money, being the richest man on the planet, going back to work, and then when I make the comparison, that stand right people. Do you get what I mean? Like, she's an entertainer. She's not a freaking inventor of automobiles Tesla and all of that. She's never said she was a role model in that element. She's a freaking entertainer, and a badass entertainer just followed her. It's enough for her to brag, please.
And if you watch Tasha, she always mentions that, okay,
she loves Nicki.
Yeah, she loves Nicki.
She does love Nicki.
This is kind of a big deal for her. So let's
I don't know. I think I would have to agree. I don't really cave most of the time, but I think on this particular story, I'm probably going to cave. And in the sense that let people live their lives. It's 2021. Whatever rocks your boat, whatever flies your jets, whatever makes you feel good.
I mean, I'm
just feel good
one of those
about
people
it.
where it's small things that make me very excited. You'd be wondering that what is wrong with this girl? Like, I'm like, and me, when I'm excited. You see on my social media, I see on my face, I'll tell everybody I'll be in a good mood. And that doesn't happen every day. It's not like as if Nicki Tasha does this for every single person. So she's obviously excited about that. Shadi should go and sit down, take several seats, because nobody has followed you.
How would you feel? Let me
How would you feel?
How would you feel if Nicki Minaj follows you right now?
Okay, yeah, I won't do what Tasha did, to be honest. I wouldn't, personally.
What about you? I'd like to know.
Personally.
What would you do?
Okay, I mean, I'll post it on my Instagram.
Of
Because
course.
you know this guy Twice, the
Yeah.
comedian. The day he followed me, God.
He
everyone-
follows you. Okay.
What happened? Wait, tell me.
The day he followed me, I literally kept it on my story.
Yeah,
and
okay, I'll
my,
do the same. I will do
and
the
my
same.
WhatsApp status.
I would do the same too.
What?
I think it's okay to admire people, and if they acknowledge your presence, especially when they don't need to or have to amongst a huge crowd of people, it's not a bad idea. Don't mind if it. Anyway, popular entertainer and disc jockey DJ Cuppy has lamented over the friendship with the singer Zantlan Ibile, which ended by being blocked on his social media. In a recent tweet, the billionaire's daughter called out Zantlan, the Zanka singer, for actually ditching her for the past few months, apparently 10. According to DJ Cuppy, Zantlan Ibile blocked her on WhatsApp and Instagram after they did a song together called Gelato about 10 months ago. And I quote, 10 months later, and sometimes I still wonder why Zantlan blocked me on WhatsApp and Instagram without ever saying why. We were actually friends, and Gelato was a hit, she tweeted. She also further went and said, you know, I'm human and I have feelings as well in another tweet, but Zlatan, I don't know how to say his name. Anyway.
Zlatan Ibile.
Zlatan Ibile.
Ibile, not Ibile.
Zlatan.
Yeah,
Oh, whatever.
made his name sound better.
Anyway, it's an interesting thing to do. First of all, for her to really come, like if he's really blocked her, and she now comes out and says it like that. If I was Zantlan, I'll feel really on the spot, like you've put me on the spot. Do you get what I mean? Like to the whole world and all of that. He's not crazy, so he has a reason why he did that to her. And I guess that's what social media has been going on and on and on about. I mean, the first thing I saw was, first of all, I've never really heard Zantlan having beef with people, blocking people like that. Anyway, first of all. Secondly, he looks like someone that really enjoys interacting with other artists and, you know, vibing. Like, he feels like a good vibe. So for him to do that, maybe she did something